Good evening, everyone. If I could have everyone take their seats so that we could get started. While everyone's getting situated, I want to welcome everyone back. I hope everyone had a happy, restful, and Thanksgiving filled with time spent with family. If I could at this time have you check your phones, make sure you silence them so it doesn't go off in the middle of the meeting. Former Chair Townsend had a $20 charge, and I think I'm going to keep with that tradition. So if it goes off, $20 right up here, and it's spent at the discretion of the board. So just want to go over public comment. If anyone is here speaking either at general public comment or at one of the public hearing items, when you come up to the podium, if you'll please make sure to address us here at the board, provide us with your first and last name and address. While it's very easy to hear us in here, if you've ever watched remotely, if you don't talk right into the microphones, you don't hear what the person is saying. So just as a reminder. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Landry for the invocation.
Please pray with me if you'd like to. Dear Lord, we ask for your guidance and wisdom in the decisions that will be made. Grant us the insight to serve the community with compassion, fairness, and integrity. Help us to work together in unity, always considering the well-being of those we represent. We ask for your blessings on all those that serve in public service and the citizens that we serve, that peace, prosperity, and goodwill may flourish in our county. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first order of business is the approval of the agenda. Any additions, deletions, or revisions? If not, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. No presentations. Next, I'll open it up to public comment. So if you're here wanting to talk to us about something other than one of the public agenda items, now would be your time. Seeing no movement, I'll come back to the board, close public comment. No proclamations. I need a motion to approve the minutes of the October 15th and November 12th meetings.
Motion to approve meetings for October 15th and November 17th.
November 12th.
I'm sorry, November 12th, my correction.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull anything, have further discussion? Chair Townsend, I know you, I'll leave the items that you used to like to point out if you'd like to stick with that.
Okay, but I do have something I want to pull.
Sure.
B1.
Okay. Pulled off consent or pulled
No,
for further
pull for
discussion? Okay.
Does anybody else? have
Anyone
anything?
else? Okay.
So, New Horizons Board has requested that a commissioner sit on their board for the ex officio. We talked about it a couple months back, and during reorg it was not done. So we need to talk about it in an informal as to what commissioner is going to be appointed to that.
Okay.
And they would like it to be done so that whoever is going to do it can be at their next meeting.
Understood.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, if that's the will of the board, we can definitely get with, look at the agreement, and I can work with Mr. McIntyre, County Attorney, and New Horizons and see if there's any adjustments that need to be made to that agreement we have with them to add that language in there and bring it back to you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so with that in mind, would you like to make the motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We're moving forward to our public hearings. I do want to, Mr. McIntyre, if it's okay, I had previously told the PGA residents when I had met with them that I would make sure that the Rainbow Groves was our first public hearing. So if it's okay, I'd like to move that one up first.
Yes, ma'am, that item was continued anyway, so it's logical to take it first. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll open it up to Irene for Rainbow Groves.
Settlemeyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This item is the adoption public hearing for the Rainbow Groves Future Land Use Map Amendment. As said, it was continued from November 12th, 2024. Because the public hearing was continued from the November 12th public hearing to a date certain, the public notification for the November 12th public hearing covers this public hearing. We're familiar with the location in south central St. Lucie County, about 4 miles north of the shared boundary with Martin County. The current future land use is Ag 5, and it's adjacent to some industrial land. Because this land area is now in the urban services boundary, it's widely accepted that agricultural 5 is no longer the most appropriate future land use designation for this area. The requested future land use is mixed use development, and with sub-area policies and specific use activity areas. You can see the mixed. There's industrial to the north, Ag 5 surrounding it to the south and the west, though there are applications that have been submitted that would seek to designate these mixed as well. So to put this application in some context with the other applications that have been submitted in the area within unincorporated St. Lucie County, here we can see the subject site is approximately 245 acres. Immediately to the west and the south, Legacy was just a pre-application, but that pre-application was with regard to industrial development, light industrial that would border this, Rainbow Groves, and then a residential development around that. Palermo is a future land use map amendment and a preliminary development plan for residential development. Neal Farms Estates is a future land use map amendment. Both of these are requesting to move from Ag 5 to mixed. Adoption hearings were held and those have been transmitted, the adopted ordinances have been sent to the state for their final review. M Ranch Mine is to the west of the site. To the north is Oak Ridge Ranches, which I think is about 4,000 acres, proposing some 7,500 dwelling units. Of course, it's a long range line road just south of the boundary with intersection with Glades Cutoff Road. So the proposed mixed future land use for this land area would allow it will establish a heavy industrial specific use area on about 151 acres, a light industrial specific use area on approximately 72 acres, and a commercial and light industrial specific use area on about 22 acres that front Range Line Road. Here's a graphic depiction of that same information. So the heavy industry, the area that would be where heavy industrial activity would be permitted is in the interior of the site. It does share a boundary with industrial use to the north. Light industrial and light industrial commercial, and then around the west and the south, more light industrial land. So this light industrial and light industrial commercial area is 470 feet deep from the property line to where the general heavy industrial land area begins. On the south, it's 390 feet. And here it's 390 feet, or 461 feet, I think, to be. So one of the reasons that helped garner some staff support for this application was that the property is on the designated freight network for St. Lucie County. All these red lines are identified in the long-range transportation plan as the freight corridor. So it was anticipated that trucks will be using these roadways. So we are at the adoption hearing. We're at the final of 3 public hearings. So the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing back in May of 2023. They recommended approval of the future land use map amendment. The Board of County Commissioners held its transmittal hearing in June of 2023. And in the period of time between June of 2023 until November of 2024, the applicant was working with his consultants and with engineers representing the county and the Florida Department of Transportation, the city of Port St. Lucie, to prepare a traffic impact report. That was completed. The adoption public hearing was November 12th, and that was continued till today. So first, if approved, if this future land use map amendment is approved by the board this evening, the question is what happens next? So it has to be sent to the state Department of Commerce and the state and regional planning agencies, and they will be reviewing whether our response to their objections, recommendations, and comments report, it's called an ORC report, objections, recommendations, and comments, whether they believe we have satisfactorily responded to those. And if they conclude that we have, then we would expect in about 30 days that the application would become effective. Following that, before any development can occur on the site, there would be a need to rezone to planned non-residential development zoning district, and that application to rezone to planned non-residential development zoning district would be accompanied by a preliminary development plan. And that could come in, the application to rezone with a preliminary development plan could come in for the entire 245 acres, or it could come in for a piece of that. And at that time, the proposed uses would be scrutinized, as well as the development plan as far as stormwater, landscape buffering, transportation, access, et cetera. Assuming something like that moves forward and gets the approval of the Board of County Commissioners, and I should say these are subject to public hearings, publicly noticed hearings, in the same way the future land use map amendment is publicly noticed. That is, publication in the newspaper, sign on the property, and mailed notice to owners of property within 500 feet. Then the final development plan, or the major site plan, would follow the preliminary development plan. And it's at this stage where you're getting, closer to actual construction documents, and you're really nailing down everything. And that's when the applicant is required to demonstrate concurrency for public facilities and services, including transportation. So it's at that time that the application must demonstrate that the level of service adopted for the nearby roadways and the other public facilities and services will continue to be maintained with the additional impacts of the proposed development. So the reason for recommending the mixed future land use designation for this property, as opposed to moving forward with an industrial future land use, was that it enables the county and the applicant to come to agreement about specific uses and for some of the development standards, the specific use activity areas, and the development policies that will govern. So the mixed future land use designation is intended for planned development that is primarily designed to accommodate and promote targeted industries and employment-generating uses. So the Rainbow Groves Mixed Activity Area Policy is intended to accommodate and promote targeted industries and employment-generating uses. The following policies shall govern. Now, all the text that is in purple is new text from the time when the transmittal occurred. We've added more detail in the policies. So, number one, this first policy was updated on November 12th in response to input we received from the city of Port St. Lucie. So all development within the Rainbow Groves mixed-use activity area plan shall, 1, occur through planned non-residential development process. At the planned non-residential development review and approval phase, a development agreement is required or a similar binding agreement with each local government with jurisdiction over the roadways impacted by the development. So it's at the phase that we're looking at an actual development plan, that development agreements or similar binding agreements with each local government with jurisdiction over the roadways impacted by the development will be required. Each development agreement or similar binding agreement with the local government, it will require that each development agreement with the local government with jurisdiction over the roadways impacted by the development identify specific performance measures and or mitigation improvements to satisfy transportation requirements of the applicable local government. And D, all copies of all applications, all planned non-residential development applications, the traffic methodology, the traffic studies, the site plans, and associated documentation that is submitted to the county shall be shared with the city of Port St. Lucie for review and coordination. So the mixed activity area policies proposed continue. So the light industrial commercial specific use area will cover 22 acres. This area will provide for light industrial, warehouse, and commercial land uses, including flex space buildings. It shall provide a vegetative buffer zone to properly buffer adjacent roadways and residential uses. Any outdoor storage that is not a retail display shall be limited to behind primary structures and adequately separated from the adjacent roadway and residential uses. So one of the changes that occurred between transmittal and adoption was this area that permits commercial uses was reduced from 46 acres to 22 acres. The light industrial specific use activity area was increased from 49 acres to 72 acres. It will provide for light industrial and warehouse land uses, including flex space buildings, which serve as a transition to adjacent uses. A permanent vegetative buffer zone shall be provided. The vegetative buffer zone shall be no less than 50 feet, whereas certain uses may require a wider vegetative buffer, and that will be reviewed during preliminary development plan approval. The heavy industrial specific use activity area covers about 151 acres, and it will allow light to heavy manufacturing, targeted industries, and other activities that are strategically designed, oriented, buffered, and controlled to ensure compatibility with an appropriate transition to surrounding uses. This area shall include appropriate open space and buffers adjacent to agricultural, residential and public uses and environmental conditions. The vegetative buffer zone shall be at least 50 feet. Certain uses may require a wider buffer. So whereas in our land development code, we describe the heavy industrial heavy zoning district as being the place where activities that pose the risk of undesirable noise, vibration, odor, dust, or other offensive effects on nearby properties. This specific use activity area policy expressly provides that there shall be no off-site effects from undesirable noise, vibration, odor, dust, or other offensive effects. So at the time of the preliminary development plan approval, when we're looking at what uses are proposed and where they're being proposed and what kind of buildings or buffering, this condition will be have to be satisfied. No off-site impacts by noise, vibration, odor, dust, or other offensive effects. So outdoor scrap, waste, and land clearing and yard trash recycling operations shall require a conditional use permit. The collecting, transporting, handling, storage of or disposal of solid waste as defined in the St. Lucie Land Development Code is prohibited. So we have, it was brought to our attention, and I think staff agrees that this word waste, it introduces some ambiguity, it's undefined, and we have been working on some substitute text that would make it more clear exactly what would be allowed or what would not be allowed. You know, the collecting, transporting, handling, storage, or disposal of solid waste is prohibited. But perhaps some recycling activities where they're source separated, they're coming to the site already separated, and it's being handled indoors, that may be an appropriate use. That's what was intended by the first sentence, outdoor scrap waste and land clearing and yard trash recycling operations shall require a conditional use permit. I would suggest perhaps it be outdoor and indoor. So the mixed-use activity areas continuing through the different SIC codes. So our table of permitted uses and conditional uses in the zoning code incorporates by reference the standard industrial classification code system. So major group 42 is motor freight transportation and warehousing. So in the Rainbow Groves mixed-use activity area, within that major group 42, development or operation of an inland port is prohibited. And we have sought to define what an inland port is. For purposes of this prohibition, an inland port means a large-scale shipping, trade, and logistics center located away from the coast but near or directly connected to highways, rail lines, or seaports, serving as a distribution facility for products and facilitating the transshipment of sea cargo to inland destinations. So while an inland port is prohibited, the intermodal transfer of inventory, materials, and finished products between trains and trucks or between trucks is permitted as an ancillary or supportive function to primary uses within the heavy industrial specific use area. So one of the examples I use, so perhaps a train or a truck would bring in lumber, and there would be somebody making trusses at this site. So it would come in as lumber on one truck or a train, and it would leave as trusses on one truck or one train, and or maybe move and build some of the houses that are being built right in the immediate area. So would be considered the bringing the inventory in and shipping the finished goods out is ancillary or supportive function. A standalone intermodal transfer facility, also called a logistics and distribution center, may be permitted within the heavy industrial specific use area if approved as a conditional use and subject to specific conditions regarding noise control, traffic management, and environmental mitigation. The facilities must be located near major transportation corridors with appropriate buffering from residential uses and sensitive areas. So it doesn't mean that any and every proposed intermodal transfer facility or logistics and distribution center will be permitted. They will have to demonstrate that they are complying with all applicable regulations and meeting these qualitative standards. So finally, because it's a little, it's a matter of degree, the difference between an inland port and some of these other types of facilities, so we attempted to address that. The distinction between an inland port, which is prohibited, and an intermodal transfer facility or logistics and distribution center that may be approved pursuant to a conditional use permit is primarily a matter of scale, intensity, and the number of different enterprises involved. Another important factor is the origin and destination of the goods being transferred at the facility. The Board of County Commissioners' determination as to whether a proposed activity constitutes a prohibited inland port shall be final with regard to the applicant and successors in interest. Continuing with the proposed policies, transportation concurrency. The Rainbow Groves mixed-use activity area shall provide transportation improvements to serve the proposed development and provide capacity, circulation, and connectivity needs of the development. The traffic generated by development which exceeds capacity or level of service, as indicated in the transportation element of the county comp plan, shall be mitigated by the development through a schedule of committed roadway construction projects or payments or alternative conditions, with improvement triggers as provided in the planned non-residential development conditions of approval for both St. Lucie County and the City of Port St. Lucie. This policy is recognizing state law on this, that the county must allow for transportation concurrency requirements of the local comprehensive plan to be satisfied through a binding agreement to pay for or construct the proportionate share of the required improvements to mitigate transportation impacts. The planned non-residential development shall require a development agreement identifying specific performance measures and/or mitigation improvements to satisfy transportation concurrency. St. Lucie County will not approve a final planned non-residential development site plan for development or any phase or portion thereof of the Rainbow Groves mixed-use activity area unless the plan provides for adequate assurance that transportation facilities and infrastructure will be in place and available to serve the relevant development phase and address level of service requirements. Any proportionate share, this is right out of the Land Development Code, which is right out of state statute. It will sound a little bit like Greek to most of us, but transportation engineers. Any proportionate share contribution shall be calculated based upon the number of trips from proposed development expected to reach the roadways during the peak hour from the phase being approved, divided by the change in peak hour maximum service volume of roadways resulting from construction of an improvement necessary to maintain or achieve the adopted level of service, multiplied by construction cost at the time of development payment of the improvement, at the time of development payment of the improvement necessary to maintain or achieve adopted level of service. So prior to the issuance of any building permits, required roadway improvements or payments or alternative conditions shall be provided. The developer shall satisfy the construction or proportionate share payments or alternative conditions for the improvements to the facility or facilities prior to the issuance of building permits, and the development agreement shall be a binding and legally enforceable commitment on the developer, its agents, lessees, successors, or assigns with the county to assure construction or a proportionate share payment as allowed by law. The traffic reports, these are the policies put in the comprehensive plan with this Rainbow Groves amendment. The traffic reports, also called the Transportation Impact Study, shall be in accordance with our local code, which incorporates the standardized transportation impact studies, methodologies, and procedures. This standardized methodology is used by the City of Port St. Lucie, City of Fort Pierce, and the county. The planned non-residential development shall provide at least one future transit stop on the site, which shall be identified in coordination with the St. Lucie County Area Regional Transit. Project shall provide for internal connectivity for pedestrian and bicycle travel. So, summary of the uses in the proposed policies for heavy industrial specific use activity area. So, prohibited uses: inland ports, paper mills and pulp mills, manufacture of hazardous chemicals or ammunition, petroleum refining, natural or manufactured gas storage and distribution, outdoor scrap waste, and land clearing and yard trash recycling, outdoor stockyards, wholesale trade of petroleum, collection, transport, handling, storage, or disposal of solid waste. Some of the conditional uses for the heavy industrial specific use area include paperboard and paper from recycled paper and paperboard materials, the manufacture of asphalt paving and roofing materials, and lubricating oils and greases. So one of this oils and greases, it's interesting, even though it's in the petroleum refining major group, it includes oils and greases that are made from plant products and animal products. Small arms and ordnance, if you seek to manufacture small arms and ordnance, you must have a conditional use. All of the major group 32, which is the stone, glass, and concrete products, all require conditional uses. Major group 33, which is primary metal industries, shall be permitted indoors, inside a building only, and still subject to a conditional use. And as you know, conditional uses also require public notice, public hearings before the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, and the Board of County Commissioners is able to put conditions on those conditional uses regarding hours of operation or quantities that can be produced, various conditions to make sure that the use fits where it's proposed. So one of the big items on this project is the traffic impact report. And so first, some of the basic things about the traffic impact report. At the future land use map amendment stage, the traffic impact report assumes the highest possible intensity development with the highest possible trip generation. It's not the same as at site plan stage where you're actually looking at what's proposed. So the development made possible by Rainbow Grove's future land use map amendment will impact local roadways. The traffic impact report looked at analysis for 5 years in the future and 20 years in the future. One of the conclusions is that the existing and planned roadway network will be deficient in 5 years and 20 years due to previously approved development, even if Rainbow Groves was not to come online. 2 additional roadway segments will become deficient due to traffic anticipated by the future land use map amendment. So the types of trips, again, assuming maximum intensity, maximum development, the Rainbow Grove's future land use amendment could generate 40,647 new daily trips. The total trips at 41, and you get to subtract the few that would have been generated by the Ag 5 future land use. So new trips, 40,000, almost 41,000 trips. AM peak, 3,700. PM peak, more than 5,000. There will be an impact on the roadways that will have to be accounted for by either the scale of the development or roadway improvements. So we've received, you commissioners have received many comments from the public. People are following this very closely, understandably. And one of the comments, besides the concern about a development agreement for addressing transportation, there's been a lot of concern about locating industrial uses near residential uses. So we just have a few slides to show that in the area that there are other examples of industrial uses located in fairly close proximity to residential uses, and they appear to not necessarily cause a problem. So this is the industrial near residential, Glades Cutoff Road, Interstate 95, Commerce Center Drive, next to PGA Reserve. The purple is industrial. There's some purple over here that's industrial, and this green area is warehouse industrial. near residential, here's residential. Again, Interstate 95, this is a larger scale picture of what we just looked at. So you have industrial uses here, near residential uses. North of the PGA Reserve, you have industrial uses adjacent to residential uses, south of Commerce Center Drive, a little bit north of Commerce Center Drive. At the Village Green, east of US 1, we have warehouse and industrial use in this green color, and of course residential here, residential here, residential there. Again, warehouse and industrial in this green area near residential along Southeast Village Drive. Up on closer to the Fort Pierce area along Oleander Avenue, you have residential along Sunrise Boulevard in fairly close proximity to industrial uses. Near Peacock Boulevard, near Torino area, you have warehouse uses and industrial uses. At Midway Road is crossing east to west here. So north of Midway Road, you have industrial heavy zoning and activities. Just south of Midway Road, you have residential, residential, residential. So the staff recommendation to the board is to approve adoption of the future land use map amendment from agricultural 5 to mixed use development with the Rainbow Grove specific use activity areas for heavy industrial, light industrial, and light industrial commercial uses and specific use policy. Alternatively, if the board determines that additional information or analysis is needed, we ask that you direct staff and the applicant as to the needed information and continue the public hearing to a date certain. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions that you might have. The applicant's representative also has a presentation.
Thank you, Irene. I'll come back to the board. Does anyone have any questions for Irene right now? All right, Mr. McCarty? Good evening.
Good evening.
Want this, or you want me to do?
You can do it if that's all right. Thank you. Good evening, St. Lucie County Board of County Commissioners. Hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving as we prepare for the holidays. Wish you all the best and your families as well. Mike McCarty with McCarty and Associates Land Planning and Design, representing the owners of Rainbow Grove's MXD application before you this evening. Next slide, please. What you see before you and what I'd like to state on the record is that we did provide the required notices and the appropriate signage. The certified notice affidavit has been provided to staff and filed with the clerk, and that was for the November 12th hearing. And so because we were continued, we did not have to send out more notices. So I just want to state that on the record. Next slide, please. So Rainbow Groves, the subject property's been owned by the McCarty family for nearly a century. Property's been used for agricultural purposes for many generations, specifically for the cultivation of citrus and cattle. We've been a long-time Fort Pierce family since the 1880s, and the property's positioned to provide a great benefit to the community through job creation and industry, and due to the challenges and decline in the citrus industry, along with westerly progression of tradition, it's no longer an appropriate use. We're requesting a change to the future land use designation from agriculture to MXD to establish the Rainbow Grove specific use activity areas for heavy industrial, light industrial, and light industrial or commercial on the 22 acres. Next slide, please.
This is it.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. The board transmitted the amendment on June 6, 2023 to the Department of Commerce. Following the transmittal, we met with staff and identified specific uses that should be prohibited. This was quite time-consuming, and you can see from Irene's presentation, it was very grueling with her and Corey. We spent great length going through line by line of the codes. And something I want to make clear is that in this MXD process, we're actually stepping into what would traditionally be handled at zoning and during the PNRD. So we're leaping forward. We're taking precautions and evaluating the potential negative impacts. And with staff's assistance, we identified specific uses that should be prohibited and those that should be permitted. Department of Commerce reviewed the transmittal, provided objections, recommendations, and comments. As staff indicated, that's the ORC report. We received that on August 8th of 23. Department of Commerce recommended coordination with FDOT, Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, City of Port St. Lucie, South Florida Water Management, and the TPO. We've coordinated multiple meetings, rounds of emails, and corresponded with the various agencies over multiple reviews and revisions to address all concerns. Our traffic analysis is in compliance with the state requirements, and no further revisions have been requested by the third-party traffic engineer of the county, Kimley Horn, or FDOT. Next slide, please. Before you here, this is the MXD exhibit that identifies the specific use areas. As proposed before you this evening, contemplates the light industrial and commercial uses around the perimeter of the site. So the lighter colored purple, if you will, along the west and south, and then the northeast, that is the light, and then the red color is the commercial and or light industrial section, and with the heavy industrial focused in the center of the property, provides adequate transitions around the perimeter, so that way we're not negatively affecting adjacent properties and some of these other projects that are contemplated. This final commercial portion of the property down in the red that you see there is located specifically at the future intersection of what will be Traditions Parkway and Rangeline Road. The commercial area was reduced from 46 acres to 22 acres per the request of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. So again, part of this coordination with multiple agencies, multiple different entities, agencies, and special interest professionals. We reduced that to prevent what they feared would be strip commercial, which is similar to that along US Highway 1. So we shrunk that down and we localized it in proximity of where there would be a future intersection there. The commercial node is intended to service the surrounding community and residents of Traditions. Next slide, please. So before you is an aerial exhibit. It shows that this is an old citrus groves. The yellow line that you see before you is the rail spur easement. That is how the FEC will service this site, excuse me. The intent is to attract and promote businesses that would benefit from the rail service, such as manufacturing and other uses alike. The use of rail reduces impacts and trips to our roadway network and provides an alternative to the transportation of commodities and goods while providing alternative solutions and means to supply chains. I think we're all very aware of how we ran out of toilet paper during COVID, and supply chains were very challenging. Next slide, please. The PGA. So you'll see on this slide, in the red is the subject site, the applicant on before you this evening, and you'll see the PGA up in the top right corner. As you drive north on Range Line and then down at a northeasterly tract on Glades Cutoff, that is approximately 5.2 miles to the PGA. So just point of reference, show you the proximity of PGA. You're probably going to hear from them this evening. I'm also going to continue to talk to you about some of our correspondence with PGA. We were notified by county staff that the PGA Reserve had concerns regarding our future land use map amendment. We were given copies of Dr. Summers' white paper, which he circulated to the PGA residents and surrounding community. The publication portrays images of train derailments and catastrophic harm. It's a perfect example of the use of fear tactics and fear mongering, and this publication is not factually correct. Next slide, please. So you'll see on this slide some of our efforts at coordinating with the PGA Reserve. We met with the PGA representatives on August 28th and then again on September 9th. The main issues discussed were intermodal transfer facilities, and you'll see here it's now a conditional use, as well as it has some controls on it that staff presented to you. You'll also see here references inland port, which is specifically prohibited. Staff also indicated and showed you how we address that and put that in the sub-area policy. And then the heavy industrial uses. I think it was pretty clear by staff's presentation that we went line by line and evaluated these uses, pulled out our old SIC code book from 1982 during the Ronald Reagan administration, and evaluated each one of those uses and determined what was appropriate, what could have a negative effect on adjacent properties, let alone 5 miles away. But be as it may, we evaluated it and we determined what uses were appropriate and those that were not. Just as recent as November 25th, I attended the town hall meeting with Jamie Fowler, where this project was the sole topic of discussion. Approximately 60 people attended the meeting of the 5,500 residents of the PGA. I was specifically approached by Dr. Summers, who told me that I was not allowed to speak. First time that I've attended a town hall meeting with the project I represented, and I was not allowed to speak. The discussions were widespread. There was lots of discussion of train derailment, an increase in acid rain, certain chemicals, if mixed by a derailment, could create mustard gas. It went on and on. Continuation of the fear-mongering. And obviously, traffic is a concern, which staff has clearly indicated how we're going to address that. Very next day, on November 26th, we had a follow-up meeting with the PGA representatives, and they then said that they have issues with the industrial uses, and that the project should be commercial. 245 acres of commercial is clearly not an option, nor is it realistic or appropriate out here. We have resolved their concerns as reasonably as possible. I just ask you keep in mind PGA's 5 miles away, and let's not forget that Flagler Railroad, known as the FEC today, predates the PGA as it was completed in 1912, and the K branch was built in the 1940s. Next slide, please. This is a summary. It's difficult to read, but it echoes the same items and uses that staff already presented. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the surrounding properties and adjacent owners, please. To the north is a total of 345 acres, which you see in the purple identified north of our site with the letters IND. That is a land use map. And that 345 acres also has a heavy industrial zoning. Straight zoning and a straight land use. Industrial with heavy industrial zoning. This industrial area was established in 1976 by my father, Mike Samuel McCarty, and uncle, Dan McCarty III, which predates the PGA Reserve, predates traditions, and it predates much of western Port St. Lucie. Rangeline Road is and has been designated in our comprehensive plan as a freight corridor. So this area has historically existed and accommodated industrial users with heavy industry, with rail, with a roadway that is intended for freight. And I stop. The 345 acres industrial node consists of Allied Chemical, which manufactures bleach products, Liberty Tire, which is a tire recycling operation, U.S. Holdings, which is a foundry company out of Miami that acquired the property for future expansion, Dairy Feeds, Inc., which is a partnership of dairy farmers that bring feed in from the Midwest to support their operations, both Larson Dairy and MacArthur Dairy. And lastly, 118 acres directly to the north of Rainbow, up until recently, was owned by Southern Power Companies, which intended to build a power plant 20 years ago, before FP&L located a plant in Indiantown. We have communicated with all the surrounding property owners and have received no opposition to our proposed project. I've communicated with Mattamy, I've communicated with Coulter, I've communicated with the adjacent property owner on the west and the south, as well as the contract holder for that property, D.R. Horton. We have no objections by our surrounding property owners. Next slide, please. Traffic analysis. The type of traffic impact analysis that is used for future land use amendments is a worst case analysis, which is based on a maximum build out, and in this case 50% building coverage with the highest and most intense trip generator. Actual development of this land under these assumptions cannot be achieved in the real world with a non-residential mixed-use development, especially given the wide array of potential industrial and commercial uses. It's not appropriate to base specific improvements at land use stage. Concurrency is determined and occurs at PNRD zoning site plan approval in St. Lucie County. We've provided language in the sub-area policy, as staff shared with you, that states we shall determine the specific improvements at that time, and a developer's agreement shall be entered into with the city of Port St. Lucie and St. Lucie County. Now, part of staff's presentation showed that analysis and that there were almost 41,000 trips. Like I said, that is an absolute worst case, maximum build out, same use across the entire 245 acres. It's not going to happen. But that's the type of analysis that's required for land use amendments. Okay? But when we come back multiple times, as staff showed you, for the rezone, the PNRD, the preliminary. We're going to be before you with specific users, identifying specific impacts, identifying specific improvements. Next slide, please. Our team has been in constant contact with PSL. We've been coordinating with them for the better part of the 2 years that this application has been in the process. We even met with them before filing. We've coordinated endlessly with their third-party traffic consultant, Kittleson, whether it be via email, phone calls, Zoom meetings. We've corresponded constantly with Jesus, Teresa, Lamar Sarno, as well as some of their other staff, Cole, Cockwan with Kittleton, Mary in the planning department. We're constantly in discussion and working with them. We shared with them the ordinance and the proposed language in the sub-area policy that requires us to enter into the developer agreement with the city at PNRD. Both the city and the county are protected and have assurances that the traffic impacts will be mitigated and specific performance shall occur at the time of PNRD. Next slide, please. So since our last meeting on November 12th, I'll fill you in on some of our efforts to address both the city's concerns and your concerns. November 14th, I emailed the city to request the developers agreement. They responded by stating that I must address the city's traffic comments before they will provide an agreement. Our traffic engineer has been diligently working, revising the traffic analysis, and as far as I know, to date has addressed the outstanding comments. Because on November 26th, I was contacted by Mary Savage Dunham requesting to meet the very next day, which was November 27th, being the day before Thanksgiving. So we met the day before Thanksgiving, and I was provided a developer's agreement. Obviously, being the day before Thanksgiving, we reached out to our attorney, all attorneys, and everybody was already eating turkey, I guess. So we were able to contact them yesterday, had a lengthy discussion, and our legal expert advised us that the agreement's extremely one-sided. PSL retains the right to object and challenge our application. Even if you enter into this agreement, they can still object and challenge. So I don't know about that. That doesn't really work for us. The agreement gives PSL jurisdictional control on the property in perpetuity. It also allows them to seek additional mitigation in the future, which is very open-ended. Our legal counsel advised us not to sign the agreement and that our sub-area policies satisfy the requirements to enter into a developer's agreement at the time of PNRD. This is more specifically spelled out in the sub-area policies. Next slide, please. We've worked with the EDC. You can see here, this is a letter. Worked with Pete Tash and Wes McCurry. They've been great. Very thankful for their efforts in St. Lucie County and them helping us work through this process, sharing ideas, type of users that we could bring out here that would not have a negative impact on our community, that could bring tax base, bring jobs to our community. Pete Tash, Wes, they're great. Look forward to working forward on this project with them as well. Next slide, please. So the applicant has demonstrated compliance with the state statutes and county requirements pertaining to comprehensive plan amendments. This application has been deemed in compliance and has satisfied all of the specific criteria pertaining to the future land use map amendment. Kimley Horn being the St. Lucie County third-party reviewer. They have no further comments. FDOT, no further comments. TPO, no further comments. We've addressed the City of PSL's concern regarding their comments pertaining to the TIA, and we are committed to entering into a developer's agreement at the time of PNRD, rezone site plan approval, with specific performance base on the traffic impacts at the time, per the sub-area policy included as part of this approval. County staff has determined the application complies and recommends the adoption of the future land use map amendment before you this evening. We will be before you for approval of the PNRD, where we will get into greater detail of setbacks, architecturals, buffers, deeper dive into the uses. Again, this is the first level of entitlement. This is land use. We're going to be before you again. We could build more protections and look forward to doing that. That's the conclusion of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this point in time.
Thanks. Thanks, Mike. I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions for Mr. McCarty?
Oh, man.
Quiet board. All right. Well, if the board doesn't have any questions, then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I will open it up to public comment. Just again, as a reminder, when you come up, make sure to state your first and last name, try to speak clearly into the microphone, and then also provide us with your address. If I could also, something I failed to do, I want to also acknowledge we have the mayor of Port St. Lucie, Mayor Martin, with us this evening, Vice Mayor Jillian Carabello, and also Councilwoman Stephanie Morgan. Actually, ladies, if you want to open up public comment.
Good evening, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. So I would like to fill in some holes and some inconsistencies that were stated by the applicant. I think you all received the email that I sent you today and the letter that I sent yesterday representing the city's position and comments that have been made that are inconsistent or untruthful. So I learned today that we were not going to come to a developer agreement at this point. And despite all of the phone calls, the meetings, and everything that our staff has had with Mr. McCarty over the last year, up to including last week. He has represented that after the meeting on the 12th, that the first communication with the city regarding a developer agreement was on the 26th. And that is untrue. On 11/14, Mr. McCarty's engineer emailed the city and asked to meet with regard to the traffic issues and to get to a point where we can discuss the developer agreement. On that same day, Mr. McCarty emailed me and the rest of the city council members, not our staff, asking us specifically for a developer agreement. Mr. McCarty knows that the city council doesn't give out development agreements. That is the job of staff to discuss all this and continue working with our P&Z department. So I sent you the email that he sent to me, and I sent you the email that I sent back to him questioning as to why he would do that. To me, it seemed like a stall tactic. So on 11/15, the city met with Mr. McCarty's engineer on the traffic issues, our planning and zoning director, our public works department, and our city engineering consultant from Kittleson to discuss everything and making sure that the correct traffic methodology was followed as per what was approved by our St. Lucie County Transportation Planning Organization. It was at that time where further information needed to come forward with regard to the traffic study. And on 11/22, which was Friday, a revised report was sent over to the city from Mr. McCarty's engineer. We wanted to make sure that we were doing everything we can, knowing that this meeting was coming up, to provide opportunity to continue meeting with Mr. McCarty. And our staff offered to meet and have phone calls over the weekend and to block out time on Monday and today if necessary in order to get us to that point. Obviously, we know that did not happen. And there are still deficiencies relating to 52 roads, most importantly, Crosstown Parkway, with regard to the traffic study. And so, again, to say that 2-week time span went by without any communication is very disingenuous, and it's frankly disappointing. Mr. McCarty claims that the proposed developer agreement is one-sided, and I'm not sure I understand that, considering the fact that it is his request for the future land use change that will create the impacts as indicated in the traffic analysis he was required to provide, which is part of the county's planning and zoning review process. And it clearly demonstrates those significant impacts to several city and county roads, which is outlined in the report that I sent to you yesterday. Shouldn't the developer be obligated to address these issues when asking for entitlements on the front end from the county, especially when every agency who reviewed the proposed application noted several infrastructure deficiencies? The entitlements from the county are what he gets in return for development. And it's our responsibility, working in partnership for the benefit of our shared constituency, to make sure that the developer is held accountable for those impacts to the infrastructure. Mr. McCarty also stated that the agreement gives the city jurisdiction. This is not true. And I even asked our city attorney if it was true, and she indicated it was not. The city has no jurisdiction because the development is not within city boundaries. I've attached the signed developer agreement that Palermo Estates entered into with the city, and it's very, very similar to the one that was sent to Mr. McCarty. So the question remains is that if Neal Farms can come to the table, if Oak Ridge Ranches can come to the table, if Palermo Estates can come to the table, all within a 2-week time period of us saying that there's an issue, and all these agencies have said that there was issues with certain things, especially this project, why can't he come to the table? There's really no reason. I appreciate the sub-area policies, but once you give the entitlements and you wait till you get to the rezoning, you lose some control and power. And I find it quite interesting that Mr. McCarty continues to use the threat of annexation as a mechanism to get what he wants. At your last meeting, he stood at the podium and stated if he didn't get this approval, he was going to go to the city, come to us and annex the property. Well, we were very stunned by this assumption because there has been no application for a voluntary annexation, no discussion regarding annexation into the city boundaries for Rainbow Groves by the city council. That has never happened. No one can annex any property into the city without approval of the city council. Fast forward to today, and Mr. McCarty has now stated that the city is trying to invoke control over the property and forced annexation. That is also false and upsetting that that comment would be made. City staff and I have publicly stated on several occasions that our goal is to work together to mitigate impacts so our residents don't have to pay for the impacts in the future. And in addition, it is widely documented that every agency, again, has reviewed these and said that there are significant concerns. So, coordination, there's conversation, not true coordination. And I'd like to sort out the issue of how voluntary annexation would be a threat to the county. County receives all impact fees, all taxes on every property within its boundary. And in short, since the city is part of St. Lucie County, the county receives all the revenue it's entitled to regardless. So how is that a threat? We are not in competition with each other. The pitting of city versus county is not happening between the city and the county. It is happening because Mr. McCarty is trying to make it so. And it's, again, very disappointing. So, again, all of these developers have come to the table in the true spirit of cooperation and partnership, and we truly appreciate that. And so, again, we all represent the same constituents. and it's our responsibility to make sure that the citizens are protected. And why it's so much more important is because I have lived through, and members of the city council have to live through today and deal with all of the development of regional impacts and all the entitlements that have been given 20 years ago that we can't say no to. I wish there was a mechanism in place where we can say, let's take a pause. We're growing rapidly, unanticipated. We can't do that. So this is the opportunity when you're giving out entitlements and changing your comp plan and giving a land use, this is the time where you have that full control to say, hey, if you want to be here, you need to partner and do what's right for the entire county. And that's not what's happening. Waiting till later on, we haven't seen a good faith effort so far. A good faith effort would have been coming to the table and signing that agreement by which only asked for, not specifics, only asked for, if you do it now, we have assurances going forward that there's a good faith effort later on. We don't have that, unfortunately, and again, it's really upsetting. So as a result, as your city partners, we are asking that since that developer agreement has not been reached, I'm sorry, my mouth is dry from being on some medication. As a result of that, we ask that you deny this approval until such time as Mr. McCarty can enter into an agreement with the city, or wait until he actually has an end user to bring forth the comp plan amendment and the rezoning at the same time. This will ensure that we all know what's going to be developed and what's going to happen and how it's truly going to affect all of our residents. And the traffic study that you guys are utilizing to vote on tonight is not accurate because it's been revised twice. And it was sent to the county on the 22nd, not by Mr. McCarty, but by our planning and zoning director. So even going into it from a standpoint at that level, next level of PNRD, you have one that you voted on tonight with that you're utilizing as evidence and facts, and we have another one that's already been revised, which is the one that I sent you. And correct me if I'm wrong to my assistant city attorney, but the statutes say that you're supposed to be utilizing the most recent and the approved methodology. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Mary Savage Dunham, representing the City of Port St. Lucie. I'm also a county resident. I won't go through verbatim. Many of my comments mirror Madam Mayor's. I will just say for the record, and I will provide a copy of the detailed comments, city staff did turn on a dime and work very diligently to be responsive since your last meeting to try to do as you asked of all of us to come to a development agreement. So I will tell you that also we were asked to meet. We met in less than 24 hours. When we met on the 15th, we all discussed the need to move quickly. And so the applicant's engineer said he would get us the revised traffic data early the following week. We met at noon on Friday or 11 a.m. on Friday the 15th. We got that traffic data a week later on the Friday morning. It takes our guy 2 days to review it. We got our comments back Monday morning. Staff met, determined what needed to be in the development agreement. I called Mr. McCarty and said, let's meet on Wednesday. Meanwhile, our legal team spent all of Tuesday drafting it so that I would have it by the time we met. And so the development agreement that Mr. McCarty was provided mirrors the language and the Palermo and Neal Farms agreement. So for us, The other developers agreed to these remedies in similar terms. For us not to require from Mr. McCarty the same thing would be treating him differently than our other development partners, and we work very hard to work with all of our development partners consistently. The developer's proceeding with a comp plan amendment based on a traffic methodology the city does not agree with. We did receive a revised TIA November 22nd. I don't think I sent it to the county November 22nd, one clarification. But it does show 52 deficient city and county roadway segments in the 5-year period. Significant potential impacts to Crosstown, including possibly needing 8 lanes. There's not even enough right-of-way to potentially do that. So the 11/22/24 TIA constitutes the most recent data and analysis directed to the proposed plan amendment. Florida law requires that all plan amendments shall be based upon relevant and appropriate data and analysis. Section 163.3177, 1 sub F Florida statutes. I would submit that there's a more recent and detailed traffic analysis that you would be basing your vote tonight on than what Kimberly Horn signed off on several weeks ago. So just to reiterate, we have different TIAs. The one that we have uses the proper methodology for the long-range horizon, but I would tell you that even the one we object to and the one we have now that we're a little bit happier with, both show in excess of 50 roadway segments that are deficient. And we have no assurance of who's going to have to pay for those, or will they be done by the time the project comes online. There's a great deal of uncertainty with the application, a great deal of uncertainty if the infrastructure will be in place when it needs it, uncertainty who will be forced to pay for the improvements. So respectfully, failure to require firm commitments for mitigation of transportation improvements prior to approval of the project might result in approval of a project for which the impacts on all local governments have not been quantified. This is a concern because providing mitigation to impacts on all local governments impacted is needed either through commitment by the applicant or agreement with the government. Neither have occurred. See your intergovernmental coordination element of the county comprehensive plan and section 5 of the county land development code, both of which ask for that. So I will just close by saying that at the city, we prefer to have the future land use and the PUD or the rezoning come forward together. You have the broadest legislative discretion at the future land use action. Granting entitlements now and waiting to negotiate later is a weaker position, in our opinion. We rarely process FLUMAs without a concurrent PUD that enables us to ensure appropriate conditions are negotiated prior to entitlement. It's also better for the developer because they don't have to design or do an analysis for the most intensive use. They actually know what they're doing, and so they don't have to show, this kind of worst case scenario. They say, this is what we're doing, and we say, okay, well, this is what we need. This is how it's going to work. It's not like this open door land use change entitlement, and that's kind of what's on the floor in front of us, which gives us pause. I have, for the record, a copy of my comments. I also have a copy of our November 24th peer review of the TIA, and I have the TIA that the applicant gave us, that the applicant told us he gave you, but I checked with your planning department. Last time I checked with them, they didn't have it, so I sent it over to them. But I'm not convinced that that's what is being relied on tonight. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for being here.
Madam Chair of the Board, thank you for the time to express my concerns of the more than 5,500, as was mentioned, PJ Village that I represent as the President of the Board of Directors.
Dr. Summers, I'm sorry. I know who you are, but could you say your first and last name and address for the record? I'm sorry.
Dr. Ivan Summers, President of the Mass Board. I feel so at home here.
I know,
it seems
right?
Like, okay. I would like to break one thing. There was a mistake or an error on the part of Mr. McCarty. He called me a fearmonger. Well, The last time I was called a fearmonger was when I was flying B-52s in combat area over the Middle East. I read in the paper, when you do carpet bombing, you're considered a fearmonger. I'm not doing any carpet bombing, but it brought a good memory back from a long time ago. The second issue was he expressed we didn't allow him to talk at a town hall. The town hall meeting was specific for one reason, to bring the new chair in to meet with PGA Village residents, and I had a whole long list of issues that were pertinent to PGA Village. The first one was pertinent to PGA Village, and it continued and continued. And that's why I told him he was not invited to speak. And we had, by the way, 70 people in the audience. We had almost 400 on Zoom. And a lot of people at that 6 o'clock, they prefer to do that than to listen to us speak. Anyhow, since this application was first introduced some time ago, PGA Village has stood with the residents of Verano, Italia, and many other residential developments west of Commerce Center Drive and Village Parkway through tradition, in opposition to changing the future land use amendment, map amendment for Rainbow Groves to mixed development. That's a group of so we're not looking out just for PGA. I'm not looking out just for PGA. This is part of a whole alliance that we have for the different ones. Most of them are not organized HOAs or POAs, so they don't have a representative like me that they can shoot targets at or something like that. But the bottom line up front is PGA Village and all of the residents of these developments have not changed their strong opposition to this application. Recent statements from the city of Port St. Lucie support this opposition as well. In fact, the concerns have grown stronger as we proceed down the road through the various hearings and all of the comments. Several red flags of concern are safety, lack of development information, series of rejections from state agencies, an apparent lack of coordinated infrastructure. As we've heard, development and production time, multiple types of pollution, and utility mediation plans. I'm going to look at three of them. Number one, safety. My personal number one focus as board president is safety for the residents. The safety of all residents of the areas west of I-95 are concerns of PGA Village as well. We all live in that area. This stuff doesn't just go on PGA Village or the other ones. With any type of heavy or light manufacturing comes increased levels of commercial and automobile traffic. Commercial traffic is a two-way process. We've even addressed it tonight. Materials come in, finished products go out, back and forth. My concern there is the up-tempo of that train. As more manufacturing comes in, more trains going back and forth, more closures of Range Line, more closures of Commerce Center Drive, more closures to the entrance to PGA Village. Note that the Federal Railroad Administration reports the annual rate of train derailments between 1,100 and 1,400 a year. Imagine, if you will, a derailment. Not all of them are happening outside, most of them are within the guidelines of the areas of the train yards. Strategic Goal 5 states that health and safety ensures that we, the county, provide a healthy, safe, and secure county through education, prevention, and readiness and professional response. I'm running out of time. The second one is insufficient data. And the third one is apparent lack of supporting infrastructure, the whole long list. Only a negative vote by you, the commissioners, can stop this development, which would have major adverse impacts on the residents west of I-95. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to speak on this item for Rainbow Groves?
I'm Mark Sabad, I live at PJ Verano. Spoke the last meeting. I just want to reiterate a few points. One of the things about comprehensive planning, and I made this point at the last meeting, is it changes over time. Okay, and when I look at the staff's presentation, that you've got, industry here up to these developments, that's concerning to me, because that's showing me that something isn't happening within the function here that looks at how comprehensive planning's done, or if the methodology is still correct today. And I don't think you can justify that it is when at some point in the past you've improved a chlorine plant out by where we live. Now, the thing is at that time there was probably nothing out there, and you thought that was probably a good idea and not a problem. But just up in Georgia, within the last year, biolabs had a chemical reaction where a sprinkler system went off, mixed with chemicals, and caused a chlorine plume that was close to residential communities that caused evacuations. And I think when you have a situation like you have with Mr. McCarty, where he doesn't even have any idea or won't reveal what type of businesses he's going to put in this development, you're asking for trouble. Even if he's going to come back to you at a later time. The mayor made a great point, because at that point, how are you going to stop him? You've given him the permission, he's going to fight you the same way. And we're going to have these hearings all over again. So I think, when you look at it, it just doesn't make sense today to have this type of planning. It's to have, as I said the last time, every time you put a new business of heavy industry in there, you are exponentially raising the probability of an accident. And I was at that PGA town hall, and there was a doctor that spoke, and I wrote to you about this, Jamie. And I think he was being ignored, because what that doctor said, and was very true, that those industries are going to pollute air, they're going to, pollute water. And the fact is that people that live around those communities experience a higher incidence of cancer, COPD, and other diseases. And that wasn't just, some guy that speaking off the hat. That was a physician that's dealt with this his whole life. So I think you've really got to consider the part of this, your responsibility here in the state code that says that, yeah, you've got responsibility to the landowner, but you've got more responsibility to the residents as far as our welfare. Thank you.
Good evening.
A much shorter good evening. Ria Muriello, Apple Blossom Trail in Vitalia. And I just wanted to, I wrote notes, but a lot of what I said at the beginning is what Mark talked about in terms of providing more documentation. I think, the way that I'm looking at it, and I've had experience in previous things similar in New York, I just don't understand how you can get permission for this kind of a zoning change without supporting documentation and environmental studies. I understand that the process is you give the permission, and then afterward they give the specifics, but the horse is already out of the barn. You're already fighting back. I think what Shannon had said about making sure that everything is in place before, you're aware of exactly what they're building, what they want to build. Guaranteed they have some idea. They might not be telling you, but I'll guarantee that there's an idea that they know these people and what they're going to do on the property. And I think that's important for us to make sure that we know before we give permission for them to be doing this. And I don't think it's out of hand to say, you know what, we need a more definitive traffic study, not just something, for a specific, if you're having a specific industry, there's going to be specific traffic. And I'm sure that that's not covered. I don't know for a fact, but I know it's true. It cannot be covered in that traffic report that you have now. So I think asking for additional information is important. I think that they should have site plans submitted before granting approvals. If they're really serious about protecting the communities, then making a financial investment in this kind of documentation and validation for approval, et cetera, is not out of hand. I think they shouldn't be doing it after the fact. That should be what part of their approval process. Because we don't know what we're approving at all. We don't know what it's going to do. From what I understand, there railroad tracks, there's going to be building on roads. There's a lot of impact for the community. Asking approval of his neighbors who are industrial already. There's going to be building of homes around there. We already know that those are approved. Those people should have a say in what they're doing. I mean, it was nice and well and good to put up a plan of industry and people living there, but a lot of times those people moved in after they saw that industry. It wasn't necessarily, I don't know for a fact, but I'm sure that some of it was not built after they moved in, it was before. You know, some of the industrial areas are basically stores. You know, it might be labeled light industrial and you're thinking about industry, but it's a beauty parlor, it's a cat's, you know, there's a lot of other things that you're looking at that are not detrimental to my way of life and not going to cause these kind of traffic patterns. I understand at the beginning there was some thought of using the Tropicana site, which is already on a major road. It has the infrastructure of the railroads. It's right off of 95. If they're truly looking, if their tenants are looking for something, that kind of a property is much more appropriate than in the middle of a residential area. And I don't have to tell you how much Port St. Lucie has grown. I've been here 5 years, and it's frightening. It's lovely, but really frightening. Bottom line is just, if you're going to permit this premature zoning change, saying no to any kind of future conditional ask is not going to happen. It's just going to be added on. It's going to add insult to industry. Injury is the word I was using. It's insult to injury, and just hurt us in the long run. So, you know, I've been involved. I mean, when Mattamy wanted to build and got a zoning change for almost apartment buildings, I spoke at that also. I just think a lot of these environmental changes without built-in infrastructure like roads, stores, shopping, which we don't have enough for all of these new people coming in, is just going to hurt too many people. So that's my say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for being here. All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak under public comment for this item? Good evening.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Lynn Marzo, and I'm actually am a resident of, I moved to Port St. Lucie in 1983, and my husband and I moved to PGA Village in 1996. It was actually the reserve. I'm up here to address you a little differently. I'm asking you for common sense. Our county and city has grown tremendously. It's out of control. PGA Village is a beautiful community. So is Vitalia, so is Verano, so is Copper Creek. We also now have Wilder out there. There's too much out there. And that Rangeline Road, have any of you driven down it lately? Have any of you driven through St. Lucie West? You cannot go anywhere. Not to mention the animals. I mean, where, like, all the Mr. McCarty, I don't even know if he's still here. I love going out to McCarty Ranch because there's nothing left anymore. And I'm honestly scared for our county to have a development like this to come in. And it said there's like 7,000 homes, and how many more people are going to be traveling our roads? It's like, please don't make us into Broward County. We're already there, almost there, or surpassing it. So please, I ask for some common sense and to really think about how this is going to impact not only communities that are already there, but the future of our county. There's nothing left anymore. You know, the Treasure Coast is beautiful. Keep it that way. I didn't have anything prepared, but I'm truly speaking from my heart. I'm a resident that loves this community, and I truly hope that the people that are sitting here now, looking out on residents, don't just look at us as we live in a gated community. We live in St. Lucie County, and I cherish this county. And I remember this county probably before a lot of other people were here. I remember when Becker Road was a dirt road into Martin County. I remember when there was no St. Lucie West. It ended, Bayshore and Prima Vista. I remember when Gatlin Boulevard was nothing there. There was no tradition, so please just think of it that way. I know this is not as prepared as everybody else's, but I'm speaking from the heart, and I truly hope you consider this. I hope you consider slowing down the growth in St. Lucie County and the city of Port St. Lucie. Thank you.
Thank you, and you did great. Speaking from the heart is always the best way. Anyone else before I close public comment? Now's your time. Don't be scared. We have to be up here under the spotlight too. Trust me, if I can do it, you can do it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close. Ooh. Public comment? Yes? Okay, come on up.
I'm Michelle Huck from Vitalia, and until a few weeks ago, I wasn't aware of what was happening. I, too, did not come prepared to say anything, but when I read or heard Mr. McCarty say that citrus is no longer, I guess, viable for him, as tradition has moved west, I thought, that's the problem. Tradition has moved west, and it's time to stop our westward movement. Years ago, developers, property owners had land, holding on to it to develop at this whenever point in time. That time came for them, and it has been developed, and we are becoming crowded. Tonight, on our way here, we couldn't even get onto Crosstown. It was so backed up. And when Tradition, with our developer in Tradition, wanted to build the 5-story condos or apartments, so wait a minute, your limit's supposed to be 4. Let's stick to the 4. So they were held to their 4 stories. But by the time they put on their AC, et cetera, it climbed up a little bit higher. But I think as a community, as our elected representatives, we need to pay attention to where we are going as a county and as a community, and keep the community tradition. When we moved here, it was beautiful. I thought, oh, what a really, really pretty area. But then Crosstown expanded, and that went. So where is our beauty going to go? Are we going to lose everything that Tradition, St. Lucie County, and the city have meant to be? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
I wasn't going to speak, and for those that were nervous, I'm nervous right now because I wasn't going to speak. So thank you so much to the County Commission. Thank you so much to our staff and our city staff as well, working together. And and I do want to thank Mike McCarty. I was very hopeful from that meeting that we had that we would see an agreement come forward. And it is difficult because he did talk about the history of the McCarty family, and they have a significant history in our community. But let me preface that by saying that history and years in a community does not give you an entitlement to do anything and everything you want. And so, and it's hard because even the McCarty home is our historical society. So I am very proud of the history, but I've lived in this community for over 30 years. And if I came to you and I said, I've lived here for over 30 years, I've lived in my house for over 30 years, therefore, I'm entitled to make my house a skyscraper. You would say I am not. And why is that? Because I live in a residential community, and you have to take all of that into account. And so it is his property. It's ag right now. He is not entitled, nor anybody is entitled, to just blanketly come in and flip their property just so they choose to. He's putting in an application for consideration. I am not here to tell you, the county commission, what to do and what not to do. I sit on the other side of the table at the city. I know how hard those decisions are. I don't like having to make it. Sometimes it's very difficult, and at the end of the day, you're going to disappoint somebody. You're either going to disappoint Mr. McCarty, disappoint the city, or disappoint the residents. No one's happy at the end of the day, let's be honest. The only thing to me that stands true in these times where we have difficult conversations is data. Data-driven discussions, data-driven analysis to ensure that when we make these decisions as elected officials, that we're making them with clear heads and as little as motion as possible. And I was stated by the mayor, I'm not going to go into detail, but the data is not driven in this particular discussion. Unfortunately, there's been challenges with the data. There's been continued challenges with the traffic study. We all have our own opinion. I would like us to continue to see if we could work on an agreement. Again, I had a good faith conversation with him in that discussion. And honestly, it was a good conversation. I had confidence we're going to walk away from the table with that agreement. I don't understand. While Palermo, I'm not going to call someone out. There's someone in this room that represents Palermo, who I worked with in the past. Very grateful that they came forward with an agreement. Very grateful that Neal Farms came forward with an agreement. But let's remember, it's harder to ask for something when you want more. It's easier to ask to give something back. So what I mean by that is, you have to get, when you have the highest use that's being presented in front of you, you better make sure, this is just from my experience of dealing with developers in the small time and my small time at the city, which is really nothing when you look at the big scope of these agreements. If you don't ask for it all up front, you're going to have to hope and pray that you can fight your way to get what you need when the time comes. That's why I've always now, as an elected official for the city, has decided that from now on, and from my experience, I will negotiate from a process of, I get everything that is supposed to be in that particular use, and then if you provide me less of a use, by law, I can't force you to build a road that is not needed. That's not going to have the traffic count. I prefer to put the position of the city as far as the priority, making sure that it's being taken care of. And I know each and every one of you on this board, and I know each and every one of you, that has been your vision, your policy, not just to protect the city of Port St. Lucie, but to the county. And so in your deliberations this evening, I really hope that you consider that. Put the county in the best position possible. Listen, if Mike wants to do something with this property, let's make it happen in a way that is going to be good for the community, but is going to actually deal with the impacts. And so I'm hopeful that during these considerations that if you decide to continue to postpone to allow us to have the opportunity to work this out with him, that we can come to a developer agreement. Because I do want to see a good faith moving forward with working with him and his family and helping our community have the best possible uses for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right, seeing no movement, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and come back to my board.
Do you want to allow the applicant to come back and respond to any of the questions or concerns?
That's Ms. McCarty.
You better have some thick skin around here. Again, we're at land use stage. We've complied with all of the data and studies required by comprehensive plan amendments. We have substantially demonstrated that through staff, with staff, numerous reviews. I do have my traffic engineer here. He'd be happy to speak on and give some context as to what occurred from a traffic perspective over the last 3 weeks if you so desire. I hear everybody's concerns, and I can understand people's perspectives are fearful of the unknown. People are fearful of the unknown, and I understand that and I respect that. And that's why we've identified specifically uses and limitations, restrictions, and protections in the sub-area policy. And this is very unique because this is an MXD land use amendment, okay? Traditional land use amendments, you don't have all these protections. So we have come forward with those protections, okay? We can address all of these comments that you've heard during public comment, both the city and the residents, when I come back with a PUD in front of you with a user. We'll address all concurrency, all improvements, and all of those issues. Right now, this is the land use stage. I thank everybody for their comment, and I look forward to working with all of you on the next application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Fowler,
Commissioner Klasman.
I have a couple questions for our county staff. I just want to go ahead and say I did meet with PSL Mayor Shannon Martin and city staff on November 26th down at City Hall, and I was presented with a traffic study, I believe dated November 24th, so I did get to see that and I did review it. Now that traffic study showed 52 roadways becoming deficient based off of a traffic report at the future land use stage. I'm to understand that that's because at this stage it's the maximum use. So it shows approximately 40,000 plus or minus trips per day. And my question to staff is, are there potential uses that the applicant could come in at PNRD that would have less than 40,000 trips per day?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Commissioner Klasby, good evening. Corey Benton, Planning Manager for the record. As you stated, Commissioner, the assumptions presented in the traffic report look at an absolute maximum build-out potential for 40,000 trips. That assumes over 3 million square feet devoted to heavy industrial, over 1 million square feet devoted to light industrial, and over 400,000 square feet devoted to commercial. Absolutely. A proposal for rezoning for a planned non-residential development and site plan are very likely to present uses, scale, and intensity that wouldn't amount to 40,000 trips. However, the analysis required of this type of application is what's the worst case scenario, how does it affect roadways, so we can begin to understand and strategize as to what would be needed should an application for a PNRD of that scale warrant such an impact. I'll use a local example because it's often come up in planning discussions. Happens to be within the city of Fort Pierce, but there's a piece of property south of Graham Road, west of Jenkins Road, Jenkins being a county roadway, that the city of Fort Pierce changed the land use from residential that allowed roughly 6 units per acre to commercial, a commercial land use. And that traffic analysis based upon those same assumptions looked at the potential for 1.9 million square feet of commercial space. That would have caused Jenkins Road to become a 6-lane, maybe even an 8-lane road. But the probability of a mini mall, the Mall of America being developed there, was very, very unlikely. What we have the outcome of development is a Camping World, which opens up at 9 a.m., closes at 6 p.m. Totally different comparison, apples to oranges, but that's an example where the land use traffic impact analysis showed absolute worst case scenario of 1.9 million square feet. What's built on the ground is probably 90,000 square feet, a lot of parking area devoted to campers and RVs and storm water, but that's where we are looking at those worst case scenarios. In many, many instances, almost all instances, the rezoning, the site plans follow with a much modest impact. To build upon that and to hopefully comment on some of the discussion about methodology and which methodology was used by the applicant, what's the timetable, what does the transportation planning organization require, I'll provide a brief context. The Land Development Code, as it's currently adopted, which was modified in April of this year, 2024, applies and adopts the TPO's standard methodology for applications for site plan, not for a future land use map amendment. We have standards of analysis for future land use map amendments in our comprehensive plan. Our staff, our third-party consultant, we evaluated the traffic impact reports consistent with those standards in our comprehensive plan. We considered that maximum intensity and potential impacts. One caveat, should the Board of County Commissioners look at those lofty numbers, the 40,000 average daily trips and the potential failures to roadways in South Central County, one consideration and request of the applicant could be to consider floor area ratios to be merged to the future land use map amendment. We do have an MXD district in our county that's adjacent to Midway Road and Post Office Road. It's immediately north of Favorite Road, west of Selvitz. It's known as the Cassins Mixed Use Activity Area. When the Board of County Commissioners was evaluating that land use map amendment in approximately 2006, traffic was a consideration. We know the condition of Midway Road. We know the progression of widening it from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. They wanted to be able to support light to medium to heavy industrial activities there, but they didn't want the scale or the intensity of the traffic to break that corridor or cause adverse impacts to residents and folks, travelers that rely upon that corridor. So there was a calculated analysis putting a threshold of how much industrial could be developed there to not exceed a particular level of traffic. And so that's a mechanism that this body has to consider with a legislative action to tie the ultimate impacts of a potential rezoning and that site plan in the future for the plus or minus 245 acres up for consideration.
Madam Chair, I have a couple more questions.
Absolutely, go for it.
So you're saying that, but what you're saying that our future knowing of what's actually going to happen would happen not at this stage, but at the next step of the process, correct?
That is correct. And strict adherence to the TPO's methodology is prescribed in our code and linked to the sub-area policies of this amendment.
So what would the advantage be for the city having a developer agreement at future land use? Would Mr. McCarty be required to improve all 52 of those roadways, even if he's not impacting them in the zoning?
Commissioner Clasby, I think it's difficult for county staff to weigh in on what ingredients or potential content would be in a developer's agreement with the city and what commitments are appropriate to the city jurisdiction. Our sub-area policies, as presented to you this evening, provide a commitment for continued coordination with the city. Should this amendment be adopted and subsequent applications propose non-residential development, that they would be included in the analysis review, that would have particular standards, and that a developer's agreement or considerations of traffic impacts would be on the forefront of any proposals. Because as we know in this region, we have impacts to county roadways and impacts to city roadways. And that is a two-way road right now for residential development or mixed-use development in the city of Port St. Lucie. And so it's important for our residents, important for our policymakers to have collaboration and succinct coordination for roadways and infrastructure in this area. And staff's perspective, the sub-area policies presented to you this evening provide that commitment. Okay. And we have the review process for rezoning and site plan that would take that to the next level.
All right, thank you. Chair Fowler, I just wanted to make it clear, I was not here on the board for the transmittal hearing. However, I have watched the planning and zoning meeting for this hearing, the transmittal several times. I've listened to the public comments. Specifically tonight, I heard several people say things that I mentioned during my campaign, that, we can't let our county overdevelop. That seems to be what I've heard a couple people say. Now, what I didn't hear was really any clear objection to industrial as a use. I believe that, we have grown a ton, but what we have not grown is our industry. I'm 35 years old. I'm fortunate enough to be a county commissioner. Prior to this, I was a school teacher. We need more jobs in this area. and we have to have a balanced approach with our growth. We can't just grow residential, we have to grow industry as well. And the FEC corridor with the train is a very valuable commodity. I don't want to see another 1,000 homes put on this site. Unfortunately, I wasn't here for the last meeting where the properties adjacent to this were approved. I may have had different comments on that than the board. We'll never know. But I just wanted to make it clear that I've heard the residents, and I'm very well aware of what's going on here this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Clasby. Open up to my board.
You want to say anything? Go ahead. Well, I wrote a book, so we're going to be here for a while. I want to first start by commending Councilmember Carbella. What you said is true. I mean, and in fairness to our new commissioners and the new people that are here tonight and the new people watching at home, this is a difficult thing to do because our heart wants to be with you. All 5 of us sitting up here. We want to do the right thing by you. But at the end of the day, we have to do legally what's right. And we have to make sure that whatever decision we make, that our attorney can defend should we be sued. And so I have a couple questions for staff before I go any further. I don't know who wants to answer this. It's fine, whoever wants to. But in our current comp plan, isn't Rangeline Road and Glades already designated a freight corridor?
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Townsend, if I could please clarify, the freight network designation is actually in an exhibit within our transportation planning organization's long-range transportation plan. It's in our right-of-way protection map for future widening for 4 lanes, but it's that exhibit that we've referenced in our presentation, our staff report, is actually within the TPO, or the Transportation Planning Organization's long-range plan.
Okay, and then also, Irene, you were going back and forth with some of the language about waste. I think basically some language that could be put in there, because I think the main concern from residents would be biosolids. So I think biosolids is a word that could be put in there as prohibited to assure to them that it's not going to be that, versus just using the word waste, because I know you were kind of feeling out for a word to better explain the waste definition. And I want to commend y'all too, because staff has done a really good job with the concerns the residents have brought in over the last couple of meetings, and you've met those and you've changed a lot of the definitions. So that's just a comment. You can do what you need to do. I have so many notes here. I want to ask, is it at this phase, just so that it's clear, because there's been so much conversation, at this phase from the land use to where we are tonight with the zoning, is it proper protocol that the applicant coming in normally would have already entered into a developer's agreement with the city, if that's needed, and a traffic analysis already been done at this phase?
Madam Chair Fowler, Commissioner Townsend, the occurrence of entering into a developer's agreement with the adjacent municipality is a new occurrence that I'm aware of with the Neal Farms and Palermo Estates future land use map amendments that were approved in November. That was a component. What I will acknowledge, prior to that, I'm not aware of any at the future land use map amendment stage. Historically, prior to 2011, the state of Florida had developments of regional impact, which was a very strategic and arguably cumbersome process that required substantial coordination directly with all the jurisdictions and the regional entities that were impacted by developments of notable scale, which arguably took the position of what you may find in a developer's agreement. But to answer your question succinctly, that's a newer occurrence that I'm aware of, but it's occurred.
Okay. And was it mandatory by us that the Neal Farms and the Palermo had to enter into the development agreement in order for us to move this forward?
Commissioner Townsend, I believe it was proffered by the applicant, and staff understood that that was an appropriate measure given the probable impacts to city facilities. So it's a reasonable approach. However, there's an opportunity at the time of a planned non-residential development, or in the case of those other developments, planned unit development, when you have more detail as to the scale, the intensity, the traffic impacts directly affecting the city versus the county roadways, and the strategies to mitigate those impacts. That's when the terms and the more substantive content of the developer's agreement can be formed. For Palermo and Neal Farms, there was a direct prescription: 3 dwelling units per acre times a particular quantity of acres. One of the projects was age restricted, and so our transportation engineers have a booklet and a manual that say these are the direct impacts of a vehicular sense that would occur or originate from those developments. So it was much more defined than what we have this evening, because as we've talked about, not all industrial uses generate the same amount of traffic. Some are very passive, some are much more intense. If they're high employment based, you see more passenger vehicles. If they're moving goods, they might have more trucks. With the access to rail, there could be a lot of the trips taken off the roadway, and use of the rail could uptick. But that's where the rezoning, the preliminary site plan can vet that more significant amount of detail. And the board still has some protections through that evaluation to consider compatibility, scale, intensity, and appropriateness.
I just want to offer to our assistant, is there anything you'd like to add to anything that Corey had said?
I can simply add, see if I'm close enough. I can simply add that when I worked for the state, it was the Department of Community Affairs or the State Land Planning Agency. I reviewed comp plans for Monroe County and its cities, Collier County and its cities, the Green Lake or the Green Swamp area, which is Lake County, and all its cities, and I had Apalachicola as well. It is not typical to have a development agreement with a comp plan stage, because typically at the comp plan stage, you're looking at theoretical uses. You're not looking at specifics, you're not looking at scale and intensity and things like that. You're just looking at worst case scenarios.
Okay, thank you. So I know there was a lot of, I'm going to try to just briefly go over some of the things that I took notes on that I heard tonight. And the thing that I think we all heard clearly was the property to the north is already zoned heavy industrial, and that the 3 parcels around him that are contiguous to this land has no opposition. They are okay with that, and I have also spoke to a couple of the owners and developers of those properties, and they have stated to me that they don't have an issue with the zoning. It's 5.2 miles if you were to come out the western side of PGA, down Glades to Rangeline Road to get to this property. Most of the residents, I don't know this, but I'm assuming, probably don't come out the west gate and go south to go down Glades to go to Rangeline, because that corridor was originally set up years ago that it was to take 710 through our county to end up at Midway Road, or where it dead ends at Selvets. That was the corridor, and that's why you have Tropicana, Waste Pro, the fertilizer plant, the ready-made. That's why all of that stuff is along that corridor, because that's what it was designed to do 40 years ago. And so when I also researched and did some stuff, I also found that from PGA to Rangeline Road, there's approximately 20,000 residential homes that are going to be built between PGA and this site. So I'm trying to understand how, with that much distance between PGA and there, that it would have that much of an impact on the residents in PGA. I'm not saying that it's not going to have any, but I'm trying to get where y'all are, that it's going to really be this impact, because it's 5 miles away and there's 20,000 houses in between you. And then when the property around it is okay, and they're not even built yet, but they're gonna build their homes, and they're confident they're gonna sell them. And so I'm comfortable in the decision, that I do think that with the land use and the zoning that he's asking for is appropriate whenever you sit there and you look at the comp plan, and when you look at the legalities and the Western Groves and the tradition DRIs and everything with the 32 homes out there that's done. Also, there was Amazon, a 1 million square foot building. Nobody had an issue with that, and that's on that same corridor. You have a lot of the other right up in that industrial park there. I've not seen a great deal of an impact where they have coming east into the city. I think that they all are going to the west to pick up 95 to leave. I don't think that those trucks are going to go into the city from this. And the other thing that I know people kept bringing up was that why can't he do this now and put in the analysis? If you don't have a user and if you don't know what's going there, it's hard and it costs money. It's thousands of dollars to get an engineer to do a traffic study. And then you're not going to be able to use it because this is something you're doing ahead of time to get there. But then whenever you have somebody that wants to come and you have a user, you have to redo it again. So it's not cost effective to be able to do that traffic analysis ahead of time if you don't know what's coming. If he had a buyer and he knew what was coming, it'd be different, because then he could submit that along with this. So the other thing I want to say is we're sworn under oath for the well-being of your health and safety, and I think that all 5 of us that sit up here take that very serious. And I think also that the 5 of us that sit up here, we have your best interest. And unfortunately, there's things that you don't know that we know, and sometimes that's the most difficult thing I have to have in conversation with residents, is I wish I could tell you all that I know. But due to companies that want to come here, and if it was to be known about that company wanting to come here and their other plant where they would be, employees found out about it, they would go into panic mode. They would think the company was going to be leaving, and then it could cost them to shut down that company. And then if they don't even make the transaction and come here, now they've lost not only the expansion, but they've lost the company that they have because of the fear of the residents and the things that they would see here at a setting like this tonight. And then the employees are going to leave. And so I know Pete was here from EDC. I don't know if he's still here, but a lot of times when companies come here, they go to EDC and they come in and they present to us with a code name. Amazon did that. Cheney Brothers did that. They did not want to disclose because they did not want their employees to be fearful that they were going to lose their jobs in the other distribution centers where they were. So this is a common practice to come in and to have applications and to not have the know of what's going to go there. So I'm just, I'm just going to say to the board, I'm going to be voting in favor of this tonight simply because with the industrial that's to the north, the contiguous property that abuts up to it is in favor of it. Knowing the past, I've had multiple conversations with some of the past commissioners, Commissioner Culpepper, and when she has shared with me the vision of what that corridor was originally to be back in the days when she was here, that's what it is, and that's what it's becoming. So I feel that it meets the code, it meets the law, it levels up. It's our standard protocol of how we do things. You come in for this process, and then after this, then all the other things come in whenever he comes in for the PNRD. And when the PNRD comes in, he will have a use, he'll know what he needs, he'll be able to do a true traffic analysis. And then that's when everything really can get down and we can really be actually very aggressive with what we're going to request from him. And I can tell you, all of us that are sitting up here, I'm speaking for myself, but there's no developer it comes to me that ever gets something approved without giving up something. I mean, Oak Ridge Ranches was an ask for $14 million to pay Blades Cutoff. We would have been paying for that. But after asking Oak Ridge, and they agreed to that, that's $14 million we didn't have to come up with to pay Blades Cutoff and widen that road and take it to 4 lanes in the future. So a lot of us that sit up here on TPO and as well as the city, and there's roads that are already funded and paid for that are going to be moving forward. And again, it's not something you would know unless you follow the TPO. And so I believe in fairness to the applicant. He is following the protocol of what we have always done and the order that we've done it in. There's still going to be conversations between him, his engineers, and the city. And I think that we need to continue to move the application along the way that we've always done applications.
Was that a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve if you'd like me to. I'll make a motion to approve the applicant tonight to be able to move it forward.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Lee?
Yeah, where do I start? First of all, I've been here since 1983, so I felt and do feel the same way as all of you. In fact, if I had my choice, the door would have been shut in 1983 and half you wouldn't be here.
That's true.
It was really nice back then. But you do have to look back and well, let me back up here. When I ran 2 years ago, I was out there, I wanted to stop the growth. I hate the traffic in Port St. Lucie. I was elected to fix that. And this decision that I'm making, I think, is in that sense. We have a couple of options. We went from a citrus community and fishing community, the main industries, the main land use around here was citrus. Canker, greening, killed it. It's virtually dead. If it comes back, it's 30, 40, 50 years before we can even get the trees up and the infrastructure going again. And the likelihood is very unlikely when Brazil can produce the fruit and stuff cheaper and have it shipped up here. So now what do? We have all these landowners that had citrus trees and they are paying taxes. What do they do with the land? What do they do with it? If you were the landowner, what would you do with it? You've got development encroaching you. You are telling the commissioners, and I'm one of them, that stop the growth. I want to stop the growth. I'm done with the growth. I'm done with traffic. This puts industry here. This puts jobs here. What's the other thing that I heard, and I'm sure the other commissioners have heard? Taxes. Are our taxes too high? Yeah. How do we bring them down? Industry. We bring in big industry that can put in big facilities and pay big taxes. Examples, Buc-ee's coming in. $72 million a year anticipated tax revenue. Pretty good. The racetrack coming in. We're going to have 250 homes out there that are not going to impact the county, and they are going to be on the upper end homes because these people are bringing in their $1 million race cars and paying $100,000 membership fee to get out there. They're bringing money in. They're bringing tax dollars in. They're not affecting our community. So how do you bring taxes down? You can either build more roofs, put in more traffic, or we can start looking for industry that can pay a very good wage, that can turn around and keep our children here instead of having them move out, and offset the county taxes that we have. So what I was hired to do was to reduce traffic and to bring in and reduce taxes, and I believe this project will actually do that. I believe that there's the guardrails set where there's not going to be pollution, because I'll be honest with you, I don't know anyone up here on the commission that if somebody comes in here and they're going to have 50,000 trucks going back and forth, we ain't going to prove it. If they're coming in and they're going to create dust, we ain't going to prove it. If they've got chemicals, it's already written. It can't go in there. No, it isn't.
I can't talk. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lee. I apologize. I understand you're wanting to do that interaction, but because we have to maintain compliance. I just can't have the commentary from the audience. I'm sorry. No.
Why can't we rebut him? Or you?
I understand everyone's emotions are running high, but I understand there is a format
The
that we have to
guardrails,
follow.
there's a sheet of paper up here that has the guardrails on it, that has specific prohibited uses that were up on the screen, that show everything that most people were afraid were going to come in off the table.
What's the difference between ammunition and ordnance? Because
Point of order. We need to have the commentary to the board only, please.
Anyway, that being said, you can either build more rooftops, create more traffic, or we can turn around and try to bring in some good paying industries. At the EDC meeting this afternoon, they had an analysis from 1993 to date on what this county has done, the transformation that it has made. They touched on briefly the targeted industries that we are looking for in this area. We're not looking to bring in polluting companies. We don't want them. We live here too. We want good paying jobs. Data company, computer chip company, something of that nature. Those are targeted industries that not only we're looking for, but the United States is looking for. We live in Florida, one of the best climates out there. We are attracting the financial industries. I am actually talking with some of the state reps to try to bring in some entertainment companies. Everybody seems to be leaving California. Why not bring them in here and start making motion pictures? Be sort of cool to have here. Good paying jobs, very little traffic, keep down on the growth. So I think you all see where I'm coming from. I'm on your side. I don't want the traffic. I don't want the pollution. I don't want the rooftops. I want to fix it. And that's what we're trying to do here. So I am on the side also. If there is a motion, I would second it. If not, I would like to make a motion to approve it.
All right, so I do think Commissioner Townsend already made the motion, so that would be a second. Before I have Secretary call the roll, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yes, no, I was going to ask you,
Commissioner
Madam
Lowry,
Chair, if I
but
could make a comment.
Absolutely.
Yep. So sitting up here as a new commissioner, it's nerve-wracking, as you can expect. I met with residents and also Mr. McCarty. And, you know, when you're elected, you are wanting to be the voice of the people. And that is where my heart solely and forever will be. Being in here for a week has been a whirlwind, and learning that there is a different approval process between the city and the county for these applications. You know, a lot of things change. A wise person gave me some really good advice this week and said, our votes need to be based on law and statute and code rather than emotion. And I kind of feel like in life, we're easily make decisions based on emotion. And, you know, I really feel that, just like Commissioner Clasby and Commissioner Leet said, what we are lacking is industry. I would rather see something coming in here than one day this large piece of property becoming all rooftops. And that is, you know, that could potentially happen. You know, we need more jobs, good paying jobs in this community so we can afford to live. One thing that I want all of you to understand, no matter which direction this goes, that if it does pass, that I will be vigilant in making sure that the next step, that the community's best interests are at hand here. I can speak on behalf of all of the commissioners because that's why we're here, is to make the best decisions for the community. And you know, this is just the beginning step. It's different from the city's process. So I really want you guys to have faith if it does move forward that, you know, we will stop things. The list of prohibited uses, I know residents were concerned that it would be an inland port, and we know that's not going to happen. Nothing toxic, or anything that's going to jeopardize the environment. So I want you to have faith that in us, that if it does come to agreement here, that we will, we will put our foot down and we're not going to just let, anything go on this piece of property. And, this is tough. This is really tough. But I want to make decisions based on, what's right legally so that we are in a better place for the future for our county and for all of our residents.
Chair
Thank you.
Fowler,
Excellent
just
points.
one final comment.
Absolutely.
So I want to go ahead and state as well that I've met with Mr. McCarty, and I've informed him, should he get to the PNRD stage, the developer agreement he may have to enter, depending on his use, may make the cost prohibitive to even do this project. And I mean, I'm committed to making sure that the impacts from this that are legally allowed for us to make him pay for are paid for by him or whoever the property owner is at the time. I think that I've actually spooked our administrative staff a bit by how aggressive I'm going to be, and I've let them know. But I'm looking out for all of us. I don't want development to ever outpace infrastructure. And this could be a very long process moving forward to make sure that taxpayers and residents are protected. I don't want to see, nuclear power plants or anything like that, but guess what? That's already prohibited. It's not allowed there. As far as the rail goes, I read lots of comments about concerns with the rail derailments and things like that. I think the FEC, other than Brightline, has a pretty good track record. And I have faith in the rail system. I think that it's actually critical to bring traffic off of our roadways and to get some of that sort of use onto that existing rail. So it does look like we're probably going to be in favor of this evening, but please rest assured that I'm going to be a very strong advocate for all of us moving forward, that we're getting the developer to pay for the things that they impact.
Well said. Thank you, Commissioner Clasby. So I know we have a motion on the floor, but I wanted to give an opportunity for my board to speak, and I wanted to save my comments for last, so I didn't. Obviously, due to sunshine, I had no idea where the two new commissioners were. We've already had a meeting, so of course I knew where, the other two were. So if you'll just indulge me for a moment. Corey, this is a little off script. Can you pull up a map of that Range Line Road area for me quickly? Or Irene, I'm sorry. So one of the things that Commissioner Townsend talked about was a lot of times there's things that we know that the public doesn't know yet, and sometimes those things can't be released. One of the things I want to just take a second and go over is looking at the big picture for this area.
Is this maps?
That's perfect. Yeah, is there anything that shows the parcel deviations, like the parcel lines, other than Rainbow Groves? If not, no big deal. Perfect. That'll work. Okay. So we know that whole triangular area north of Rainbow Groves, there you go, wedged between Glades and Range Line, has been zoned industrial probably prior to my birth. We know Vulcan, south of this site, its mining permit was issued all the way back in 1985, which is south of all of this. So one of the things talking about how things have changed, how things are developing, we look at the piece of property immediately to the north of Rainbow Groves and what's marked as Legacy. Well, it's nothing written in stone, but when I just met with staff this week, Corey shared that we indeed have had a pre-app application with a company looking to do an industrial use out there, as well as potentially a 700,000 square foot building, if I recall correctly. Legacy Park, same thing. They're looking to be sort of a transition project with a little bit of industrial, which I would imagine would end up kind of buffering around Rainbow Groves, probably commercial along the front for Range Line, and then your single-family homes on the south and western side, acting as a transition into the 2 residential projects that we've already approved last month, Palermo and Neal Estates. So, you know, this area is filling in, and it's filling in quickly. So some of the things that, and I can tell you, I have gone through this ad nauseum. I've done so much research, so much outreach. I've met with residents. I've purposely arranged neighborhood meetings so I could talk to the residents, hear your concerns, understand where you're coming from. Because one of the things that I've learned since I've been up here, and you guys have already in a week learned and will continue, is a lot of times it's getting the communication out there, getting the education out there, having the residents understand all the different layers of the onion that exist, right? Because I know I can tell you I walked in here and I had a fix for everything. I had it all, everything was fixed. And then you bring up your suggestion and then you realize just, again, like I said, how many layers, laws, rules, statutes, codes, ordinances. So it does make it difficult. So, you know, as you can see, this corridor is transitioning. Port St. Lucie is growing, expanding, and its growth, its rooftops are visible from Rangeline Road. So I look at a couple things, right? It's within the USB, so that's where we expect there to be growth. That's where we said this is where we can provide infrastructure, all of the things people expect. This is where we want the growth to happen. I don't know if any of us on this board moved. I know at least 4 of us were not on this board when that USB line was extended to the west. That was already done before us. But we can't ignore that fact that that's where it exists and that's where we expect that growth to happen. It's also adjacent to already existing residential. That's, I know, one of the big caveats for the code of, or the standards of review. The other thing that I actually just thought of as well the other day, thinking about the rail spur. And preempt is a strong word, but FEC almost is preempting us from doing anything but looking at this piece of property as industrial, given the fact that a rail spur exists here. They've looked at their line, they've looked at the state of Florida, and they identified that this is a good location within the state to deliver goods and supplies. So again, clearly the intent by people before us was this piece of property at some point was intended to be industrial. And the fact that it's located along a freight network, which I spoke about at the last meeting. But I have a lot of concerns, and I have a lot of the same concerns that you residents have. So I don't want to be redundant in some of my questions, but, and I don't know who wants to take a stab at answering this, but what leeway do we have to limit the uses that we might deem incompatible when we get to that applicable step? Corey, Maite, who wants to take it?
Well, you will have some deference because you already have list of uses within the sub-area policy that are already prohibited, some that are conditional uses. Then you'll go to the rezoning stage. The PNRD will be drawing uses from the industrial light and the industrial heavy and the commercial zoning districts, which already have a list of uses as well, and those SIC codes, they are also identified as permitted and conditional uses. So you'll have a network of what you're looking at that are already defined in your code and your comp plan. And then if they're conditional uses, you can say, this one's not appropriate, it's not compatible, the scale is too much, the height is too tall. You know, you can go into those details when you're reviewing that next stage.
Okay. Corey, have we sat, or Irene, I'm sorry, have we have we satisfied the questions or concerns that have been raised through the transmittal process? Be it, Mr. McCarty indicated that at this point, there's no further comment and everything has been satisfied. Is that accurate? Obviously, I know where we're at with Port St. Lucie, but the other stakeholders, would that be accurate?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the applicant has been responsive to the input as staff also in our updated staff report and analysis and packet have weighed in on any technical comments, objections, or input. As we've stated, the traffic impact analysis has been certified by our third-party consultant. We had significant dialogue with the Florida Department of Transportation, and at this time, they did not have any further comment on this amendment. Should the board adopt it, certainly the opportunity for objections to be filed by any those stakeholders, but at this time, it's staff's position that we have addressed and responded to those comments and input provided.
Okay. And then a concern was raised about the traffic study included with this backup, this approval. Is that something you want to take a stab at, or do we want to have someone from Public Works?
So Commissioner, that traffic study that's in your packet
Mhm.
is the one that's certified by our traffic reviewer.
Okay.
There's a subsequent traffic report that the city and the applicant have been working on that are beyond what are the requirements and what we've already certified.
Okay.
And that, again, is at a worst-case scenario. And each traffic engineer, and I've been working with them for 20-plus years, has their own approach and technique when they do it. And there's opinions that go into those traffic studies based on the types of uses. And again, at this stage, you're thinking about theoretical of it's this type of vehicle, this amount of percentage on this road, and so forth. At the next stage, when you have more details, you'll get into more clarifying details in terms of that traffic. And again, it'll have to meet that TPO standardized methodology.
And Irene, this conforms to our comp plan and meets all the standards of review, is that correct? I'm sorry, does this meet all the requirements of our comp plan and standards of review?
Yes.
Okay. I know trains are a concern. Obviously, they're, I'm sure a concern for all of us up here. And you've raised some good questions that I plan on having discussions with the fire district on going forward. Some of the issues or concerns that have been brought up is, trains coming through, what are the trains carrying? Obviously, right, that could be problematic. In case of derailments, worst case scenarios, things of that nature happening. But they are already running through the area, and they have been running through the area since the 40s. So I don't feel like I can use that as a reason to say we can't do it. What it comes down to for me is making sure, just like Commissioner Clasby said, that the developer, the end user, whoever it is held responsible 100% for all the roadway impacts, and for any impacts to ensure that they're mitigated. Some of the things that I just quickly want to point out. So, as a reminder, there cannot be any off-site effects from an undesirable noise, vibration, odor, dust, or other offensive effects shall be permitted. We cannot permit an end use that allows any of those things to leave the property site. Okay. So there's that. When I look at the ordinance, on page 10 of the ordinance under F4, the last sentence, the Board of County Commissioners' determination as to whether a proposed activity constitutes a prohibited inland port shall be final with regard to the applicant and successor's interest. Our word shall be final, this board. I think that's very important to point out. The other part of that, right, intermodal, we've been a little concerned about intermodal and how that differs from an inland port, which I think we have established at this point. But it talks about the intermodal transfer facility is primarily a matter of scale, intensity, and the number of different enterprises involved. Guess who gets to decide that? Because I asked a question. I said, who gets to decide that? What is the scale? Who's deciding the intensity? Who's deciding the different enterprises involved? That's this board. We have that final say. And then my other area of concern that was addressed is talking about adequate assurances that transportation facilities and infrastructure will be in place and available. Again, who gets to decide what adequate assurances were? Because that was my question. It's too vague. I want to know what those adequate assurances are. Guess who gets to decide? This board. We get to decide what those adequate assurances are. We get to set the bar. We get to set the standards. So I know we don't have a developer agreement in place. I am a little, not going to lie, I'm a little bothered by that. I don't personally see the difference between entering into the developer agreement at this stage or the next stage, especially if essentially the verbiage is going to be the same and the only thing that we're debating obviously is what roadway impacts need to be done, because we can't determine what those impacts are because we don't know what the end use is. But I know, just like you heard Commissioner Clasby and Commissioner Lowry, I know what I will and I will not allow. And one of the things that I offered and made clear is that if this moves forward this evening, the residents from PGA, residents from Verano, residents from Vitalia will have a seat at the table with me. When these uses come forward, I guarantee, I give you my word, you will have a seat at the table. So with that, if no one else has any other discussion,
One last comment.
Commissioner Leet.
Regarding the traffic studies, you know, it was mentioned that Legacy, or excuse me, Palermo and Neal Farms had got one, and McCarty did not. My common sense in that arena is pretty common sense. When you have residential developments with X number of homes, it's pretty easy to figure out the traffic study. When you got commercial unknown entities coming in, how are you going to figure it out? Now, all of that being said, there's been a traffic study on every single subdivision in Port St. Lucie. How's that working out? Yeah, so I will have my eyes open on the traffic study because I don't believe any of them, because obviously Port St. Lucie is a proven factor for that. So I am looking for high-paying industry, low traffic, no pollution, good for the county, good for the residents, good for all of us. That's it.
Chair Fell, I just want to, I know that you used acronyms and people out there do not understand what that is. So the USB is the urban service boundary. And yes, we did move it further to the west about 2 years ago. And it is where the boundaries lie, everything within that is provided utilities.
All right, so with that, Irene, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, there are, as we've been listening, before you vote, there were a couple of things that a couple of small things that I wanted to raise.
Please, thank you.
With regard, for example, to policy 5, with regard to, there's a place where we say shall, so policy 4, no. There's a place where we say shall, well, this is, and we believe that the board previously indicated may, and we would like to make that correction. And let's see. And anyway, I don't know if you, it was about shall approve, and it was want it to be may approve.
Madam Chair.
Oh, let me slide down.
There you go.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think what Ms. Settlemyre is pointing to is sub-area policy 5, which provides the preface uses, states permitted conditional and accessory uses in the IL industrial light and IH industrial heavy zoning districts shall also be permitted conditional and accessory uses in the heavy industrial and light industrial specific use areas, subject to the more specific prohibitions and limitations. And then it provides subsequent prohibitions, as we've discussed tonight. As a follow-up to your inquiry that Ms. Santa Maria responded to, the board has some latitude of linking the shall specifically to those uses in our industrial light district to those areas, and may wish to consider qualifying that it may also be permitted conditional or accessory for the heavy industrial uses if this body wanted some additional safeguards, softening of that language with a subsequent PNRD.
Can you go to the next slide? Because I don't think they see what you're talking about.
It's,
Number 5.
It's not,
Oh, it's not on there?
included here.
It's at the bottom of the ordinance on page 8 of 21. Number 5, uses. I believe they're stating the shall in the second sentence. If you would like to alter that to the word may.
I beg your pardon.
So right where the arrow is.
And potentially a term after specific use areas, comma, respectively, comma, subject to the following more specific prohibitions. They're verifying that the light industrial is linked to the light industrial specific areas, and heavy industrial linked specifically to heavy industrial. Having the shall linked to the light industrial and the may linked to the industrial heavy to kind of commemorate what the board is, memorialize what the board has discussed this evening, looking for that added comfort and safeguards for a PNRD.
I mean, I would like that extra comfort, but we already
Yes.
have a motion on the
No,
table.
I'll make a motion to the suggested language he's adding.
Okay.
I'll
We
second
need
it.
a second. Okay.
Then also, with regard to policy 5C,
It may
Looks like
be
it
easier
should
to
be
just stay in the ordinance.
Ordinance.
What?
Page 9, right?
Yes.
Of the ordinance.
At the bottom of page 9.
There it is.
Right.
Yep.
thank you. So, I don't have a specific text to recommend here, but this text says, so the collecting, transporting, handling, storage, or disposal of solid waste is defined in the St. Lucie County LEC is prohibited. Well, there's a couple things here. I don't believe we define solid waste in our land development code. It is very clearly defined in state statute and the rules that the DEP administers. But the issue about this waste being an ambivalent term, so I wanted to ask whether it would be the board's intent or direction that, I will tell you that the intent here originally from staff as we worked on this was that some recycling operations might be appropriate here, anything was outdoors, it would be a conditional use permit. At this point, I would suggest that if any kind of recycling, whether it's outdoor or indoor, should be a conditional use. But whether you would want to authorize staff to modify this to eliminate the ambiguity provided by waste, and to include a reference to the Florida statute for the definition of solid waste, and further refine this policy so that it makes clear that recycling handling of what the state calls recovered materials could be permitted, whereas solid waste would not. If you want to authorize us to make that kind of change with the county attorney's
Chair,
supervision.
What is the recoverable? Is that like,
So it's called recovered is when the recyclable materials have already been pulled out of the solid waste stream. So the aluminum or the
plastics?
Yeah, whatever, maybe the vegetative debris, they use the term recovered materials to be those that are recyclable and have already been pulled out of the solid waste stream.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that would be like mixed paper, cardboard, plastics 1 through 7, aluminum, steel cans, laundry jugs, things of that nature. The stuff that goes on at the solid waste recycling facility currently right now, are those types of recyclable materials is probably what they're recovering. And then obviously your land clearing, which is your yard waste, your mulch, things of that nature.
If I may suggest, potentially you could state recoverable materials, outdoor scrap, land clearing, and yard trash recycling operations shall require conditional use.
Madam Chair, how about construction debris? Would that be prohibited?
I believe that's part of the recoverable materials because it would be the wood and things that you're recovering from that.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I just want to go ahead and state that, given that Ms. Irene has said that solid waste is not clearly defined in the St. Louis County Land Development Code, as it's saying in the ordinance, I would be comfortable with adding that further clarification to the ordinance.
I agree. I think there should be some clarification. Waste is just a little too vague.
And I don't know how much detail to go. So there was a concern about biosolids. That when I was looking at the state statute, I thought, well, there's references to hazardous waste. And I thought, well, no, it's not permitted. Biosolids are not permitted. They're not included in these definitions. So my inclination was not to identify all the things that are excluded and prohibited, but and reference the state statute and the definitions therein.
Gotcha. Do you have available the definition of waste under the state statute?
Well, no, the word waste is not a good word to use.
Gotcha.
So I do have it available if you need it. We both have it defined in our land development code for solid waste and by statute. They mirror each other.
Could you please read that?
Yes, sir. I'm pulling it up. So solid waste in our land development code is sludge unregulated under the Federal Clean Water Act or Clean Air Act, sludge from waste treatment works, water supply treatment plant, or air pollution control facility, or garbage, rubbish, refuse, special waste, or other discarded material, including solid, liquid, semi-solid, or contained gaseous material resulting from domestic, industrial, commercial, mining, agriculture, or governmental operations. And the statute is almost word for word. Solid waste means sludge unregulated from the Federal Clean Water Act or Clean Air Act, sludge from the waste treatment works, water supply treatment plant, or air pollution control facility, or garbage, rubbish, refuse, special waste, or other discarded material, including solid, liquid, semi-solid, or contained gaseous material resulting from domestic, industrial, commercial, mining, agriculture, or government operations.
Madam Chair, could I ask a
Yes,
question?
absolutely.
So just for clarification, that first definition that you read was out of St. Lucie County's Land Development Code?
Yes, sir.
So it is defined?
Yes,
Then
it
so
is.
we can
Okay.
keep it as is?
You can, I think the term just waste. So if you're looking at the ordinance itself, at number 5, it says outdoor scrap, comma, waste, and land clearing, and yard trash. The word waste isn't, but solid waste is, and then the second sentence, you can see that the solid waste is already prohibited. So it was getting rid of the just standalone word waste. That doesn't, it's not defined.
That seems like a simpler solution. I'd rather just do that.
Sure.
Yeah. Great. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the table. If there's no more discussion, I'll ask the secretary to call the roll.
Commissioner Laurie,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Clasby,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Leet,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Townsend.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Fowler.
Yes,
Chair
ma'am.
Fowler.
Okay, motion passes. At this time, what I'd like to do to allow, I don't know who is staying for any of the other public hearings, but if you would like to leave at this point, I'll go ahead and recess for 10 minutes. So we'll come back for 9 o'clock.
Wait, what'd you say you heard?
Hey, how are you? How have you been? I was thinking about you the other day. You doing good? I'm trying to think of who it was. Somebody said that you were up.
No, not the table.
I think so. Yeah, the last time around, we had an issue with P&Z.
Yes. I've got one. I've got something in my.
Little bit, somewhere.
See, I can drink it. I can drink them.
Easier.
Good. I'm glad we still have you. You need something, holler.
Yes, going back to the county attorney. Yep, and then we'll just go back after.
Larry Lee. Where at? Here. I don't remember, obviously.
Yeah, there is that, yeah.
Okay. Yep.
And then, yeah.
Nice to see you again.
How you doing? Good to see you. How you doing? You have a good Thanksgiving?
What?
Sorry for all that chatter from the staff.
Oh, it's okay.
So much better. Lots of time with family.
Bye, Shannon.
So this meets, this guy wants.
Did you have an extra? I brought an extra case. Oh, no. Definitely not the mic. We can either move over. Yeah, yeah. Which would be the easiest, so he comes back.
What has?
How are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's the,
It's referring to the traffic
so we're good at.
Nah, let's just slide it so it doesn't forget, otherwise.
Yeah, which is that? Yep.
Okay. We'll wait for this. Slide over because your office is Mike's part of it.
We actually, we worked with some of the you guys, I guess, in Spanish Lake. Yeah.
I'm by myself. I can't just say.
Yep, no, we're up there. All right. Ms. Lowry.
Yeah, that's.
Right. I'll shoot you an email that we have contacts we can connect you.
You said no, you said there's.
Absolutely. I'm glad to hear.
Are you gonna be, you said there are
As much as I can.
Who's designated? Ms. Appleton. Oh, yeah. How are you? Doing all right?
Maybe you. Okay. Okay, cool.
Okay, so that's.
I'll keep an eye out for that. I don't have any cards yet because my number
right, everybody. So let's go ahead and pick back up with public comments, and we'll just continue back in order. So we'll go back to the county attorney for the Land Development Code text amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item will be handled by Assistant County Attorney Catherine Barbieri.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, for the record, Assistant County Attorney Catherine Barbieri. What you have before you is the second public hearing on ordinance 2024-038. It's a land development code text amendment, initiating amendments to the building code and regulations section of the land development code. The last time we did this was in 2001, and St. Lucie County staff is proposing to delete the local land amendment that we have in its entirety from 2001 and replace it with what has been attached, which will provide for some changes and a new format that is required by the building commission. The building official is here, and he'll walk you through some of the major changes and the entities that we have worked with to come up with these changes. It is the second amendment, and staff is recommending approval. Second hearing, sorry.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So the Florida Building Code has a Chapter 1 that's an administrative chapter that provides provisions for enforcing the Florida Building Code. It typically covers topics such as general permit requirements, site information, permit applications, submittal documents, and required inspections. And it also establishes a Board of Appeal for interpretations issued by the building official and establishes processes for handling unsafe structures. Florida statute allows each authority having jurisdiction to amend the administrative chapter to fit local needs. If it is to be changed, then it has to be more stringent than what's actually in there. And once approved by the commission, it gets sent to the state for approval. As Catherine Barbieri said, we haven't adopted one since 2001, so we're here to update what we have currently. The local Chapter 1 amendments have been done in Indian River County, Martin County, Palm Beach County, and within the city of Port St. Lucie. And staff did provide a draft copy of this ordinance to the Treasure Coast Builders Association, the Town of St. Lucie Village's building official, and the St. Lucie County Contractor Licensing Board. And we also went to the Planning and Zoning Board, where we received no negative feedback and no objections from any of those industry leaders. In the actual administrative amendment, there is a legend there to help differentiate what is standard text, what is recommended text from the Building Official Association of Florida, what's required text from Florida statute, and the green highlighted text is what's specific to St. Lucie County. And with that, I'll go over some of the more mentionable changes within the administrative amendments. 101.2.1 adopts Appendix Q, which is the residential volume for tiny houses. Currently, as the building code stands, there's no provisions for tiny houses, and so this appendix gives those allowances for tiny houses to be able to be built, being that they're smaller, they have shorter ceiling heights, and they have the lofts typically upstairs, and it addresses that and some of the emergency egress requirements. 107.2.7 covers structural information required during plan review process. It generally requires some information out of Chapter 16 of the Florida Building Code. One of the recommendations in here was just more of a clarifying statement for shoring detail requirements when constructing next to existing structures to ensure that it's known up front to provide information that will show that they're protecting that adjacent structure when constructing next to it. 110.1.2 again is another clarifying section. In Chapter 17, the building code covers situations where a third-party inspection service may be required to be employed by the contractor. And this clarifies more situations that it would be specific, so it's not just a gamble at what does require it. Some of those things would require Type 1 construction, any kind of pile driving, areas greater than 20,000 square feet, buildings more than 2 stories in height, or anything that would be considered an unusual design or method of construction. 110.3 subsection 13 covers swimming pool inspections. So one section here to note is subsection G, where it covers the safety inspection for the barriers. In the Land Development Code, there is a section that is a little bit more stringent than the Florida Building Code as far as barriers go for swimming pools. And this just ensures that when we're performing our inspection services as the building department, we can also ensure that the requirements are being met both in the Florida Building Code and on the Land Development Code side. 110.10 covers the impact of construction. The building code has a specific chapter that covers basically how a site is to be safeguarded, especially adjacent properties. And we've had some projects where pollutants, waste, debris, and stuff have escaped the site and gone to adjacent sites. And so this section is not only clarifying, but it also provides that transparency of what could happen if that debris is not safeguarded on the site. In the general chapter that covers it within the Florida Building Code, it's very vague and it doesn't provide any definitive language. This actually covers basically recourse if that debris is not maintained on the site and what can happen essentially if they don't protect those adjacent properties, whether it be bodies of water, land, or whatever it is that's being adversely affected. Section 113 establishes a Board of Appeals. In some situations, applicants or contractors may disagree with interpretations that are given by the building official in a situation for a means of construction or a way that something was done that may or may not meet the plans, and this gives them that avenue essentially for them to appeal that decision to ensure that they're given their due process. Section 116 covers unsafe structures. There is a provision as it stands in our code of ordinance now for unsafe structures that become nuisances. This gives I guess a quicker or an easier method to handle unsafe structures that may be immediately deemed a threat to, again, the adjacent properties, public life safety, or anything of that nature. And with that, if there's any questions.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for questions before I open it to public comment.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair, just a couple quick questions, just two questions. You may have said it at the beginning, but I just wanted to make sure. Was this public hearing, the information brought before the Treasure Coast Builders Association or the Contractors Examining Board for review?
Yes.
Okay.
The draft chapter 1 was brought to them for their opinion.
Did they have comments?
No.
Were they generally in favor of it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, being this is a public hearing, I'll open it up to the public. Anyone wanting to speak on this item? Please come forward now. Seeing no movement, I'll come back to the board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving on to the next
Thank
public
you.
hearing item. It's going to be the 4540 North Kings Highway. Good evening again.
You, Corey. Good evening, County Commissioners. Irene Settlemeyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This agenda item is the requested rezoning from the Agricultural Residential 1 zoning district to Plan Unit Development zoning district and approval of a preliminary development plan for the 4540 North Kings Highway. This public hearing was properly noticed, as shown on this slide, with the mailed notice, the publication in the newspaper, and the sign on the property. The subject site is approximately 38.26 acres. That 3826, I'll show you, it really is about two acres high. It's just on Kings Highway, south of Indrio Road, about 1,300 feet south of Indrio Road. This property is in the towns, villages, and countryside future land use designation and zoning overlay. So you could see this taupe color is all TVC. The pink is mixed-use development. We have some residential medium, which permits up to 9 dwelling units an acre. General commercial, we have institutional, and we have residential urban, which permits up to 5 dwelling units an acre in the vicinity of the site. You can see this, we're right at the one of the eastern boundaries of the TVC. The zoning in the area is also mixed. You can see that the subject site and the properties just to the east are AR1, Agricultural Residential 1. We have planned retail workplace immediately to the north, which is basically a commercial zoning district, general commercial in the red. This light lilac color is industrial light zoning district. The utility zoning district is the Treasure Coast International Airport, Ag 1, RS4, RM9, so a variety, PUD, variety of zoning districts in the vicinity. So in the towns, villages, and countryside future land use classification, this transferable development value map is a very important document. It establishes the base residential density that may be permitted on the site. So most of the TVC has a base residential density of 1 dwelling unit per acre. That was what it had before the TVC was adopted. We have 2 sites over here, the subject site and then catty corner to the northeast, the Indrio Woods, which had a multifamily project approved this year. But this hot pink or fuchsia color was identified as appropriate for up to 9 dwelling units an acre, assuming you can meet all the other standards and policies and regulations that apply. So up to 9 dwelling units per acre are allowed. They are proposing 5.2 dwelling units per acre. This just shows some of the development that's going on in the vicinity. So here's the subject site on Kings Highway. The county water treatment plant over on Taylor Dairy Road is, the site plan is being worked on and the engineering plans. We have Indrio Woods has an approved preliminary development plan. Cabo Rio is the owner, the RV park, recreational vehicle park, where the people buy their RV space. So we have some Sugar Sands multifamily has been approved, some self-storage has been approved, some more self-storage has been approved. O'Reilly's Auto Parts is almost approved. It's still under review. Some multifamily townhouse development has been submitted for review. So there's a fair amount happening in the vicinity. So this is the preliminary development plan for 4540 North Kings Highway. It provides for 191 dwelling units and provides common open space of 47% of the site. In the 121 dwelling units, it provides 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. And as far as adherence to the vision of the towns, villages, and countryside overlay, one of the key elements here is all the garages are rear loaded off of rear alleys. So while the houses are located in somewhat close to each other, it looks like maybe about 10 feet between the individual dwellings, the sidewalk will be uninterrupted, will not be crossed by driveways. It'll be an uninterrupted sidewalk. The cars access the garages from the rear. So that's going to make for a very pleasing walking environment. And another key element of the site or the preliminary development plan is the dedication of 80 feet along the southern part of the property that will provide for the future east-west road from Taylor Dairy over to Cobelgard. So, speaking of the roadway network, I'll go back. So they have a small road along their eastern boundary, and that it has the potential to be converted in the future, depending on what development occurs to the east, that this could become a street used not by just this development, but by what occurs next door. And also, the Indrio Woods preserved some right-of-way and some provision that cars could come in off of Indrio and create the through street down. We don't have sufficient right-of-way at this point to have two-way traffic, and we don't have, there's some concerns about that intersection, but you can see the beginnings of what could be the well-connected street network. So not everybody has to go on Kings Highway. They will have other ways to get to local destinations. At this time, the entrance from into this development from Kings Highway at the south, that will be for emergency access only at this time. That's one of the things that Florida Department of Transportation is requiring. It's possible in the future when the Kings Highway is widened that this primary entrance may end up some turning movements limited, for example, not being able to come out of the site and turn left. So the traffic would come down to this road in order to go left and go south. So this is the common open space plan. You may recall that in the plan unit developments, this is being zoned plan unit development. That's a permitted road forward in the TVC. A minimum of 35% of the total site area must be common open space. And common open space includes the stormwater detention areas and the stormwater lakes. It is required to be, to count as common open space, it is required to be at least 1 contiguous acre. So because this is a small site, 36 acres, it's not easy to get 1 contiguous acre. Pedestrian pathways are also included in common open space. So it's like, well, what's the difference between a sidewalk and a pedestrian pathway? But so in this case, to promote walkability and the compact development, we're recommending that that the crosswalks across the alleys, and they're going to be decorative, appealing crosswalks across the alleys, not across the main streets, be permitted to be counted as pedestrian pathways that enable some of this area to constitute 1 contiguous acre. So anyway, they're providing 14 acres, which is 39% of the site. So they're exceeding the minimum 35% minimum open space. They have another additional 3 acres of open space, and that's the pink areas. They're not counted in the common open space due to being less than 1 acre in size, but it still will be available for the making the development pleasing and providing shade on the sidewalks and place for kids to play. So the lakes, 1.6 acre, this is a lake, this is a lake, that is just 11% of the common open space. The dry detention basins here and here are 8.4% of the common open space, and then other green space and landscaping accounts for 75% of the common open space. Since presentation to the Planning and Zoning Commission, this park was added and this linear park was added. So the landscape plan, these green arrows point to some of the key elements of the landscape plan. One, this community park with the pathway and oak trees and benches and some, I think the flamboya trees. This nice little, there's a little pocket park and seating area that will be landscaped. The littoral zones in the lakes are nicely landscaped. Bald cypresses are provided. One of the elements that makes this lake really serve as open space is that it's provided in such a way that the residents will be able to walk around the entirety. So it's not surrounded by dwelling units, but it's accessible to everyone in the community. And in fact, it's not a gated community, as provided for in the TVC, where gated communities are not permitted. If somebody develops across the street, there's nothing to preclude that person from coming in and walking around this lake as well, walking down the street, sitting on this bench or this bench. The linear park that was created, I think, is going to be a really lovely feature in this neighborhood. It's flanked on both sides by oak trees and sidewalks. So there's some of the dwellings face that. It's rather than a street, they face this green with sidewalks and oak trees. All of the dwelling units are rear loaded. Some of the garages are detached, such as on these units. Some of the garages are attached, like these units, but all the garages are in the rear. They're providing a clubhouse and amenity area that includes a swimming pool, some sports courts, a small playground area. There's a small fitness center inside the clubhouse. The architecture, they have about 8 different models of dwelling units, 1-story dwellings, 2-story dwellings, 1, 2, 3, 4-bedroom units. So I just am providing a few elevations. This is the small cottages, the front elevation, the rear elevation. This would be for when they have a detached garage, so there'd be a little yard area from there to the garage. This is a side elevation of that same dwelling, a front porch, little yard area, and the detached garage. This is a rear elevation of a unit that has an attached garage, but this is the rear of the dwelling. The front of the dwelling has the front door and nice porch. These are the townhouse units, or actually we would call this the multifamily, because there's the way it works. This is not one unit, but it's 2 units, and you'll see it on the floor plan. There's basically 1 unit on the top, 1 unit on the bottom. But a traditional Florida vernacular type architecture with the lap siding and the gable roof and the brackets underneath the roof line. This property is in the airport overlay zone, and the airport overlay zone is primarily concerned about building height interfering with landings or takeoffs of airplanes. At a 2-story elevation, about 1.5 miles from the end of the runway, should not cause any concern, but one of the conditions of approval is that we go through the process of confirming that this complies with the airport overlay zone. It's possible the residents here will perhaps be impacted by noise as the airport traffic continues to grow. Maybe that helps with maybe why it's going to be rental as opposed to homeowner. If the noise is too much, you move. So the conditions of approval that are included in the ordinance or the resolution that was provided to you have been tweaked just a little bit with regard to 1 or 2 items. But So the conditions of approval, these are conditions of approval for the final site plan approval. So staff is recommending approval of the rezoning and the preliminary development plan, subject to these items being resolved before final site plan. So confirmation by FP&L that the proposed improvements within the 15-foot wide easement are consistent with the easement, written consent by the owner of the real property, which I will just show you. So it's this piece. So the property appraiser does not identify this as a separate tract of land, but the applicant's legal description and surveyor did identify this as being owned by another party. So it's not being rezoned. A traffic impact report that's accepted by the county, confirmation from St. Lucie International Airport of Treasure Coast International Airport of no conflict between the proposed development and the airport overlay zone. Sorry about that. Landscape plan that complies with all applicable provisions of the Land Development Code regarding vehicular use area landscape buffers and planting of native trees on the individual dwelling areas, consistent with that section of code, and providing a final tree mitigation plan, providing the exact dimensions of the street sections, and a list of street names to be accepted by the county. The Planning and Zoning Commission on October 17th held a public hearing on this amendment of the zoning atlas and preliminary development plan and voted 4-2 to recommend that the board approve the request. Since the time of the hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission, the applicant has incorporated several changes that are responsive to Planning and Zoning Commissioners' input, and that is the linear park that I emphasized, the community park are new additions. Additionally, the plan that was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission had two long townhouse buildings, one that had 14 townhomes and one that had 10 townhomes. And the Planning and Zoning Commission suggested that the one with 14 townhomes should be divided into two buildings with 20 feet separating them. Instead, the applicant has substituted detached single-family dwellings for that area, for those two buildings. Additionally, the Planning and Zoning Commission suggested that they look at the density and the number of dwellings and see if that could be reduced. So they have reduced the number of dwelling units from 231 to 191, which is a 17% reduction, and they reduced the proposed density from 6.3 dwelling units an acre to 5.2 dwelling units an acre. The staff recommendation is that the Board of County Commissioners adopt the draft resolution amending the zoning atlas on this 36-acre plus or minus site from AR1 to PUD and approve the preliminary development plan, subject to the conditions identified in the resolution as they were modified at the public hearing. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Irene. I'll come back to the board. Any questions before?
I'm sure I have one. Irene, will you go back to the slide that you showed that parcel that you said wasn't owned by the applicant, please?
Well, we can see it. I guess this is one of the places you can see it most clearly.
I just want to confirm that I heard you correctly. So the green space is owned by the applicant. The white space is owned by another landowner.
Yes.
But the green space on the other side of that is this applicant's, and it's a part of the plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So it's about 2 acres, I think, and it's not been included in the site area for purposes of reporting density. It has not been included as open space. It's not included in the site area at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I open it up to public comment? Board? Or, actually, I'm sorry, before I open up to public comment, I'm sorry. Applicant is here. Would you like to do your presentation, Mr. Sorrow?
I would, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Can I get the clicker, Irene?
Yes.
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. My name is Daniel Sorrow with the land planning firm of Kotler and Hearing. This is an exciting project. This has really been in the making for almost 20 years because this is one of the only projects that adhere to the TVC principles, the TVC guidelines, and the TVC's laws and rules. It's the only project that doesn't ask for an exemption, doesn't ask for a waiver, doesn't ask for a variance. It is 100% compliant with the code. And this will be, should you approve it this evening, the first new urbanist traditional neighborhood development in St. Lucie County. One hasn't been built yet. One that I know of isn't in the works, but this is the one that adheres to some of the T&D principles that Ms. Settlemeyer mentioned just a short time ago. The applicant is Acre Development Partners. They're based in Dallas, but the managing partner, Casey Knoll, is here locally. They're in the audience with me, and my firm with Kotler and Hearing, we've been doing land planning, land development projects in the Treasure Coast for over 30 years. I want to thank Ms. Mariana Arias Sands for her help. Other team members who couldn't make it tonight are shown on the screen as well, using all local consultants for this project. I want to show this slide because it's contextual and shows kind of the area around this project. Our site is highlighted in yellow, but I wanted to point out several points of interest and topics of recent conversation. And when you're looking for a residential community, one of the first things that you look at is where are the schools, right? Where are the kids going to go to schools, where the teacher is going to go and work, and benefit to this site, we've got two schools. We've got Lakewood Park Elementary, just on Endrio, very close to the subject site. And you've also got FAU Harbor Branch, located right on US 1 in close proximity to our subject site. The next thing you look at is commercial. Where are people going to shop? Where are people going to go to the market? Where are they going to go out to restaurants? And you see the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center, maybe Aldi's Shopping Center, located right at the intersection of Endrio and Kings. Publix also owns land. They've had a site plan approved for, I think, about 5 years now, but they're waiting for rooftops. They don't have the customer base right now to go vertical. Publix is not only the grocer and the anchor, but they also have some restaurants. They have some retail out parcels associated with that site plan approval. But they're waiting for projects like this, projects like Endrio Woods, and other residential projects to get approved. Recreation, another component that you look at when you're siting a residential community. One of my favorites is the Fairwinds Golf Course, located just in close proximity to the site. You've also got the County Regional Park located north of Emerson. So these two, really nice activity recreation centers right close by. And industry. Industry is very big in St. Lucie County. You've got the airport just to our south. Congratulations on the expansion, and we're going to see that continue to grow and develop over the upcoming years. But the airport is a very good economic generator. Also the Kings Highway corridor further south with some of the light industrial and all the jobs that St. Lucie County has created recently. And then residential, we touched on some of the seasonal residents at Cabo Rio, as well as the Endrio Woods development. This is an ideal location for a residential project. This location right on Kings Highway is a great leasing rental community. As Ms. Settlemeyer mentioned, the site's about 36 acres. It's in the TVC, so the land use has been established. Kind of that whole area along Endrio Road is TVC, so the land use is baked in. But because there hasn't been really no projects that have abided by the TVC so far, you mentioned Buc-ee's at the last meeting. They were half in and half out, so Now that they're approved, they're moving forward, but there hasn't been any kind of, or rezonings because no projects have really taken advantage of the TVC like this one. So the PUD is just a natural step when you go to rezone this property or you go to develop it. You have to assign a zoning category for the underlying land use. So that's what the request is before you this evening. When you look at the transit opportunities for leasing communities, this is within the urban service boundary. We're not expanding it. There's water and sewer at our front door. That availability is there. This site was always meant for residential development. It's also on the bus route. So the ART bus line to State Road 7 is very close proximity to provide some alternative transportation needs and means. This slide shows TVC, and it shows the underlying land use in TVC. One thing to understand with this project is this is not something that we're requesting. We're not asking to change the land use. We have the land use. The land use is 9 units per acre. Us and Indrio Woods were the same land use that was here over 20 years ago. I'm just lucky enough, because this is an exciting project for me, to find a developer who's willing to do TVC and willing to bring this project to the county because the land use is there. It's just the zoning. So I think this goes back to the origin of TVC. Another unique thing about this site is the thoroughfare network. So the roadway network and TVC doesn't exist today. It's mostly abandoned citrus, it's old farms. You don't have the robust transportation network like you see in maybe some other parts of the county or the city, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie. So this map was put together 20 years ago to kind of show how these roads would be developed over time. Well, this road runs right through my client's property. It's an 80-foot right-of-way that goes all the way from Kings to Taylor Dairy. So this is something that we had to accommodate. We're giving 80 feet of right-of-way for this 2-lane road network to go from Kings to Taylor Dairy. We're building a section of it and designating the rest of the property for that 80-foot right-of-way. Looking at this site, you see the existing conditions. It's devoid of any real natural habitat. There's no uplands, there's no wetlands. It's just mowed pasture. But it still has some encumbrances, still has some challenges from a design perspective that we had to work around. There are transmission lines that run throughout the site, kind of that red diagonal. There's also distribution lines that run north and south, and the 80-foot right-of-way. We had to take all these things into account. With the complexity of the TVC code, it's not an easy assignment on this particular parcel, so we're grateful to work with staff over the last year or so developing a plan that we think we know is what the forefathers originally envisioned, but we listened to the staff, we listened to the P&Z Commission, we even made changes after the P&Z to better reflect some of the comments that we heard. This is the site plan. It is 100% code compliant as shown on the screen. This shows a density of 5.2 when up to 9 are allowed. 9 is allowed as a use by right. You can come in and ask for 9 units per acre and the underlying land use allows for it. We're effectively taking all of these cars off the road, trips off the road by staying at the 5.2 dwelling units per acre. It's significant. 191 dwelling units are proposed and 329 are permitted. We could have gone vertical. We could have done the apartments higher. We could have packed more density in there. We could have really maximized the density that's allowed, but we chose to scale back and to limit the density to 5.2 units per acre. We've got 10 different building types. So you're not going to see a cookie cutter subdivision. I know it's a little bit hard to see on the site plan, but these 10 different units, there's alley loaded, there's 2 stories, there's 1 stories, there's 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, all different size ranges. We've got the flats that are stacked for the townhomes. So very, very unique community, very, very unique type of development. But this plan does also show that we're meeting the open space requirements for the PUDs. It is tough because we can't count anything less than an acre, which is challenging. So the green is all the areas that are greater than an acre. The red is less than an acre. When you total the site up, we're well over half of the site with open space. Those are contained with some of the pocket parks and some of the areas within the residential units. But significant attention was put towards trying to create these linear parks, these open spaces, these community greens that really the residents are going to come to love and enjoy. It's been fun working on these open space and landscape plans. Let me just go over a couple elements of why this plan meets the intent, the vision, and the code of TVC, if you allow me. The transect. The transect is how you design your road. So you go from most intensity to least intensity as you radiate out from the core of the community. We've got that box checked. The flowway. As you get to the fringe or the periphery of your development, it's supposed to be open space, countryside, flowways, natural areas. We've got that located along Kings so that anyone walking north and south along Kings or the residents or anyone else can enjoy the nice flowway, the lake, have some benches. As Irene mentioned, we've got paths all the way around the lake, heavily landscaped, really park-like, if you will. We've got accessible trails. The pedestrian network is robust. It connects the linear parks, it connects the community greens. All of these different streets have sidewalks and it connects to all of the open space. Alley loaded, one of the most important characteristics of a traditional neighborhood development, where the garage is in the back of the house. It's expensive though. You're building two roads. You're building a road in front and you're building a road in the back. The alley loaded are nice. It makes a pretty streetscape. So when you're in the front, you're walking down the sidewalk, you're seeing front porches, you're seeing architectures, you're seeing nice mature trees. You're not seeing back of house operations like the waste collection, where the cars are parked in the driveways, where the alley is. So it's a nice feature, but expensive. T&D grid. See how all of these streets are rectilinear and they have short blocks? That's how old towns were developed when you had, before the automobile and everyone walked everywhere. If I was designing a suburban community today, we'd have a spine road that was kind of serpentining throughout the community. It'd be very organic. This is the T&D old school, very rectilinear grid-like street network. Ungated community. This is expensive to have an ungated community. So we're going to have to install cameras, make sure that we're doing our own access control to see who's trespassing and who's not, but it is an ungated community. And then, the last thing is on-street parking. Because the residents will be parked in the back on the driveways where the garage is, most of the fronts of the houses will have on-street parking for the guests. We're over-parked as it is per your county code. So very fortunate there. This community is most similarly linked to maybe one of the Abacoa communities of the residential communities that we have in Jupiter. Very successful. This will be the first of its kind in St. Lucie County. I put together this screen because it shows you the original intent, design, and plan of TVC created over 20 years ago. You've got the central core with the higher density around that central green. Very similar to where we have designed the townhouses around the amenity center. And then as you move out, you've got less density in the flowway. So, this plan was 20 years ago. This plan is today very applicable in its approach and its conformance to the code. You got the central green, the higher density, the grid network. I did want to make a point because there's been a lot to do about job creation and industry and those kinds of things. These kind of projects hire local AC vendors, local roofers, local plumbing contractors, local land development contractors. So with these jobs that are created, building these houses, servicing these communities, there is a lot of ancillary jobs created when you do the house building and when you do when you do communities like this. This architecture is not inexpensive to build. You can see the detached garage separated from the main house. You're actually building two houses, one for the cars, one for the living quarters, and it's connected with a little breezeway. So, you know, one of the things to consider when doing these developments, it is not an inexpensive endeavor. This is a project that Acre Development just completed in Oklahoma City. You can see the Florida Craftsman style architecture. The difference between Oklahoma City and St. Lucie County is we won't have garages in the front, we'll have the garages in the back. So a uniqueness to this county's TVC code. We've got two-story product also. In addition to the one-story, this breaks up the streetscape. You have different product offerings, different product choices, so that it looks different as you're going down the street. This would be an example of the 4-bedroom unit with the detached garage on a two-story home. And this is an example in Oklahoma City. This kind of shows the streetscape, how you've got a two-story next to a one-story, then you've got some cottages. All of them have the front porches. It's that old iconic Mayberry feeling of the old town when you're walking down the sidewalk and you're saying hello to your neighbors in their front porch with the on-street parking, but very, very unique development style. This is a rendering of the townhome product, very new urban and traditional, where you don't see the garages. The garage is in the back where the cars are parked. This is the front-facing, kind of the focus is on the public realm. And this is just, I just took this today. This is in Abacoa over at the Botanical Community where we did similar townhomes, almost identical. You can see the cars that are parked on street in the little cutout spaces with the tree lawn that's shaded by the canopy trees and the architecture as well. Lastly, or coming close to an end, this community will have all the amenities a young family or a resident can enjoy. It's got pickleball. It'll have the tot lots for the little guys, open space areas, and you know, substantial pool and deck area, and also the clubhouse will have a fitness center. So all the things new families look for to move to a leasing community, very, very well done. Yeah, this applicant has demonstrated compliance with the TVC requirements and T&D framework. We agree with staff's recommendation of approval and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation of approval, and we have demonstrated 100% compliance with the code. In conclusion, this plan is a downzoning. It's taking the zoning from 9 units per acre to 5.2 units per acre. It's located within the urban service boundary, and it meets 100% of the TVC code. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sorrow. If I could just come back to the board real quick before we get too far. This item is quasi-judicial, so I'll start to my left. Mr. Clasby, if you'd like to disclose.
Yes, I'd like to disclose that I've discussed the project with county staff, the applicant, the applicant's development team, Todd Mowry, and Cooper Osteen.
Yes, I've met with staff, Dan Sorrow, and the developers.
Commissioner Lee.
Same staff, developers, and Dan.
Commissioner Townsend.
Dan Sorrow, Chip Ashby, Cooper Osteen, and our staff.
And I'm staff, applicants, and Dan Sorrow of Kotler and Hearing. Okay, so now I'll come back to the board. Before I open up to public comment, are there any questions for staff or the applicant at this point? No. Okay, so this is a public hearing. I'll open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Please come up to the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. My name is Wayne Bennett. I live at 4555 Taylor Dairy Road in Fort Pierce. I own 38.6 acre property adjoining the proposed 4540 Kings Highway project. Our properties adjoin a proposed project for approximately 75% of their eastern boundary. We currently produce cattle for the beef market and produce honeybees for commercial pollination and the raw honey market. My wife Tina Bennett and I oppose the approval of this PUD application as presented for the following reasons. Number one, I think it's just a terrible sprawl, and it's very reminiscent of the 1950s and 60s trailer parks that were so prominent in this area. And it seems contrary to the TVC concept of preservation and green space. Although these detached single-family concept is a valuable marketing tool, the results are not conducive to reducing the sprawl of this project. Roadway and utility construction. Number two, the mandated east-west road A portion of the TVC Regional Street Network, TVC 4.04.04, should be constructed and completed along with the necessary utilities and retention during the construction of this project, not in the future at taxpayers' expense or anyone else's. It is imperative that this roadway has a full median opening during any future DOT permitting or construction if this roadway is to continue west as shown on the TVC Regional Road Network. De Leon Road, in some of the material, printed material, I noticed that they piggybacked on my thoughts of the De Leon Avenue access. I'm not in the TVC. I don't intend to build that road. And if there's going to use that road for the continuation, then it needs to be built during the process of this contract. This would provide the appropriate connectivity as required in the TVC 4.04.02 paragraph 3 to the adjoining TVC developments, which are Indrio Road, Indrio Woods, and Cabo Rio. We have over 100 acres of TVC development in this area, and you have yet to make any connectivity either in the flowways or in the roadways or in the sidewalks or any other way that's required in the TVC regulations. I don't see any of that. Each one seems to be standing alone, and I think the connectivity is an important part because it'll give you access to several different roads. It'll also give you pedestrian access and local traffic access to the shopping centers and the restaurants and the other amenities in the area. I think that if De Leon Road is going to be built, it should be built as part of this project. And then the urban to rural transect. I've heard that they meet all these TVC requirements, but as I'm looking at the transect map in the TVC, it shows that they should transition down to what they call rural and fringe countryside. I don't see any of that. I see their property, their improvements are within 10 feet of my land. I don't see any kind of transect there. So I think that's an issue as well. They possibly could reallocate their retention areas or the green areas towards my agricultural property and accomplish that transect there. Secondly, I heard all the arguments tonight about industrial versus residential. We are in the mixed, airport mixed use, future land use. So unless you guys are kind enough to give us an exemption to that and let us build multifamily as well, then we're going to have commercial or industrial property next door to this. And I think a buffer and transect zone becomes ultimately important because in the future we're going to hear these same arguments that we've heard tonight, if that's not the case. I'm looking at some of the memorandum pages, specifically page 6 of 24, and it says, allow design options that encourage an environment of stable character compatible with surrounding land uses. And our future land use, I'd say, fits in that as well. They're using the presumption of retention on another man's property on the commercial use next door on 264 acres at Cabo Rio. They're also using a presumption that someone else is going to build the road for them out to De Leon to connect to Indrio Road. We don't stand necessarily opposed to them. We're not necessarily in opposition to the density as requested, only the way it is currently being proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I appreciate it.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak on this item?
Good evening, Jim Chalmers with the adjacent property Cabrillo RV Resort. I think there was discussion, I wasn't here for the last one, about possible connectivity for stormwater, but I'm not sure of the clarity on that. But I think maybe it was just for outflow, but I'm not sure. Maybe a little more clarity on that. And then, you know, I'm for, you know, good growth and development and managed growth and development. You know, I'd like to see, I don't know if there's any provisions for, you know, control. I know it's not controlled access, but, you know, how the place would be upkept over the years and maintained how it looks now. The renderings are great. You know, we're, you know, with our development, we're doing the same thing with, you know, we have bylaws, but pretty much a deeded property, but I know it would be difficult to do that, but just to see the usable life of it to be, you know, upstanding in the community too. And as far as that site plan, I think is in the good interest of being neighbors to see those rear loading garages to have, you know, a decorative wall. I'm doing that on Indrio for light and noise. I think that'd be nice to have, you know, a car backing in, not shining in, or our vehicles running southbound on our stacking lane shining into to their side. With my tree mitigation, I can't do that. So I've saved a lot of the vegetation. So it'd be nice to see a buffer there, east-west. But that's my only thoughts on it. But you know, like Wayne says, it's gonna happen. It's coming. Just, you know, this is the opportunity to do it right and make it the best we can. You know, so. But I appreciate it. Huh?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close it to public comment. Mr. Sauer, before I bring you up really quick, Corey, could you speak to talking about the kind of the same question I spoke to you about, the connection of the stormwater that was discussed in this application as it relates to Cabo?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The contemplation within the comprehensive plan TVC element is, where possible, interconnected flowway system that allows for water to move and be filtered to improve water quality before inevitable outfall or discharge into larger canals or the master system. Based upon the design of this plan and the approved plan of Cabo Rio to the north, which is under development, it's highly unlikely that there would be hydrological connectivity between the two sites. They may discharge or outfall into the same conveyance areas, canal system along Kings Highway or adjacent. However, the goal is to allow for safe movement of pedestrians and residents. The Cabo Rio, for instance, has the potential for commercial outparcels along Kings Highway. Those could be commercial, retail, or services that would appeal to residents here. We want to ensure that they are able to traverse over and you know, access that site without utilizing a vehicle when weather permits. And so there currently the plan provides for that pedestrian connection linking to the planned sidewalk at Cabo Rio to the north. That requires pedestrians to traverse far west and then up. The two developers may have the opportunity in the future, should it be a commercial development, that would appeal to these residents, and there's benefit of having a mutual pedestrian connection that's more direct east of the stormwater area that's displayed on screen. That's something that could be evaluated, and staff wouldn't object to that. But I don't believe there's any intent to hydrologically connect the stormwater systems between the two sites based upon the designs established and proposed this evening.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sauer, did you want to come up and offer any rebuttal?
Just a few comments, Madam Chair, and I think, as it relates to the Cabo Rio site and Mr. Chalmers, we do have no desire to connect to the stormwater system on his site. There is a ditch running west of Kings, north and south, that will suffice and will be our outfall location. We've got a big investment on this property. We're going to keep it looking nice throughout the entire time the project is intact. We're going to have a management company who's going to be maintaining the landscape, who's going to be maintaining the whole property. We're going to be probably charging between $2,000 and $3,000 rents on this site, so it's a upscale type rental community for the area. There is going to be a fence on the north side and on the south side, a vinyl fence in addition to the landscaping, so that should block any of the car lights from the rear facing garages onto the Cabo Rio site and onto Mr. Bennett's property. Happy to answer any other questions, but this, this isn't sprawl. This has been designated for over 20 years to be a high-density residential development. I'd be happy to work with Mr. Bennett on what the appropriate future land use of his site is, and how that conversation takes place in the future. But I think this one's been in place for quite some time.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Mrs. Sorrow, Mr. Bennett had brought up I think a pretty valid point on the property line between his and the development, having some type of buffer between obviously residential and commercial, and especially since you had mentioned it's going to be upper end rentals and so on and so forth. Do you have anything that could obviously block out something that may happen on the commercial side at somewhere down the road, or do you have something in the plans to help buffer that situation?
We do. In fact, there's a pretty robust landscape plan that has already been submitted to county staff that's showing that 15-foot buffer and the 8-foot tall fence separating our property from his property. So there's a visual screening and a landscape screening adjacent to Mr. Bennett's property and this site. So there is substantial buffering in place as contemplated on the landscape plans. In addition to the landscape buffer and the wall, there's also a roadway, which is 24 foot, and then on-street parking, and then the house. So there's, the house is set back approximately 45 feet from the edge of the property line. So it's not right up against his house like you could if you had straight zoning.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
So I just want to say thank you for taking the time to come meet with me in my office about this project. Not sure what we're doing with the map there, but I do want to say it is a very nice project. I mean, this is a housing type that's needed. Unfortunately, I wasn't on the board for the transmittal hearing and prior to probably provide additional commentary. So, for instance, again, I think this is a great design site. I've seen some of your sites in Jupiter and other areas. There's a couple things about the site plan that make me a little uncomfortable, and I would like to discuss those with you. Corey, or whoever's driving the computer, could you go to where there's the visualization of the site layout? And maybe zoom in on the townhouses. So with the townhouses, how many connected units do you have there per building?
I believe it's 12.
12, so
12 on the
that's
bottom.
12 on the first floor,
And
connected
12,
in a row?
Eight on the bottom floor, 8 on the top floor.
So that's 16?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, in my, opinion, I think that that's too many. I would feel more comfortable with 4 and 4. Is there any chance that you guys would be open to making a change like that to the site plan?
Absolutely, Commissioner. If that was something that was a concern to you, breaking that 8-unit building up to where it's either 3 and 3 or 4 and 4 with a 15-foot separation between the units, I think would be definitely possible and something that we could incorporate before we go to final site plan.
Okay, and then the other sticking point, which, you know, I know that there's a certain calculation that's made with the viability of the project, but could you just go ahead and just state what is, and I understand also that this is a rental community, so it's not, you know, platted, so there's no lots of houses, so there's technically no side setback, but the distance between the building, could you just go ahead and tell us the single-family homes, what the average distance is wall to wall?
And it varies. The blocks down closer to the 80-foot right-of-way that we're dedicating on our property to the county for their future roadway network, those are a little bit wider. I think those are averaging between 17 and a half and 20 feet. When you get north, closer to the RV resort, those are approximately 10 to 12 feet in separation.
Okay. The adjacent property owner to the east is here this evening, and he mentioned that he feels like he's not being buffered enough, I believe is what he was alluding to. He mentioned about the, you know, the pond and things like that, maybe going to that side of the property. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but could you just let us know, you know, what your thought process was on selecting that, and if you think the buffer on his property is appropriate?
Well, I think that per the TVC code and the requirements of the land development regs and all the, you know, infrastructure that we have to put in, having the flowway adjacent to your outfall location is always a good engineering plan. You can cut down on pipe, you can cut down on costs. Having that flowway adjacent to the public realm, where you're going to have cars traveling on Kings, looking at the beautiful waterway, looking at the landscape, you're going to have residents using that linear pathway north and south along Kings, going to the commercial and retail at the Winn-Dixie and possibly at Cabo Rio, potentially at the Publix. I think the flowway wants to be and needs to be along Kings. You know, we are providing the landscape buffer and the 8-foot wall along Mr. Bennett's property. And, you know, I think there is substantial distance and separation from those residential units to his property. And, you know, we meet all the requirements of the TVC code. We created that large community green, central green area to help displace some of the units. That was something we did after the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we have thought about what we heard at Planning and Zoning, what we heard from some of the residents, and you know, this plan took a lot of effort to meet the TVC code, as your staff, the professional staff, has attested to with their recommendation of approval.
So just to go back to the single family, would you be willing to set a minimum distance between buildings? I did hear you say there's a variance between certain structures, but would you be able to make a minimum of, say, 15 feet wall-to-wall distance between single families?
We would.
Okay.
Were you all set? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were thinking. Go ahead, Commissioner Lee.
Just sort of a carry on that, and this is more directed towards Corey. Kings Highway, projecting down the road, we obviously have a whole bunch of developments coming in, or that area is going to be developed. What is the future plans of Kings Highway and potential widening it, and on what side? Because I believe on the other side is the canal, or are we leaving areas that we can widen Kings Highway? Do we need to worry about that?
Vice Chair Lee, members of the board, currently the Florida Department of Transportation has completed expansion of Kings Highway around the intersection of Indria Road. That was piggybacked on the widening of Indria Road in several areas. They have completed the widening of Kings Highway from Okeechobee Road north through the intersection Orange Avenue to I-95. Their next focus is north of I-95 through the intersection of Engle Road up to St. Lucie Boulevard. And they have sub-phases, but their current work plans would bring the widening to 4 lanes to the intersection of St. Lucie Boulevard or Airport Road. This segment or this gap between Cabo Rio south to St. Lucie Boulevard is not currently on any of their capital improvement or work plans, to my knowledge. The corridor does experience in the ballpark of 14,000 trips per day. However, there are currently there's not the east-west links or intersections between Indrio and St. Lucie Boulevard. Therefore, the level of service is able to be maintained. We do have smaller users that have access and full access to the segment, but there's not those stop-go situations. So a 2-lane roadway in the near term or the foreseeable future is adequate. But we would anticipate that as a continuation of that widening program for Kings Highway, when the transportation dynamics warrant it, that we would see a 4-lane corridor directly in front of this site. And this site and how it's laid out accounts for that, and our future street network with the towns, villages, and countryside. As displayed on screen, and again, this is a conceptual to try to understand what could occur nearby. We do have the definitive final site plan for Cabo Rio to the north that's under development. The final site plan's been issued for Indrio Woods to the northeast. However, they have not broken ground, and we have this plan before the board tonight. Our comprehensive plan's looking for a future east-west connection here. Should Kings Highway become a 4-lane roadway, this plan, as I understand it, accounts for what the right-of-way would be. The prospects of that east-west roadway would put the intersection, the full access where folks have the latitude to turn south, turn north, from the north turn east into the site. We would project that would be the southern driveway, and so the applicant is providing for improvement of that as a secondary access initially to this project, but long range, should this become a divided 4-lane roadway, we would anticipate that would be the full access. And what is currently proposed as their primary access, more central to the site, would become limited at that time, whether it's a right-in, right-out only, or directional, where folks can still access the site from the north or from the south, but you wouldn't be able to turn out at will. Again, short term, 2 lanes in this area. However, turn lanes are often deployed to maintain or mitigate some of the level of service impacts when you simply have those 2 lanes. So cars can move off the travel lane and come into the site. And this project, Cabo Rio and many others, have been integrating those deacceleration lanes to maintain the level of service on the 2-lane corridor in the foreseeable future.
So the easements are there for eventual future.
As I understand it, the right-of-way exists. I would probably ask our county engineer to weigh in further. But what we experienced in this area, you can see from the aerial, the canal adjacent to the widened area, the intersection was pushed to the west. It was improved. They deployed rock and stabilization. But when you get in front of the site in south, the canal's the basic dirt. It's maintained. They bring an excavator out to maintain the capacity. But in this particular area, I don't believe there was an additional right-of-way ask. But we do have some industrial sites to the south with buildings pretty close to the corridor, parking areas close to the corridor, that we imagine the state would need to proceed with eminent domain and right-of-way acquisition in the future to facilitate that widening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Patrick Diane, Public Works Director. For the record, just to add a little bit onto what Corey was mentioning, in the DOT's draft tentative work program, segment of Kings Highway between St. Lucie Boulevard and Indrio Road is scheduled and funded for right-of-way acquisition starting in year 2027. This is their draft tentative work program, so it's going to take them a number of years to acquire the right-of-way. As was mentioned, the canal has to be relocated, so the widening is going to be to the west. Effectively, where the canal sits today is going to be where the southbound lanes of travel will be in the future. But that's all it's programmed for the time being. They're constructing from south to north, so the next segment that's phased for construction funding at this point is from the I-95 overpass up to Commercial Circle, which is just north of Angle Road. Based on the complexity of that bridge, that's consuming all the funding that the DOT has programmed for Kings Highway this time for construction. Thank you.
I didn't want it to become another crosstown and having to buy the property years out, but thank you, thank you.
Madam Chair, Patrick, before you leave, I know that Commissioner Clasby and Commissioner Lowry are not familiar with TPO, but hasn't this been discussed at the TPO meetings about the widening from St. Lucie Boulevard to Indra Road, and it's funded?
Yes, Commissioner Townsend, it's in the work program, so the entirety of Kings Highway from Indra Road south to its terminus at State Road 70 underwent for many years a project development and environmental study, or PD&E study. That is what lays out the projection of the 25-year horizon for traffic, looks at environmental needs, looks at a whole bunch of different layerings that are consistent with the National Environmental Protection Act. And what was projected at this point was a 4-lane corridor from Indra Road south to that terminus.
Thank you. And Corey, on Mr. Bennett's statement, he addressed De Leon Road. Does this project have any impact to that section of the De Leon connection that he was referencing?
Commissioner Townsend, how this site is laid out, on the far east side, there is a smaller roadway planned. It does not connect to the north or propose a connection to the south at this time. However, in theory, that would be expandable should the development in the future to the east partner with the property owner here and look to make that a thoroughfare. There could be a connection from Indra Road south as displayed on screen. One of the challenges would be limitation of access. When Cabo Rio was designed, there was not anything beyond a stabilized access provided from Indra Road. There was not right-of-way secured on the east side because it was not on a right-of-way protection plan. However, the Indra Woods PUD, there's a commitment of an access easement. Their driveway connection of Indra Woods at Indra Road is a one-way south until you hit this point noted in blue. One-way south until we hit this parking lot, and then it becomes two-way. There's the potential for extension of Indra Woods' private street or drive aisle to the south to provide interconnectivity of these various projects. But at this time, this plan for 4540 is self-sufficient, as multiple access points on Kings. It has the potential for expanded roadway networks and streets. They are dedicated or proposing to dedicate 80 feet of right-of-way along the south side that would allow for an east-west roadway from Taylor Dairy Road west to whether it be Seminole or potentially even Emerson Road in the future. So they are aligning with our future street network and our adopted right-of-way protection plan. And the design would allow for streets beyond that should the developments warrant it and partnerships facilitated.
Okay, so this project does not have a need to have that little section paved at this time. I just want to clarify.
Correct. Yes,
you said a
they
whole
can
lot. And then
facilitate.
the other thing I wanted to bring up, Mr. Bennett, on the second page, or page 4 of your letter, you addressed that the county will not approve any construction or development. That's already in our comp plan, and it's been in there since 2006. It's already addressed. It's already there. So you're asking for something that's already in place. I just wanted to make you aware of that. Where you say St. Lucie County will not approve any construction or development of land that would interfere with the creation or improvements of the streets identified on the future street network plan. That's already in our comp plan.
Yes, ma'am, I assume
Okay.
that. I think I highlighted a direct copy.
And then the other thing is the urban to a rural transect. This is also meets the current code that's already in our comp plan as well. So maybe it would help if you came in and had a conversation one day this week or next week with planning staff, and because a lot of the things that you brought up in here are already in place with our comp plan. So I think it's just because you don't know. So maybe it would help you understand a little bit more if you came in and met with the planning staff to go over some of this stuff.
I assume that the area that I was highlighting was part of your land development code?
Mr. Bennett, do you want to come back? Yes, sir.
I assume that the parts that I highlighted there were directly from your land development code, and I highlighted them just as an accent. I didn't make those up, and it's not part of my.
Okay. I mean, I was
Nothing.
just hearing it was highlighted, so you
Yeah,
didn't.
it's nothing
Okay.
that I propagated. I think it's part of your code, not mine.
Correct, but the way that I read this was you were bringing that up, saying that that's what you would want because of what you had said on the front page.
I think that that should be the guideline since it's
Okay.
part of the policy. This project, I think, is above the 32-acre threshold and therefore falls under those guidelines, although that may be my mistake. I'm not a professional at it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
I have a couple comments for the applicant, but
Absolutely.
go ahead and finish asking questions.
You have the floor. Go for it. Okay.
First of all, Dan, kudos to you. I mean, in all the years that the TVC overlay's been in place, nobody has ever been able to meet all the requirements. Never. It's never been done. You're the first to do that. And how many projects did you try to get through and they couldn't get through? So you're the first to make it happen, and I think that you have the bragging rights to be able to say that it can be done. This project is a great project. And every single thing that through the years I've talked to you about, you did. You have the garages in the back, you have the alleys, you have, you know, the single, the double, the apartments. This is a beautiful plan, and this is a no-brainer for me. I love this project, and I'm totally 100% support of this project. I do agree that you need to be mindful with Cabo and Mr. Bennett's property, and I think you've done that. I think you've addressed it with the landscaping and the walls. And I cannot find any reason why I would vote no on this. Also because of the fact you almost cut the density in half. You went from a 329 permitted use to 191 units. That's almost 50% decrease. And you increased the open space and the green space in doing all of that. So I've tried to find a reason to have something, and I can't. It's a great project, and I just want to say thank you, because you did prove under Kara Woods and Leslie and them's time back in the day when they did the TVC that it could be done. It's just very difficult, and you did this with ease, because from the time we started talking about this project, I know that you had a lot of conversations with him, and I think that it also takes a special kind of person to come into this county like you did, and to be able to work with somebody and make this happen, because this was not easy to do. So thank you for what you've done.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
I'd like to ask the applicant a couple more questions, because I intend on eventually making a motion to approve with conditions. So if I could just have, I just wanted to clarify, you said that you'd be open to a 15-foot minimum between all buildings?
That's correct.
And then I believe I asked for 4 connected units per floor on townhouses. Is that accurate?
That is, you want us to break up the 8-unit buildings and do 2 floors.
Right. And so with doing that, would you stick to 2 stories?
We would. We'd keep the 2 stories, and we'd create a 15-foot separation between the 2 buildings.
So whenever I eventually make a motion, I would ask for the conditions to be 15-foot minimum between all buildings, and the townhomes, to be 4 units connected per floor at a maximum of 2 floors. Does that sound
Done.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you good with this? Commissioner Lawler?
Yeah, I have to say, I'm in agreement with, I think it's a very well thought out project. I love the architecture, the layout. You know, my only concern is that we have Indira Woods approved, and I'm not familiar really with how many units are going in there, and that we're gonna have 2 back-to-back rental properties. I mean, pretty close together. So I'm just not sure that I'm really confident in one way or the other making a decision. Hopefully over the next few minutes I can get there. But I mean, I do appreciate the lower density, and there's a lot of pros to this, but, you know, I'm just concerned with, when we talk about schools, we say we have Lakewood Park K through 8 down the street. I'm pretty sure that they're at maximum capacity. And when we're looking at rental communities, with rental communities, typically you're gonna have a lot of children that need to attend schools. FAU is in fact, you know, a Marine high school that is not going to necessarily be able to accommodate students that would be in both of these areas. So schools are a main concern of mine, and just the fact that we would be approving two big rental communities, like almost adjacent to each other. So that's where I am with it. And, you know, I think you guys have done an excellent job. I think it's a beautiful project. I'm just not sure if I'm ready to move forward with it. But we'll see in the next few minutes.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Lowry, there is a school going in, being built on Indrio Road. And it's already in the making, and the property has already been designated, and it's going out there by Buc-ee's. And it is to get ahead, because Lakewood Park Elementary is a very old school, as is the fire station. So the new fire station is also going to be out by Buc-ee's and one up on Taylor Dairy.
What's the time frame?
With Mr. Landry can probably talk more to this, but the Taylor Dairy Fire Station is probably going to be in within the next 2 years, and our water plant, I would say, within the next 5 years. The water plant will be in existence, and the fire station there. And Mr. Landry, also, I wanted to address Mr. Bennett. He talked about utilities, and would you please confirm that the utilities are already there? It's just a matter of, all they have to do is hook up.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is correct. Right now, along Indrio Road and Kings Highway, it's already being served with water and sewer. All those entities, Winn-Dixie, the Walgreens, the McDonald's, all that already has it there. Cabo Rios has it running adjacent to their property along Indrio Road, so it's all available there. And we are still working with the fire district at the Taylor Dairy and Indrio Road section on some land for them to build a fire station.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Well, you wouldn't know. I mean, you haven't been here. But I wanted you to be at ease that it's in the making. It's already been approved.
Yeah. No, definitely excellent point. Dan, overall, good project. I've been here 2 years, and I've never seen a project until now come forth proposing the detached single-family homes, which you only have to watch a handful of P&Z meetings, and you know if it's a project in the TVC, backloaded alleyways, detached homes, those are all the things, all the points that you're going to get hit with at P&Z, as we know. So kind of as some of my other commissioners have set up here, you know, kudos for that. This is along Kings Highway. This is another one of our jobs corridors that we've identified. It is close to a bus stop route. It is close to infrastructure in terms of schools, parks, where are they going to go shop, close to 95. Everything is right there. The one thing that I am going to just kind of bring up and point out, which I did when we met too, Corey, would you say about between me and you is 15 feet? Or what would you roughly say the distance is between us?
Madam
Give or
Chair, I
take.
would
I
say
know.
that's ballpark. I would say it's probably just beyond 15 feet.
Okay.
It's probably closer to 18.
Gotcha.
I don't have a tape measure.
I'm not holding you to it, but roughly. My concern is, and I know you're going to have a fence, but my concern is just that 15-foot buffer. For me, particularly where I live, I back up to a buffer between a development that's almost, I think when we roughly measured it on the computer, about 400 feet. So for me, it really is important that we're sensitive to the surrounding neighbors. For me, 15 feet, it's not enough. And I know you've got the fence, but to the south, you've got what will be at one point industrial. So again, thinking of the buffering. You have Cabo Rio, so these are going to be people coming to visit. They're on vacation. They're staying here part-time. Same thing. So if there could be anything that you could do, just increase those buffers just a little bit for a little more sensitivity and consideration for the neighbors. I mean, other than that, I have absolutely no complaints. This project belongs here. And just one other thing, Commissioner Lowry, just because I'm a numbers person. So Indrio Woods was 7 dwelling units an acre, and it was 229 total dwelling units. So in comparison, this is 191 with only 5.2. It's vastly, less dense. But, if there's anything that we can do as far as transition, I really personally would appreciate that.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to point out that with the conditions I'm going to place on this, that number of units probably, I'm not a mathematician or an architect here, but it probably goes down. And is there any slide on here that shows it's a vinyl fence around the property, is that correct? Is there landscaping as well on the property that goes around the vinyl fence?
There is a substantial landscape buffer in addition to the 8-foot tall vinyl fence.
Do we have any illustrations of that, or?
They're included in the landscape plans that were part of the, should have been part of the agenda packet, but yeah, they were reviewed by ERD staff, so full compliance with that requirement.
And this is a question because I have fears of landscaping along US 1 and Fort Pierce. Are you required to be irrigated?
Fully automatic irrigation system, fully planted. We're going to be maintaining it like it's the reserve. It's going to be a beautiful community.
And
That's on the record.
in our conversations, I told you that I've seen compact communities like this where cars are parked up in the grass, cars are parked in non-defined parking spaces. Your community, will it have strict bylaws that prohibit parking on the grasses and just on the roadway in general?
Happy to include that in our CCRs. Yes, it will have those restrictions.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more comments, questions? No?
Yeah, maybe this might make Commissioner Lowry a little bit more comfortable, or maybe even yourself or the rest of the board, as to why I asked for 15 feet. In my discussions with staff, and Corey or Irene can correct me, I was told that straight zoning on this property, if the TVC didn't exist, the maximum residential zoning that they would be having is a RS4. And in a RS4, the side setback is 7.5. Is that correct, Corey?
Commissioner Clasby, yes, for the RS4, the minimum side setback is 7.5 feet to property lines. The maximum zoning designation pre-TVC could in theory have been RM9. However, that would have been for multifamily development. If you're pursuing single family, it would most likely default back to a 7.5 foot minimum side setback.
So I didn't, what I'm trying to say is I didn't just pick that number out of nowhere. That is, it's one of our standard out-of-the-box zoning districts that could have theoretically been allowed in a property like this, and that makes me more comfortable than, and again, there's no side setback because there's no property line between the units, but building to building, 5-foot setback is 10 feet between the buildings wall to wall. And 15 feet would be that 7.5, so that's just why I suggested that number.
Understood. So did you want the pleasure of making the motion?
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion for approval based off staff's recommendation and with the following conditions: that there be a 15-foot minimum between all buildings, that the townhomes are a maximum of 4 connected units per floor at a maximum of 2 floors.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second it, but I'd like to ask a question to Commissioner Clasby. You do understand that in order for them to adjust what you're asking for, it will remove some of the open green space. So they'll have less open green space. You're aware of that, correct? Because if you're asking for more space in between,
and you're gonna spread them out, and you're asking them to take the units down, the way that it's laid out currently today, they're gonna have to reconfigure some stuff, so in order to, am I wrong?
I think because we can't count anything less than an acre, we will effectively, by category, lose some open space. But, you know, instead of it going to some of the community green areas and some of the other areas, it'll go between the buildings. But certainly if that's the will of the board, you know, we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if you would realize that. That's the
No,
only reason why I'm
I
bringing it
realize
up.
that. We still have to review another review after this, correct?
Yes.
So we would be commenting on their interpretation of that at that point. We have a motion and a second.
Irene?
Well, could I get the staff to just confirm that? We have to,
Yes,
the
Madam
steps
Chair.
after approval this evening, should it be approved? What's the following steps?
That is correct, Commissioner Clasby, as it's a PUD within the towns, villages, and countryside, and it exceeds 100 dwelling units. The expectation is that would be a major site plan, a regular agenda item back before the Board of County Commissioners, consistent with that of Indra Woods.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Say
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Corey.
All right. Next is going to be the county-initiated code amendment for fencing. I think Ben is taking this one.
Awesome.
Irene,
Need something?
you dropped a piece of paper.
All right, good evening, Chair Fowler and Commissioners. For the record, Ben Balser, Planning and Development Services Director. Tonight I'm presenting Agenda Item 10B3, which is the first reading of a county-initiated text amendment related to fences. Public notice for this agenda item was advertised in the St. Lucie News Tribune on Wednesday, November 20th. The ordinance before you tonight would amend the Land Development Code to address provisions for fence height and provide clarity for the county's pool fencing requirement and convert the pool fencing waiver process from a hearing before the Board of County Commissioners to a staff-level approval. These next two slides provide a summary of the changes that are addressed in the draft ordinance and were also included in the staff report within tonight's agenda. First, the amendment clarifies that the agricultural residential, or AR1 zoning district, is a residential zoning district and subject to the fence height associated with other residential zoning districts within the county. These standards include a maximum height of 4 feet within the required front yard and a maximum of 6 feet along the side and rear yards. Staff has always identified the AR1 zoning districts as a residential zoning district, and the proposed addition simply adds clarity for the residents who are reading our Land Development Code. Moving on, the Land Development Code measures fence height from the elevation above the center line of the road adjacent to the property on which the fence is located. This measurement is used because most roads maintain a level elevation, providing for consistent fence height among neighboring properties. Using the center line of the road is problematic in areas where significant grade changes exist, for example, Indian River Drive, where the roadway is generally below the grade of the adjacent properties. This amendment, if adopted, adds flexibility for those instances and allows permitting to use the existing grade of the lot for the measurement of fence height instead of the grade of the adjacent roadway. As you may recall, in 2023, the Board of County Commissioners adopted standards for residential fence materials, prohibiting the use of cattle wire, chicken wire, and barbed wire within residential zoning districts. Since the adoption of these standards, property owners who are contiguous to preserve areas where existing cattle or chicken wire fences were installed by local, state, or federal agencies have desired to use similar fence materials within their side and rear yards to allow for consistency in fence design. This amendment provides that flexibility for those limited scenarios. Next, the amendment seeks to provide flexibility in acceptable fence height to contain public uses or facilities for safety or security purposes. For example, a public water or wastewater treatment plant, an electrical substation, or a public airport would be permitted to install a fence that conforms to industry and regulatory standards. Also, staff has drafted the proposed ordinance to include an allowance for fences up to 12 feet in height to contain athletic activities such as a tennis ball or a racquetball or basketball court. Through the amendment, the county desires to clarify its requirement for the construction of a permanent 4-foot-tall fence or wall around all residential swimming pools that are not enclosed with a screen. This requirement is in addition to the current standards of Florida Statute Section 515.27, known as the Residential Swimming Pool Safety Act, which requires that certain pool safety features must be installed and in place to pass a final inspection. For public, the additional fence or wall is justified as many safety measures included in the Residential Swimming Pool Safety Act, such as a baby fence barrier, pool safety cover, and alarms are easily removed or disabled following the certificate of completion for the pool. Lastly, the draft ordinance looks to amend the code to allow for an administrative waiver from the county's pool fencing requirement. The current code procedure requires a waiver petition to be heard by the Board of County Commissioners at a public hearing. The revised language shifts this process to an administrative approval through the Planning and Development Services Director, but it keeps the same standards of review, including demonstration that the proposed built or natural condition provides for equal or greater protection than the required 4-foot-high permanent fence or wall. Fence waivers are not common. However, the board has provided previous pool fence waiver approval where a 4-foot-tall seawall has been determined to be an adequate barrier in lieu of a fence. This has been in cases like Queens Cove. The revised language includes an appeal procedure to the Board of County Commissioners if the administrative waiver is denied by the Planning and Development Services Director. This county-initiated text amendment addresses provisions for fence height and materials and provides clarity for the county's pool fencing requirements and converts the pool fencing waiver process from a Board of County Commissioners approval to an administrative staff level approval. Planning and Zoning Commission heard this item at their October meeting and recommended approval unanimously. Staff recommends that the board vote to schedule this item for an adoption hearing at your January 7th meeting, beginning at 6 p.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard. And I am available for any questions that you have.
Thanks, Ben. I don't have any questions. Any commissioner?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Absolutely.
So Ben, we talked about this. I just want to make sure that's known. Were these changes shown to the Contractor License Board, the Treasure Coast Builder Association, that sort of groups?
So the pool fencing, that was shown to the Contractor Licensing Board and the Builders Commission, but the remainder was not. We did have a informal board meeting with the sitting board at the time. It's kind of morphed into an all-encompassing fence text amendment. We've included a lot of clarifying language. Nothing in here actually adds additional regulations. It's just clarifying language and adds provisions where our code was silent so that residents can be, the land development code is more clear for our residents.
Well, as I know that there's at least one pool contractor on that board. So were they generally in favor of this?
They have been in favor of all of our recommendations.
All right, thank you.
And the pool fence waiver, or the actual pool fencing requirement, it's not anything new. It's just something that some pool contractors who don't always do work within St. Lucie County have questioned, well, the state statute looks at a pool fence baby barrier as a non-climbable fence. How come you require something in addition to that baby barrier? And it's really for public safety. We want to make sure that, we prevent drownings in any way that we can, and we feel that that additional 4-foot-tall fence, when it's not screened in, is appropriate.
Okay. Thank you.
Good questions. Anyone else? Commissioner Lee? All right, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
You have to open up public comment.
You're right. Oh my gosh, it's past my bedtime, guys. This is public comment. Anyone wishing to address the public or address the board on this item, please step forward now. Seeing none, I'll close public comment.
Motion to approve.
Beautiful. Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ben.
All right, we're moving up to Public Works. Good evening, Patrick. Good evening, Dan.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Once again, Patrick Diane, Public Works Director for the record, here with the County Engineer, Mr. Dan Zaralik. And very similar to the previous item, this is a staff county-initiated land development code text amendment. This is seeking to update the permit for the mining exemption permit process. For the to lay some context for the members of the board who are new, this is a conversation that's been going on for quite some time, and it's really seeking to provide some process improvements and streamlining of items that were coming before the board for consideration previously. And this is looking at small and medium-sized land development. We first talked about this back over 2 years ago in an informal meeting where the context was really more about fees. This has morphed into a separate conversation about fee structure. We then brought this back before the board at an informal meeting back in April of this year, where we were directed to create a streamlined process consisting of an administrative approval for small and medium-sized projects. We then went to the Planning and Zoning Board in October. We unanimously voted to move this ahead to tonight's first reading. So with that context, I'll turn it over to Mr. Zaralik. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. As Patrick mentioned, this is the first reading, public hearing, Land Development Code Text Amendment, Mining Permit Exemptions, and the section of code is 110511, which pertains to mining permit exemptions. This meeting was properly noticed in the newspaper. So what is a mining permit exemption? Mining is defined as any activity that excavates or removes earth in excess of 100 cubic yards from one parcel to another parcel, or from one area of a parcel to another area on the same parcel if a public road is used. So what's the difference between a mining permit and a mining permit exemption? Mining permits are for commercial mines. They excavate materials and they sell them as part of a business. They typically go for a 10 or 20-year permit. They must go through the full mining permitting process, which could be development application, mining permit application, conditional use, public hearings, etc. Mining permit exemptions are for everything else. They're not commercial mining operations. They usually consist of much smaller excavation areas, usually associated with a development. So this is 110511 for mining permits. Section A covers requirements for mining permit exemptions. Section 2 lists some of the activities that are exempt, and you can see some of them are installation for utilities, existing agriculture operations. It does also include an exemption for the removal of material for development in which the material is being used to excavate for on-site stormwater management. That's typically what we see these mining permit exemptions come before us. Again, that's section 110511 says BOCC may grant exemption when material is being excavated associated with on-site development, and anything in excess of 100 cubic yards requires a public hearing, and 100 cubic yards is roughly 5 dump truckloads. There's a request for removal of material reviewed for standards in section 110703B, effects on adjacent properties. So we have to review and make sure there's no undue adverse effect on adjacent properties, and minimize any adverse effect not to interfere with the development of any use of neighboring property. Like Patrick mentioned, in May 2024, we came before the board at an informal meeting and discussed mining permit exemptions. These are land development projects, not commercial mines. However, they must follow the same public hearing, noticing, other requirements, just like a commercial mine has to, given the current code language. The board directed staff to proceed with a land development code text amendment to allow for an administrative approval process for mining permit exemptions when a land development project less than 30,000 cubic yards of surplus material needs to be hauled off-site. Applications for over 30,000 cubic yards will maintain the public hearing requirement. 30,000 cubic yards is roughly 1,500 dump truck loads. This item was presented to the B&Z Commission in October, and they recommended that the board approve the amendments to the Land Development Code. This is some of the proposed amendment language. The removal of material less than 30,000 cubic yards will require administrative approval of a mining permit exemption. It's just like the other one, we have to evaluate that there is sufficient evidence to demonstrate removal meets the standards in section 110703, which are the standards of review for conditional use and the effects on adjacent properties. And during that process of administrative approval, the county engineer can request additional clarifying information, approve of conditions, or deny the application. So these are some examples of the various mining permit exemptions over the last few years. Azalea was in the PGA Village area. They had a small lake that they tried to use as much fill as they could on site. It was about 5,000 cubic yards, which is about 250 dump truck loads. So this is an example of one that would be administratively approved with the amended code. Cabo Rio, we discussed a little bit tonight. This one was 30,000 cubic yards. On this site, they tried to maintain as much of the native vegetation as they could for the RV resort. So they had a large lake that they had to excavate, and they just had surplus material they had to haul off-site. So this one's about 30,000 cubic yards, or 1,500, which would represent the upper limit of one that would get pushed to the public hearing process. And this was a large example, Creekside, 900,000 cubic yards, so about 45,000 dump truck loads. This is a large subdivision, many internal lakes that have to be excavated. Yes, they do use as much as they can on site, but they do have surplus material that they have to take off site. So this is a good example of one that definitely needs to go through the public hearing to get the input from everyone around. So some frequently asked questions: why do they need to haul it off site? Can't they just use it all on site? Hauling it off site assists with elevation restrictions. You can't have one property build 10 feet high and the other one not, because you'll have adjacent flooding. We do have to maintain drainage. You can use some of it for landscaping, but not all of it. And of course, developers sometimes rely on selling the material to help with the profit margins of the project. Can't excess fill be used on site without flooding? Maybe, but we have to look at the site conditions, where the site is, what's adjacent to it, and we have to sometimes limit the use of material on site. And why does it matter if they haul it off site? Well, we have to look at the damage to the roadways that it may incur, disruption to neighbors, the traffic, all that has to be considered. So why change the process? A public hearing is required for any project that has more than 5 dump truck loads hauled off-site. When we presented at the informal, the board agreed that that probably needs to be updated. The current pace of development and requests for off-site hauling have significantly increased, and these are some examples of projects in the last few years. And in each of these, if you look, only the Azalea and the Morningside development would be administratively approved. The other ones, the significantly larger ones, would still go through the current public hearing process. And again, the board directed staff to proceed with a land development text amendment to allow for administrative approval when there are less than 30,000 cubic yards of off-site hauling. The administrative approval process will still follow the same evaluation process, just without the public hearing. We have to evaluate there's no undue adverse effects on adjacent properties. The haul routes will be evaluated. Limits on hauling days and times will be considered, just like they would in the public hearing process. We may even require the developer to host a community meeting to get feedback on concerns. A good example of that was Creekside. Creekside had several meetings Even in the administrative approval, if we think that that's a good idea and it's necessary, we will do that as well. And in addition, we'll provide updates to the board similar to what the planning department does for projects that were administratively approved. We will update the board if we do an approval. And just a reminder, this is some of the requirements for the public notice. We have to publish an ad in the newspaper. We have to post at least one sign, sometimes several, on the property. We have to mail out notices to every property within 500 feet or more from the petition site. So staff's recommending approval of the proposed text amendment to create administrative approval process for mining permit exemption requests for the removal of less than 30,000 cubic yards, and to proceed with the second reading, which is the adoption reading or hearing, at a public hearing to be held at the board's regular meeting on January 7th, 2025 at 6 p.m. or as soon as possible thereafter. And that completes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dan. Questions from the board? Comments?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to point out, separate from the conversation, it's now 11 p.m. We have one quasi judicial after this. Perhaps after this consideration, we have a discussion about that. I did have a question for staff real quick.
Sure.
Where did we come up with 30,000 cubic yards?
Thank you, Commissioner Claspy. That kind of, based on the last 3 years of projects we've had, that seems to be a good differentiator between small projects and the large projects. That example I brought up that showed Azalea and Morningside were the only two out of that group that would have been administratively approved. Those are probably more representative of the smaller developments that we see, which you guys saw tonight. We don't see a lot of the smaller ones. So most of these are the larger ones. And we do have the option of still going through the public hearing if we think it's a controversial project that has a lot of public interest. We could still decide to bring it through the regular public hearing process. It just gives us the option, if staff believes that it's a pretty straightforward project and they're only removing 6 cubic yards, then we can do it administratively.
And should we anticipate hearing reports on projects that were administratively approved to the board, similar to planning and zoning?
Correct. Yeah, we would
planning
report
and
just like
services.
the planning department does and let you know that we approved one administratively. We'll give you some details about the project.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. For me, I'm good on it. This makes sense from when they're starting to develop, right? They've got to do their stormwater treatment areas. So almost just automatically by default through development, they're going to have to come in for a mining exemption, just by the very nature of it. And before we brought this forward, we kind of joked that you could pretty much kind of go dig a hole in your backyard and you almost kind of need a mining exemption. So for me, I'm happy to see that we've raised the threshold. Staff is here to vet it. They're the ones that have the degrees to do it and analyze it. So I'm very comfortable personally putting this in their hands up to that level. Any other commissioners, comments?
No, I'm good.
No? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
No, you have to open up public comment.
I'm sorry?
You have to open up to public
Oh,
comment.
public comment. See, I told you, I'm not a night owl. This is a public comment. Anyone wishing to come forward, please do so at this time. Seeing no movement, I'll come back to the board for a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion, a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, Commissioner Clasby, I'm all ears.
Madam Chair, one of the sticking points that I seem to get a lot of public feedback positively from was that our public hearing should end at 11 p.m. Being that the next one is quasi-judicial, and it's, I don't necessarily think it's entirely controversial. I just wanted to hear the rest of the board's feedback on that. I like the idea of ending meetings by 11, especially no public hearings after that, but I would like to know what the rest of the commissioners believe.
Absolutely.
If you want to end them at 11, but we're this close and it's not been disclosed at the beginning of the meeting, it's unfair to the applicant
to be able to stop it and have them sit here all night and then come back. It's not fair. And I would hate to say like right now, we're at 11 o'clock, we only have one item left. I would think that we would not want to come back another night just for one item if it's only going to be one item in 15 minutes. I would say that the goal should be 11 o'clock. I mean, we've had nights where we've been here till 1 o'clock. But if we're going to do that, we have to advertise differently. We have to disclose differently, because if people come in here and sit and then we cut it at 11 o'clock and there's still 4 things left, they have to know that that is going to be a possibility. So I think before we actually go there, we're going to have Eric do some communication stuff. Maybe we have a show that we do inside St. Lucie, maybe talk about some of those things to educate. Because if it's not controversial, like right now, there's not anybody here for this next one, right? But PGA, if that would have been at the end, you would have had a lot of upset people because they were the last ones, and you're cutting at 11 o'clock and they sat here all night. So I think it's going to depend on the project, but I think it's good to have a goal to stop at 11. I think it's a good goal to have.
Commissioner Clasby, my concern for this evening, you know, is similar. Honestly, we have so few items, I didn't even think that we would run this late. I am with you going forward, and that's one of the things I know we're going to be having a conversation about, and I welcome that conversation. I look forward to having that conversation. I know administration has, staff has some data to share with us about how other counties run their meetings, what times they start, et cetera. And I am definitely open to having this earlier going forward, but I do have to say in this particular instance, given clearly we don't really have anyone here other than the applicants, it just, I'm with you. Going forward, there needs to be a cutoff time, 100% absolutely, but I think we need to talk about that.
Chair Fowler and Commissioner Townsend, I agree, but I will say that I'm going to be like an alarm clock every time at 11. I'm going to mention the same thing, so just count on it.
Okay.
You got it.
Chair Fowler, the thing though, like for example tonight, James, they have a court reporter they're paying by the hour to sit here. They have attorney and legal.
I understand.
And for them to stop it, it's costing them thousands of dollars.
Just stating a fact.
Okay,
Thank you.
just putting it out there. I
I
don't want her
agree.
to have to come back tomorrow, and I won't be here tomorrow, so not that that matters. Y'all have 4 of you, but.
All right, so we're going to go into the last item. This time, let me do this the right way and start off with, this is another quasi-judicial. So, Mr. Commissioner Clasby, if I could start with you.
I've spoke with county staff on this one.
Commissioner Lowry?
Staff as well.
Commissioner Townsend?
Staff and Jimmy Fleming.
Commissioner Lee?
Staff.
And I too am staff, Jimmy Fleming and Carol Landrum. All right, back in your court.
All right. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Again, Dan Zaralik, County Engineer for the record, assisted by Edmund Bass, Assistant County Engineer. This is item 10C2, Florida Rock Industries, Inc., Fort Pierce Quarry, Class 2 mining permit. Correspondence to all the neighboring property owners within 500-foot radius of the mine have been sent, advising of the proposed application in tonight's public hearing. 2 public notice signs have been posted at the proposed mine site on the west side of Rangeline Road. Notice has been advertised in the Fort Pierce Tribune as well. The existing Florida Rock Industries Fort Pierce Quarry mine is situated west of Rangeline Road, about 1 mile north of the county line. Maple Groves Ltd. is identified as the property owner. In this application, the property owner desires to renew a Class 2 20-year mining permit to continue mining at the existing facility and to expand the mining operation into an additional 44.8 acres at the northeast corner of the site. This slide shows the overall site plan for the mine. The project proposes to continue mining at the 321-acre sand and rock mine and expand mining into the additional 44.8 acres at the northeast corner, which is shown in blue. The entrance is located at the southeast corner of the mine on the west side of Rangeline Road. Dedicated turn lanes are located on Rangeline Road, which was reconstructed last year between Crosstown Parkway and the county line. The 44.8 acre mining expansion area will be stripped of all grass and other vegetation. Overburdened material will be excavated using track hoes, front-end loaders, and other traditional excavation methods. The overburden will be stockpiled and used to construct perimeter berms around the mine or sold as fill materials and hauled off-site or retained on-site for future use. The mining operation will then be watered to a permitted depth of 15 feet and use excavators, dredges, or a drag line to excavate in a wet condition to remove the coquina rock layer to a permitted maximum depth of 40 feet. Water removed during processing will either be pumped back directly into one of the completed mine cells or discharged to a canal on north property boundary, which is regulated by a South Florida Water Management permit for off-site discharge. Perimeter berms will be built around the mine areas, including along Range Line Road. A setback of 150 feet is required along Range Line Road and 50 feet elsewhere. Stockpiles will be positioned at completed areas within the mine. A water truck will be used to wet mining areas, stockpiles, and haul routes to minimize dust. Groundwater will be monitored before and during the mining operation, which will be discussed in greater detail later in this presentation. Mining operations will be limited to 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday. Off-site hauling is limited to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday. Blasting is restricted to Tuesday and Thursday between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Blasting is regulated by the state fire marshal and not the county. The reclamation of the mine shall commence following completion of the mine operations. The resulting 2 lakes will be surrounded by gently sloping littoral zones and upland buffers. Upon completion of the shoreline grading, littoral zones and upland areas will be stabilized, planted, and maintained. Plant materials shall be in accordance with the approved mining plans, and the lake depth will average 40 feet below the ground surface. The mine entrance is located about a mile north of the county line on the west side of Range Line Road, which again includes dedicated turn lanes in both directions. The speed limit on Range Line Road at the mine entrance is currently 55 miles per hour. All routes include Range Line Road, Glades Cutoff Road, Midway Road, Becker Road, and Crosstown Parkway, which are all identified on the St. Lucie TPO dedicated freight network map. No truck traffic from the mine is permitted to use Carlton Road due to existing weight restrictions. The next few slides give an overview of some of the anticipated water quality and water quantity impacts on the area associated with the petition to continue and expand mining at the site. A groundwater monitoring plan was provided, which currently includes monitoring groundwater from 3 wells on the east side of the mine and sampling and testing 2 surface water samples from within the mined areas at the site. The proposed groundwater monitoring plan generally requires sampling and testing on an annual basis in accordance with the requirements of the FDEP and South Florida Water Management District permits for the mine. Specific conduits and pH are monitored monthly, turbidity is monitored weekly, and groundwater levels are monitored daily using instrumentation fitted within the wells. Staff believes the proposed groundwater monitoring plan that has been submitted is currently insufficient. As stated in Special Condition 20, the mining permit, staff will continue to work with the applicant to develop an acceptable groundwater monitoring plan prior to commencement of the mining permit if it is approved tonight by the board. The groundwater monitoring plan is critical for monitoring subsurface conditions within and adjacent to the mine to safeguard against adverse impacts from the mining operation and to protect the fragile surficial aquifer system and near-surface freshwater supply. The next 2 slides list some of the notable conditions that are included in the mining permit. There are 12 general conditions and 27 special conditions in the draft mining permit. Mining permit is only valid for up to 20 years. Mining activities are Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday. Off-site hauling is Monday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Again, no hauling on Carlton Road due to the weight restrictions on the C-24 Canal Bridge. No operations on Sundays and holidays as observed by St. Lucie County, except in the event an emergency declared by the St. Lucie County Administrator. Blasting is allowed on Tuesday and Thursday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., as permitted by the state. Violations of the mining permit are subject to permit revocation and/or a fine of $250 per violation and $100 a day. Noise and vibration ordinance requirements are in effect. Water consumption shall not exceed the limits set forth in the permittee's South Florida Water Management District consumptive use permit. All compliance monitoring wells should be maintained. The cumulative results of all monitoring well measurements shall be provided to the county on the appropriate basis, which are the same as required by the FDEP permit. All bonds shall have no expiration date and only be released by the Board of County Commissioners' approval. Permittee shall be required to record the approved mining permit in the public records of St. Lucie County within 60 days of approval. Proof shall be provided to the county attorney and the county engineer. Permittee shall be responsible for maintaining the condition of the internal haul road and the stockpile materials to minimize dust. All Category 1 invasive plant species must be removed within 18 months of required landscaping installation. Any mining reclamation must be completed within 12 months of completion. All that said, staff is recommending approval of this permit request, subject to the aforementioned 12 general conditions and 27 special conditions. I will note that the applicant is here tonight with their consultants and would like to make a brief presentation. Chair Fowler and Commissioners, that concludes my presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Before I have the applicant come up and do their presentation, does anyone have questions for staff, or do they want to hold on?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lee?
Dan, regarding the hauling, how is it compared to what we set up with M Ranch, specifically regarding the school buses and so on? Are we following the similar protocol or extending it?
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Glades Cutoff Road is a school bus route. I don't know if there's a school bus route on Rangeline, but at 55 miles an hour, I don't think they're stopping on Rangeline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions? Would the applicant like to come up and do their presentation?
Good evening. Good evening, Commission. Chair Fowler, fellow commissioners, staff, members of the community. My name is Lolita Jackson, and I serve as Community and Government Affairs Manager for Vulcan Materials for the state of Florida. Vulcan operates as Florida Rock here in St. Lucie County, which was acquired by Vulcan 17 years ago. So it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm cutting my remarks down for the sake of time. So thank you so much for hearing our application. I'm just going to take just a few minutes to tell you a little bit about Vulcan Materials Company and who we are and how we're a company that supports communities and employers throughout Florida and across the country. Here in Florida, we have 26 facilities and more than 400 employees. We're a company that creates a stable employment opportunities and economic benefits for local and regional economies. I want to share with you that our Fort Pierce Quarry on Rangeline Road has a partnership with the local Port St. Lucie Police Athletic League. We also have an ongoing partnership with the St. Lucie County 4-H, where we support efforts to help improve education programs. Our Fort Pierce Quarry employees participate in First Responder Fridays with local fire stations, police departments, 911 centers, and every quarter. The quarry employees also do volunteer work every year on Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. They make sure that the day is a day of volunteering in the community. We really want you to know that the Fort Pierce Quarry represents a local source of aggregate in a state that has demonstrated a demonstrated shortage of aggregate material. This quarry is an asset to St. Lucie County. So every time you see a road, a school, a place of worship, a hospital, and even the building that we're in tonight, you see aggregate in use. We have Jason Jowers, our area operations manager, and Stephen Wakely, our Fort Pierce plant manager, and more of our team here with us tonight. And I just want to share with you that we're here now because we want to finish out the mining on this site. You saw the exhibit from the staff, Exhibit 2, from the staff report. It's already zoned. We have been mining here since 1985, and we want to finish it and remain an active contributor to this community. And so at this point, and for the sake of time, I want to turn it over to our legal counsel and our permit consultant, Segundo Fernandez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm really pleased to be back here. Probably only Commissioner Townsend remembers that I worked with for St. Lucie County 8 years ago, trying to work out environmental and safety concerns with that fast train that was coming through here. And I've always enjoyed working with your county attorney and with your staff, and it's good to be back. I know it's late. I'm glad I get to say good evening to you and not good morning. But I'll be very, very brief. I think as Ms. Jackson indicated, we've been doing this for 40 years. Back in 1985, this particular parcel, this entire rectangular parcel, was zone IX for industrial extraction. We've been doing it safely. We've been doing it without complaints. All we want to do here with this permit renewal is to finish the footprint of the mine. I think you saw in Exhibit 2 that we're just dealing with the southeast corner of the property. What we propose to do there is exactly what we've been doing in the rest of the footprint of the mine. We're not going any deeper. We're not increasing the production rate. This permit renewal is not going to be additive in increasing the impacts. It's just going to be a continuation of what we've been doing very, very well for close to 40 years. That's basically it. Same mine, same operations, no additive or increased impacts, just to complete it. Cheryl DeCrenza, where are you? Cheryl is our environmental manager. We have our consulting team here, our ecologists, our hydrologists. If you have any questions, please let us know. I want to thank the staff. Has been great. We fully endorse the staff report. We agree with all the conditions. We will work with staff in enhancing the monitoring plan. And hopefully you've saved the easiest and best for last today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl?
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Cheryl DeCrenza, Vulcan Materials. In the interest of time, I think we're all trying to condense and be respectful of your time. And so I'm basically just making our team available if there are any questions for you. Like my predecessors, we're very appreciative for Dan and staff for working with us. This application has been a long time coming so that we're able to complete the mining on this property. We're very appreciative for everything that you've done, and I'll really just open the floor to any questions that you have. You have our ecologist, our hydrologist, operations specialist, myself, and we'll be happy to answer any questions, talk about whatever it is that you'd like to discuss this evening. Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. All right. I'll come back to the board questions.
I have
comments.
some.
Mr. Townsend.
So it's good that you're here, and I remember when you came, and you have been a great partner in St. Lucie County, but you've also had a little bit easy too. All the other mines in St. Lucie County, they voluntarily do a donation to the county. So I have a question for Mr. McIntyre. Currently, when the mines donate the money and contribute to us, I don't know that you're going to be able to answer this, but where does the money go? Is it designated for something specific? Does it go to our general fund? We can use it for whatever. What are the restrictions when we receive that money?
I think the one I'm familiar with is I think it's the Nick Stewart mine up in North County.
Yes.
It goes to environmental resources. Nick Stewart, yeah, and it is a voluntary. We can't impose it legally. There is not the ability to do that. Mr. Stewart, honestly, it's not we asked him for it. He put it forward, and he did it because he felt like it was an appropriate thing for him to do. But we cannot legally require it, so it would have to be a voluntary thing.
And that was my next question is, I could not find anywhere in conversations that it was allowed in state law. So my question actually to you is, in moving forward, if this is approved tonight, I would like to ask if you would voluntarily make a contribution to the county. I think it would be a good idea, even with the funding that we get in contributions from the other mines, that if there was some type of a group formed and they could decide where the money goes. I did know of 4-H, I was aware of that, but I was not aware of the Port St. Lucie PAL. So thank you for taking care of some of our nonprofits. You have been a community partner with a lot of the nonprofits here. So if you're in favor of doing that and contributing to the county for that, then I don't have any other questions except to say I would like to have a group formed in order for that funding to be able to designate it to wherever they feel it is best needed. And thanks for being a great partner.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Clasby?
I'd also like to be interested to know if they'd be willing to do something similar to that. Yeah.
Madam Chair, what I would suggest is simply to make it easier on us and for our budget. Currently, the mine that is doing it is 5 cents per ton. Rather than going by the ton, I think we've just had a set amount, then it's easier for us to do our budget. He can do his budget. And I think if he would be willing to donate $25,000 a year, that would be very generous.
Jimmy Fleming with Vulcan Materials Company, thank you. Yes, I think this would be a good solution and allow us to continue what we're doing with some of the neighborhood groups that we're already working with. The continuity in funding would be particularly beneficial for them. But the idea of also having a group formed, we're all in favor of that. We do community advisory groups at a number of our facilities, particularly the new ones. This has been in operation for 4 years, so we've been going for 40 years without having one. But developing a community advisory group with input from the council or the commissions as to who should be on that group, and we have some idea of how we might administer it. The other thing that allows us to do is meet on a regular basis and cover not only how we would spend charitable funds, but to also inform the neighbors and any other interested parties of how we're operating, during the quarter or during the year, or however often we might meet. So we can talk to them about how our operation's doing, if we've been inspected, how'd the inspection go, if they have any, allow them to ask any questions about blasting or anything else that may come up. So this is something we would certainly welcome. Thank you for mentioning something like that. And so you have our endorsement to include that.
Madam Chair, I just want to say, in all the years they've been here, there has been nobody complain. And that is another reason for the advisory board, because if I have had calls and questions about it, so if the board was formed and the advisory board was there, they could attend because it'd be public meetings. So we could make them aware of what goes on out there and they can attend, and then they would be able to be one-on-one with them. So I think it's a win-win all the way around for our residents and us.
No, I love the idea of the inclusion of the residents 100%. I do have just a couple of concerns. So, I think M Ranch was the first mine that's been approved in this county, and I don't know how long.
40
Obviously,
years.
we know 1985, a permit was given to Vulcan. Beyond that, I'm not, again, not sure how many in between. So for me, M Ranch, between that applicant and staff, you guys did a phenomenal job of putting in guardrails and just ensuring all of the comments, all the concerns were addressed as best as possible. And so using that framework and understanding, again, that this might not be completely apples to apples, but just questions, so if you could bear with me. M Ranch, we approved for only 10 years, this one for 20. Was there a reason why we wanted less for that one, other than I know that particular property was zone agged, and so by right, the mine was a special, a conditional use. Is that the reason why we're allowing the 20-year here in this instance?
Thank you, Chair Fowler. That's simply the request of the applicant.
Okay.
M Ranch requested 10 years. This applicant requested 20 years.
The next thing is the hours. So for M Ranch, we allowed 5 days a week from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, with off-site hauling operations, no mining operations, but off-site hauling operations Saturday. No, that's right. No operation on Saturdays, Sundays, or holidays for M Ranch. I personally would like to see the hours a little more in line with that. I think that's a little more reasonable. And again, I know you guys have been out there for 45 years, but you've heard the conversation tonight about this corridor. 45 years ago, this looked very different, right? There was nothing in that vicinity. Now there is. You have homes coming up on the eastern side of Range Line. We've approved 65 plus 100 houses at Glades and Range Line, and 2,000 homes just a little bit north of where you guys are at. So the truck traffic is a concern. I would like to see the hours more in line with that. Thank you for stepping up to the plate, Madam Chair. That's okay. You had it for 2 years. Commissioner Townsend, thank you for thank you for bringing that up, because that was going to be an awkward segue for me. That was something also that I was hoping the applicant would, bring forward. So thank you for getting that out of the way. Is the applicant willing to move on those 2 items that are a concern for me in terms of the longevity? And not saying in 10 years we can't come back, obviously, but are you willing to have any compromise on that and the hours of operation?
Well, that is a difficult one for us, and one of the reasons is we just need the hours to get the product out. I mean, the product is, of course, being used in all these development projects. My fear is you're going to compress the amount of time that you are allowing trucks, so what you're going to have is more trucks during the period that you've compressed it to. So, I mean, I think that's got to be part of the consideration. It's easier, it's just easier for some of them to get material on Saturdays and weekends, and then, to try to compress it all during the week.
All right. And then, Dan, quick question. As far as roadway impacts, traffic impacts, I know they've been out there, again, for 45 plus years. Does the opening this new section, does that trigger traffic mitigations, roadway impact?
Thank you, Chair Fowler. Yes, this applicant did provide a traffic impact study did not identify any needed improvements.
Okay. I'll open it up.
Chair Fowler.
Yes, sir.
Since we do have a room of experts here, and this is in fact my first mine public hearing, I did have a couple questions that I'd just like to have on the record to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence before I vote. If I could have somebody come up that could answer these questions. I saw a slide that said it would be 40 feet deep. I just want to know if that's correct. Also, the distance to, like, let's say McCarty Ranch, which is Port St. Lucie's future water supply, and just kind of the safeguards that could be in place that to make sure there's no intrusion to that. I don't know the answers to these. I don't know if they're difficult questions or not, but I'm just interested to know some answers.
Oh, I apologize. When I introduced myself, I did not identify my full name and address as was required of everybody else. I just realized that. Segundo Fernandez, 2060 Delta Way, Tallahassee, Florida. It's my pleasure to be here again. If we have a really technical question, Chris Kirkner can address it. Let me just say a couple, just a general observation. I work with a lot of counties, both representing counties and appearing before counties. I know how county commissioners and staff struggle when you have a new project that there's no history. You're delving into an unknown, and we've had some tonight, and M Ranch is another one. What we have here is 40 years of water quality data. The water quality data in these mines is, in the Florida Rock Mine, is perfect. You could use it as a drinking water supply. It is that good. Unlike the struggles that regulatory bodies have with new projects that don't have a history, that's really missing here. And I think Commissioner Townsend mentioned that in all the years she's been here, she hasn't heard a single complaint about the operations of this mine. Commissioner Clasby, I think you had a technical question on water quality?
Yeah, if you need me to re-ask. So again, I'm kind of a novice to mines. In fact, I've lived here my entire life. I didn't even know that you existed, so congratulations for that.
That's a good thing.
So my question concerns what's the distance of your property to, say, McCarty Ranch, where Port St. Lucie's water supply is?
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Chris Kirkner. I'm a hydrologist. We've been working with Vulcan Materials, Florida Rock Industries on this project and many others, dating for us back into the 90s, and even though they've been here a little bit longer than that. We've done a lot of studies over the years to satisfy the Water Management District and the DEP. We have an established network of ponds with about 3 billion gallons of water in the ponds that already exist out there. We have been sampling this water for a very long time. We are pretty much meeting the drinking water standard on everything across the board for all the years we've been doing the work out there. Any of the water that would go from our ponds to one of your public supplies would probably be a good thing for you. It might be something that when we leave this area, you want to acquire from Vulcan Materials and use it as future public supply. It's very high quality water. If we want, I could show you some slides or some stuff we've done out there, but we've been sampling water levels and water quality for quite some time out there to make sure we're not causing any adverse impacts. So I think McCarty Ranch is about a quarter mile from us. But like I said, the water quality that is in our ponds is high quality water.
And just that way, I mean, I don't know if anybody's actually watching, but how far down would McCarty Ranch go to actually drill for water, or is that surface water they use?
We're 40 feet. They're 40 feet in that area as well. So from land surface, 40 feet down is our mining maximum depth.
Okay. So you're covered by state testing. There's state regulations with Department DEP and things like that?
Yes, we're regulated by DEP and South Florida Water Management District. We've done sampling over the years to keep them satisfied with our water levels and our water quality.
How often do you require testing?
Annually is our requirement for the water quality, And then we have an existing network of wells and staff gauges in the ponds. We have water level sensors that are connected to data loggers that are taking water levels all day long. Our requirement is only monthly on the water level front, but we take them daily. And then we provide them, I think semi-annually or quarterly to the agencies, whatever the permit requirements are.
Okay. And so in your professional opinion, you don't believe that it would harm the water supply?
Not at all. Yeah, like I said, you guys, this might be something you want to acquire when we're done with it. The water is very high quality out there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, can I, I want to have Dan confirm this. There was a question asked about going deeper, and staff told them no, and they willingly said that's fine. They didn't even have a dispute. And again, they have also agreed, and again, you commended Dan, and Dan, I'm going to commend you because he is the one that put the conditions in use. So the conditions in use are going to be, they have to come in with the groundwater monitoring, and it has to be approved by our engineers before they can ever begin on this section. So there's a lot more things put into place for there to be accountability, where in the past they haven't. And not having to be accountable, they've still done it. So now our staff will have a partnership with them, and they'll be out there regularly with DEP and with South Florida Water Management. So it's actually more stringent on them.
I can appreciate that, and I had some of these conversations with staff a little bit. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that I'm not just approving this without knowing what we're doing here.
Great. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And just to add a quick note, something that we learned through, M Ranch. So the county brought on a third-party hydrologist to analyze their hydrologist, right? We didn't want to just take at face value what they were submitting and say, this is what it is. So originally, M Ranch was going to go down to 50 feet. Third-party hydrologists, after doing their study, felt pretty much 99.9% certain that if we kept the depth at 40 feet, we would almost guarantee absolutely no saltwater intrusion. They were fairly comfortable at 50 feet, but there was a slightly greater possibility, and they, pretty much guaranteed at 40 feet we were solid. And so M Ranch is a 40-foot depth max. Dan, I'm not seeing it in the, I know it's in here for M Ranch. What is there, 19 monitoring wells? Is that right? Somewhere in that neighborhood, correct?
That's correct.
For M Ranch. So again, just going back to some of my issues, the hours, for me, what I foresee as a lack of monitoring wells. We've asked 19 of M Ranch, and there's only 3 here. Is that right?
There's currently just 1. We've requested an additional 2 at a minimum.
Okay, so for me, that seems very insufficient. My other question is, I know we're requiring the live monitoring for M Ranch. So is this going to be live monitoring, or is this going to be something where, and again, I know there hasn't been a problem out there, but there also hasn't been houses, and now there's another mine in that area. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a hydrologist. I don't know how all of that might play into how groundwater might move, redirect, raise, lower. But they're doing live monitoring. So I want to make sure yours is the same and not where you have to download the data after 30 days or a week and then look at it and analyze it to know if there was a problem.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'm going to ask Chris Kirkner to come back up and speak.
Okay.
I mean, I think one of the biggest differences is, and you spoke to that, is the fact that we've been out here monitoring. So, unlike M Ranch, who doesn't have years and years of data, they're doing their very best to guess. Their experts have to make assumptions and presumptions, and they've planned for an extensive group of monitoring wells to evaluate and to figure out what's going on. On the converse, we know because we've been monitoring the water levels and the water quality for a very, very long time. But I'm not the hydrogeologist. I'm going to let Robert speak to that, and he can give you more specifics.
Yeah, if you could pull up our FP2 figure, it might help to kind of show some of this. But our biggest thing is that we're a very well-established mine. We're not a new mine. And this figure kind of does a really good job. We can see why. This figure is showing chloride. At the M Ranch versus what we're seeing at our Fort Pierce mine, that orange bar you see going across the bottom is the drinking water standard set forward by the state. All the data points that are pretty much below or at that bar are our data points going back. We just went back to 2014, all meeting the standard or just barely touching the tip of it. 90% of them below the chloride drinking water standard, whereas the 2 M Ranch samples were about triple the drinking water standard for chloride. So they clearly have a chloride issue out there, and we've kind of demonstrated we really don't have a chloride issue out there. Second, if we could go to figure FP9. Since we're well established, we have those 3 existing ponds that I mentioned, and there's even a 4th pond below us that's a reclaimed pond, and there's about 3 billion gallons of water in those ponds. So to the south and to the west of where we're proposing to mine, we kind of have a hydrologic curtain that's giving us a barrier and preventing any adverse effects moving that direction. And in addition to that, that water has also been sampled and shown to be free of chlorides and free of contamination. And that water is being blended by the mining process, pretty regularly. It's being churned up, they're dewatering, they're pumping it, it's moving around in the system. So it's pretty uniform. Even though we only proposed 2 wells to the east, because those are the 2 areas where we would probably want to monitor. We do have wells to the north existing already of that proposed area. We'd be willing to add another one in that area. And then we wanted to add the 2 to the east, because those are the 2 areas that you would worry about maybe some sort of water level issue, but we really don't have a water quality issue. I think our biggest area is just to make sure that we're not adversely affecting anybody's water levels off site. So that's why we're kind of only proposing wells in those areas, because we have the ponds that are protecting us, that have high quality water to the south and to the west.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I can just add to that.
Please.
Staff does have concerns, and we do plan to work with the Florida Rock team to develop what we're comfortable with. The data that we do have, going back nearly 40 years, is based on 1 well that's at the southeast corner of the mine, that's 80 feet deep, which is 40 feet below the mine bottom. So it's not really representative of staff's opinion of water quality within the mine and within the mined areas. They do also have 2 groundwater surface water samples from within the mined areas, but they're taken at 2 feet below the surface. Doesn't tell us what the salt content or the chloride content is deeper than that.
Right.
So we'll be working with them to come up with a plan that we're comfortable with, monitoring. We haven't been looking very good to see if there's a problem there or not, but we will develop a plan that we're comfortable with.
We will. And if I could add to that, if we could go back to that FP2 figure just one more time. We have, each one of those different colors is a different data point. We installed 2 temporary wells to the north of the pond that you can see the labels on there. One was 30 to 40 feet deep. We've sampled MW1, which is the well that Dan's referring to, that's 80 feet deep. We put in another deep well to the north, TMW2, that was 80 feet deep, and we sampled the active mine pond annually as well. So, but we also do want to work with the county to add whatever data points makes everybody feel comfortable. But we do have a lot of data that we'll work with the county to provide and figure something out.
Which is a slide that shows wells on the north side.
Yeah, figure FP1.
Let me just butt in and
Go ahead.
say a couple words. My name is Robert Kirkner with Water and Earth Sciences, and Chris is currently running the show out there in terms of the monitoring, and I'm the old timer that did it a decade or 2 before. I've been out there a long time. When it was McCarty Ranch, that was a mine, and we did tons of work out there as well. If you look on the north side of the mine, there's a MW7R, there's a MW6R, and there were formerly wells, R means replaced, so there originally was an MW6 and an MW7. So other wells have been drilled, temporary wells, to different depths and sampled for water quality. So there's a half a dozen wells on the north side of this mine, and Dan hasn't seen them yet, so I'm sharing that. And The other thing, in terms of the number of wells at M Ranch, when you look at those ponds, they're dug into the Florida aquifer, and they're the biggest monitor wells you can get. You can look at those, and they're actually a giant monitor well. They're dug down to 40 feet below the land surface, and they're in contact with the aquifer, and they're giving you very valuable information about it. And with the, as Chris mentioned, with the 3 billion gallons of water that are in those ponds, it's like the 500-pound gorilla in the room. It's dominating what's happening on the site. So you can simply, you can make a strong case that we don't need wells. We've got 3 giant wells in terms of the mines that are recirculating the water, and we'll have a 4th one, and you'll know exactly what's going on there. That's the water. I mean, the 3 billion gallons is it. It's it's sufficient just to do those, but we're offering to do the additional wells, and we have the wells along the northern border that have been monitored for many, many years and shown excellent water quality, and have enabled us to track any kind of potential impacts from the site.
Madam Chair, can I ask Dan a question?
Sure.
Just for clarification. So the site that they're going to finish up, which is the end of this property that they've been mining for 40 years, I know you're saying that M Ranch had 12, but what they're going to mine is larger than what they're going to mine to finish. So you're not going to need that many monitoring wells because you're not monitoring what M Ranch is going to be mining.
Absolutely, and I'm not saying that we need 19, but knowing the conversations that I had with staff, with Dan, I'm not comfortable with the 3 mines. Let me be very blunt. I have no problem with you guys operating out there. You've been out there. This is zoned appropriately. It's going to be mined, but I don't feel like we have enough guidelines. I don't think I'm just not. I'm not there yet, and I don't want to. I'd rather know up front. I'd rather you and staff to sit down, work it out, get some comfortability. And so I learned this with M Ranch also. Obviously, we know Dan Zarellik is an engineer, but he also has, and I don't want to mess this up, so I'm going to let you know, I'm going to let you say what your kind of expertise or area is in.
Geotechnical engineering.
So he's got a far better understanding of all of this than I do. I'll tell you that right now. And if my engineer is telling me he's got concerns, then for me, again, the way I view it, I automatically have concerns. Just because there hasn't been an issue yet doesn't mean there can't. And again, all of us, our biggest thing is protecting the residents, right? I go back and I think of, Commissioner Leet's comments when we had M Ranch. At the end of the day, I want to make sure that we're protecting the residents. We're not just saying, well, it's been fine for the last 40 years, because this area has changed over the last 40 years. There's a lot of different factors in play here. So, that's just where I'm at. I'm not good with the details right now.
Madam Chair, I'd like to echo your comments. Whenever my engineer is telling me that he has concerns, I have grave concerns. So I want our engineering department to be comfortable with the number of monitoring wells that we're requiring. And I would stand behind our staff 1,000%, regardless of what the property owner thinks on that, because public safety is number one for me.
Madam Chair. So it's already in the conditions that they can't do anything till Dan approves their groundwater monitoring plan. So they're not going to be able to do anything or move anything forward until Dan gives them the go-ahead. And so the conversation I had with Dan was, he was comfortable if this was to be approved for them to continue to have the conversations, because they know they're not going to be able to do nothing until Dan gives them the check off. When Dan says it's okay, then that's when they can move forward. If he doesn't give them the okay, that project stops. They're not going to go nowhere, no more permitting until Dan says it's okay. Is that correct, the conversation we had?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the comfort I had in this, because I concur with you. But after my conversations with Dan, I was okay because he's the expert. we're actually lucky because he's got more than just an engineer, like you said. And the conversation I had with him was, I'm glad that you're bringing this forward. I'm glad that there's going to be monitoring. I'm glad that these conditions are being put into place. And as long as you are okay having that conversation and they understand nothing's going to happen till he gives them the go-ahead, I was okay with that. Because I don't want projects to be stalled, especially with the construction and housing, and there's a need for the aggregate. The other thing is, this mine where it is and where it's been set up in this quarry is far different. You can go a mile down the road, and water tables can be different. You can have more salinity in the water. So where they've been there for 40 years and the clarity that that water has had, you don't know what the water's going to be at M Ranch. Plus, M Ranch has been cattle, right? So that's going to play into some of it too. So I'm just, you know, I'm okay with it simply because I know that Dan was okay with it, and that gave me the comfort I needed to know, and knowing that they were not going to move forward till he said okay.
Madam Chair, I don't claim to be a scientist nor an expert. I am a scientist. My degree's in political science, though, so it's a little bit different. And I just go ahead and ask Dan, you're still comfortable with recommending approval of this tonight?
Yes, Commissioner Class.
Okay, thank you.
Any more comments? Well, with that, then-
It's a public hearing. You have to open it public.
How do you, maybe I was getting ready to say that.
Okay.
Gosh,
It
Commissioner
sounds
Townsend,
like
you
you're
didn't give me
getting
the
ready to say
opportunity.
you're ready to entertain a motion. So I just, you know, there was a lot of conversations
There
that generally
was.
doesn't happen before you go there. We just got into this conversation. So in all fairness to you, I would have forgotten. Anybody
I'm
would
just
have.
joking with
'Cause
you.
It's been a long conversation.
It has. So, anyone here for public comment for this item, if they'd like to speak, now is the time. Seeing no movement, I'm going to close public comment and come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve, and in there, the conditions have to be met, and the approval and final has to be coming from our engineer before anything else can move forward. And at that point, if they can't get there, he's got to come back to us anyways, because the project dies. So I'm good making the motion to move it forward.
I'm good seconding it.
Madam Chair, just a suggestion on we talked about a voluntary $25,000. I don't really want to make that a condition of the permit for obvious reasons, but I would just suggest direct staff to work as a side agreement with the miner to accomplish that. I believe that's sort of what we did with Mr. Stewart.
And that's why I didn't put that in my motion.
Right, but if we could just, it's understood that we were directing to work with them on their voluntary commitment.
But I put it in the motion.
Okay, I know there's a motion and a second on the floor, but I'm just going to throw this out there. I really think the hours of operation should mirror each other. So is the applicant,
Madam Chair, thank you again for the question. Unfortunately, we're not able to comply with that. We've got existing operating hours and obligations to our customers, and to reduce our hours of operation would significantly impact our ability to do what we're doing out there.
and I respect that. However, again, M Ranch was looking for the same exact thing, and we absolutely did not allow it.
Madam Chair,
Understood.
could you clarify for me what M Ranch's hours are versus what their hours are?
So there's no Saturdays or Sundays as far as off-site hauling, and the hours of mining activities are from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
I mean, I'd like the applicant to come back up and explain why they can't take the same business model as M Ranch.
Who wants to talk to that?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, our business model has been established over 40 years. We have existing agreements with customers. We have a way of operating, and I know things can change, certainly, but it is a partial Saturday work period. So, you know, and these were hours, again, provided by staff. So I would just say that, you know, I would ask that you not make that a condition, of our operation.
What I would offer is, as part of the contribution that we're making with the citizen and the advisory board, it's something that we will continue to take into consideration. You know, historically, we've had no complaints, no problems with our hours of operation. If, however, there are questions or concerns, I think that that group provides a good forum for us to have those conversations. And if something is brought up that is creating a public nuisance or has an impact on existing residential uses, we'll be happy to work with the citizens to address it at that time. Right now, there's not a problem, and so we would respectfully request that we be allowed to continue operating as we are.
Madam Chair, quick question for staff. Should we approve this tonight without changing the hours of operation and that citizen group determine there's an issue? Do we have the power to regulate their hours of operation after the fact?
Thank you, Commissioner Claspy. Yes, there is a condition that we have the ability to make modifications to the permit if there are undue adverse effects. Depending on what the circumstances are, we could request a different operating schedule.
It's in the line.
Madam Chair, would that satisfy your wishes, or do you still want to pursue hours?
Madam Chair, can I ask
Yes,
a question? Just maybe to
absolutely.
give you some comfort.
Sure.
Because you're looking at the big picture of the years for M Ranch. This parcel that they have left to mine is going to be approximately how many years?
4 to 7,
That's
10,
what I- that's what I-
something plus or minus. A lot of it's based on market condition, really. And so, you know, that's our for this additional area, that's the estimate, is anywhere from 4 to 10, depending on market conditions.
The reason I bring that up is because the small piece that they have that they're going to finish is probably going to be done before what you're foreseeing of the development out there. It's 2 years just to get through a process of permitting. Plus, that's once they get the site plan approval, almost to that. So you're talking 3 to 4 years before anything happens out there. So they also have property, not just this piece, they have another piece that's zoned ag, that they're going to have to come back and start all over again on that piece of property. That's another conversation. That's a
Right.
different conversation, because you're right. By then, there will be growth, there will be housing. It's going to be a whole different conversation. But for me, to let them finish up, because I know there's not been any problems, I'm comfortable with, like I said, with what Dan said, to let it move forward, because they're going to be wrapped up probably almost complete before you see the residential housing out there.
And I appreciate that. Okay, so good conversation. We've got a motion, we've got a second. Any other conversation before?
Yeah, are you comfortable with that?
You'll know in a second.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those against? I'm sorry, I have to be a no. I have to vote with my conscience on this, so I apologize, guys. But motion passes. So I look forward to seeing what you come up with for the monitoring plan. So thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your guys' time for staying with us into the morning hours now. So, all right, with that, no regular agenda. I am going to pass the ball to Mr. Landry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Board of County Commissioners will hold an informal meeting on Tuesday, December 10th, 2024 at 9 a.m. We'll also hold a regular meeting on the same Tuesday, December 10th, 2024 at 1 p.m. Both those meetings will be here in the Commission chambers at the Robert Portis Annex located at 2300 Virginia Avenue, and Jason will handle the announcements.
Santa is coming to the Fenn Center on Saturday, December 14th from 9 a.m. to noon. As St. Lucie County's Parks, Recreation, and Facility staff host a special brunch with Santa. Admission is $10 per person and includes a variety of breakfast and lunch options, from waffles and biscuits to pasta and pizza, plus plenty of sweet treats. Ages 5 and younger are free. Families will have an opportunity to get their photographs with Santa as children share their holiday wish list. Advanced registration is required either online, https://stluciecounty.formstack.com/forms/Santa_brunch, or by calling the Fenn Center at 772-462-1521, Monday through Friday between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. The Oxbow Eco Center is hosting the St. Lucie Water Champion Series for anyone interested in supporting a clean, healthy St. Lucie watershed starting Saturday, December 14th. St. Lucie Water Champions is a free, action-based program series for adults aimed to encourage St. Lucie County residents to take part in monitoring and service projects benefiting the St. Lucie River and Indian River Lagoon. The program consists of a blend of digital resources and unique in-person field experiences centered around water in the local environment. St. Lucie Water Champions is scheduled for select Saturdays throughout the year beginning December 14th. Oxbow Eco Center will serve as the base site, and transportation will be available for off-site field experiences. Registration is now open. Sign up by visiting www.oxboweco.com and clicking on St. Lucie Water Champions Initiative, or call 772-785-5833.
That concludes announcements.
Great job. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Enjoy the rest of your morning.